I probably look dumb as shit. Probably gotta do some adjustments. Do 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 do. So fresh and so clean, clean. Mmm. Let's see. Just some hair out the way so I can actually hear what the fuck I'm listening to. See how that looks. Aside from our wet hair aside, look pretty okay. Where's my phone? Let's see. Hello there, one viewer. Not sure if you were here for the last stream, but just playing Destiny, listening to some podcast about probably some really dark shit, but it's really interesting. So we're gonna be doing that again here. Let's see, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, the chemical dude, the dude that tried to take over the world with chemical warfare, and oh yeah, the dude that killed his mom because the demons told him to. Oh yeah, gens. I might want to replay this just so I can get some cliff notes, or just so I can get the just everything again.
Woman.
All right, let's dodge into this, dive into this.
Light out, everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Lights Out Podcast. I'm your host, Josh, and today I'm going to be diving into the dark world of demonology. In a previous episode, I know I mentioned that one day I'd like to cover demons on a deeper level, specifically looking at what demons mean to other cultures and religions. They have different names, they have different
New invite.
stories, and so today I'm going to be taking a look at several different cultures and religions and what demonology means to them, because it
I
is
don't know
very
that
interesting
person.
how it varies per religion, and some of these demons have been passed down for thousands and thousands of years, and there's several possession stories I'm going to be covering today related to those specific demons, which I think a lot of you will find very interesting. Obviously, some
Where
of you
was
out
I
there
last?
may feel spiritually inclined to sit this one out, which I totally understand, because, you know, whenever you're talking about demons, if you believe that demons are real, there's always a possibility that you may summon one, you may, you know, call some to you, even though all of us have our own demons, right? I mean, we all deal with things that I like to call our demons. And so this is a more of a spiritual aspect to the demon issue. But before we
What's
get
in
into
rotation
today's
today?
episode, I wanted to mention that one way you can support the show that's absolutely free and would mean
Day
a lot
up,
to me is
caps.
by going to Spotify, finding
Day
Lights Out,
and Destiny.
hitting the follow button, as well as checking out the show on TikTok at Lights Out Cast. If you give us a follow there, that would mean a lot to me. But this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Lomi, Green Chef, Skylight Frame, and Private Internet Access. So I'm going to begin our demonology journey
It's a long ass
by
sniper.
looking into jinn. So most of us know what a genie is, right? They become popular in the Western world through movies like Aladdin and Kazam. Usually you rub a magic lamp and then a smoky spirit comes out and promises to grant you 3 wishes. In many stories involving genies, the deal that's made isn't always what it seems, and the user ends up worse off than before, or even dead. But the modern day genie is nothing compared to the true lore of its ancient legend, as the word genie comes from the Arabic word jinn. These
Oh,
are
I gotta
beings that have
find his
roamed the
trend
earth
source and
for
bond with
thousands
it.
of years, and their history is mostly tied to Islamic myth and folklore, but their origins are believed to predate Islam. Some believe they originated as evil spirits living in the barren desert and in unclean places, as they often took the form of animals to disguise themselves. Others think that they were originally pagan deities, and they were born of smokeless fire long before the creation of humanity. There are a handful of different descriptions of jinn.
Don't mind if I do.
Most of the time, they're hard to describe because they're invisible or shapeshifters. Some are seen as dogs or serpents. Others are smoke clouds and lightning. Some accounts say they're giants, and their bottom half is made of smoke, or others are massive winged creatures made of fire. But one of the most terrifying forms of jinn is known as pollies. Pollies walk on 4 long skinny limbs and are known to crawl on top of people in their sleep. People who experience sleep paralysis often feel a dark creature on top of them, holding them down. And many believe that the cause of this is a result of the polly's demon. Once they're on top of you, they then drain their victim's blood by licking the soles of their feet.
Oh boy.
Another terrifying jinn is the Silat, or the she-ghoul. They're the smartest shape-shifting jinn, and they often disguise themselves in human form, so you'll never be able to tell if a jinn is walking among you. In Islamic tradition, the word jinn is used to refer to almost any supernatural creature, but it can also be used for a specific creature. They are like demons, and they can be evil, but other times they are friendly and helpful after being summoned by sorcerers. And even though they are considered lesser gods, they aren't immortal or invincible. There have been legends of armed
Why am I
men
shooting like a...
kill jinn, but it's not easy.
Oh, it didn't save my
Jinn can
loadout.
shapeshift and many turn invisible, so fighting them is nearly impossible. These spirits are also spreaders of disease and mental illness, and since they can turn invisible, their victim won't even know what happened. One of the earliest references of jinn appears in the story of Solomon. He was a prophet of God and was given many gifts, including the ability to speak to animals and jinn. At that time, jinn were seen as creatures of nature.
I like the trip mine, but I need
Because of
these
abilities
blades.
he was able to round up the jinn and get them to help.
I still don't know how to
people
use
into
this.
Jerusalem.
Solar
In the
explosive.
Quran, the jinn are mentioned 29 times. Most of them are mentioned in the 72nd chapter titled Al-Jinn, which translates.
Oh, it is
jinn.
gunpowder
But
gamble.
Islam is a religion that believes in only one true God. So jinn are seen as lesser spirits and not gods. They're basically on the same level as humans, but they have supernatural abilities. And they are able to exist between 2 realms. This realm and the spectral realm. In the Quran, the jinn are divided into 3 groups.
Oh.
There is the flying jinn, shape-shifting jinn, and jinn that roam the earth like humans do. They are believed to be entities that exist in a plane of reality that is invisible to humans, kind of like angels and demons. But not every jinn is high up on the spiritual ladder. Some are believed to be similar to humans. When they were first created out of the smokeless fire before the first humans ever walked the earth, they were faster and stronger. But they were similar to humans in a few ways, as they still needed to eat and sleep, just like a human being. At the end of their life cycle, God either sentenced them to heaven or hell depending on how they lived. And during their existence on earth, they lived in tribes. Each one was created by a different mixture of fire. And between these tribes, they waged war against each other. Power struggles between light and dark forces tore through the desert plains. Good and evil jinn killed each other, and they were judged before God in the afterlife. Whenever massive storms came through, they were explained as violent battles between the jinn. And since the jinn are invisible, the rain and lightning were the aftershocks of a gruesome battle that just took place.
Wait, is that what that
During these
is?
battles, some believe that most or all of the jinn were wiped off of the face of the earth.
It wasn't the trip mine. It was
Traditional
the...
story tries to explain their
explosive.
disappearance further. Early on, angels were created on a Wednesday. And
Right?
on Thursday,
Yeah, that's what it
humans
was.
were created. 1,000 years after this, the first humans walked the earth. Angels, jinn, and humans coexisted peacefully for some time, but eventually the jinn began to change.
These are pull
Violence
down
and
for those.
corruption infected them. God threatened them if they didn't change their ways, but they ignored his threats. So God sent angels to eradicate the jinn from existence. And according to this legend, almost every last jinn was killed, and the few that survived were permanently exiled from the earth. Since then, the jinn have been seen as evil spirits who wade between the world of the living and the spiritual realm. Beyond Islamic mythology, jinn have spread across the world. In the country of Morocco, exorcisms are performed when someone is possessed by a jinn. But they won't possess just anybody. They specifically target vulnerable people, as they find people with tired souls and take control of them. This could mean that they were depressed or unstable, and the jinn would be ready to take control. In some occasions, these exorcisms could become so violent the victim would actually die. On August 5th, 2004, a 23-year-old woman named Latifa Hakmi went through with an exorcism. Her family thought a jinn had possessed her. She had become depressed and couldn't become pregnant, so her family thought an evil entity had taken control of her body. She went through month-long sessions in her home in Belgium, and these sessions were intense. They involved physical beatings, and they forced her to swallow holy water. They only fed her 2 spoons of yogurt every day, and they kept a pair of headphones over her ears playing verses of the Quran on repeat. This whole process was believed to scourge the demon out of her body, but in the end it became too much. When her husband called emergency services, they entered the home where there were 2 self-appointed exorcists, the victim's husband and 3 female members of a radical Muslim group. They found Latifa on the floor. Her skin and lips were blue. The husband claimed she had been feeling sick and that she had died of natural causes, but it was obvious there was something else going on. When they actually performed an autopsy, bruises covered her body and water filled her lungs.
It's called
They
Maelstrom.
actually forced her to swallow gallons of holy water, shoving their fingers down her throat and bathing her in steaming hot water, as well as beating her with wooden sticks.
Damn.
Literally after hours and hours of torture, she had finally
Oh, this
succumbed to
isn't
her
it.
wounds. The 6 people involved, including her husband, were all charged with murder,
Good.
which rightfully so. Whether or not she was really possessed by a jinn or not was up for debate. But the modern fear of jinn is still real, and people have gotten so caught up in the jinn's demonic abilities that they've tortured and killed their own loved ones. Besides possessions, people also believe jinns live underground where they plot against humans. The only reason they surface in the living realm is to wreak havoc and spread disease, but they're mostly known to target people who mistreat others. And their most common terror tactic besides possession is kidnapping children who misbehave. So this way the jinn can be used as a way to
Like
get people to
Krampus?
behave, or else the jinn will ruin their life. Over time, the jinn became known as genies to the Western world. Their stories were collected in a book known as 1001 Nights that collected Eastern folk tales from the 8th century to the 14th century. One of the most popular stories was Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. In this story, Aladdin is similar to how he's depicted in the Disney movie. He's a young, mischievous guy living on the streets. A mysterious man finds Aladdin and he claims to be his long-lost uncle. He introduces himself as Mustafa, the tailor. The strange sorcerer convinces Aladdin and his mother that he wants to help them financially. But before he helps them, he needs a favor. He tells them about a hidden cave. And inside this cave, there's the most incredible oil lamp in all of the land. If Aladdin can retrieve this lamp, his uncle promises him and his mother that they will have all the riches in the world, and they will never be poor again. But there's a catch. The hidden cave is ridden with magical booby traps. Mustafa wouldn't dare try to enter it alone because he knows it's too dangerous. So he persuades Aladdin to go find it with him. He also gives Aladdin a magical ring to protect him. But once inside the cave,
Boom.
Mustafa abandons
Oh,
him,
I guess not.
and Aladdin finds himself alone, trapped inside. By accident, Aladdin rubs his hands together, and when he rubs the magical ring, a genie pops out of the ring. He ends up retrieving the lamp, escaping the cave, and returns home to his mother. She then decides that they should sell the lamp so they can afford food. But before they take it to the market, she takes a cloth and wipes off the dust and dirt. And as she rubs the lamp, a second genie emerges. This one is more powerful than the other. This was the genie that Mustafa had been looking for. And with the genie's abilities, Aladdin quickly becomes a rich and powerful man. He ends up marrying the Sultan's daughter. And Mustafa hears about Aladdin's rise to power and returns home to find him. He knows that Aladdin must have retrieved the lamp since he had become so rich and powerful. Mustafa finds Aladdin's wife and corners her. He tricks her into handing over the magical lamp. His first command to the genie is to take Aladdin's palace and everything he owns back to Mustafa's homeland. And when Aladdin finds out what's happening, he summons a lesser genie from the magic ring. But the genie tells him he can't undo the magic of the other genie. The only thing he could do was teleport Aladdin to Mustafa's home, where he had taken all of his belongings. Once there, Aladdin sneaks into the palace, finds Mustafa, and cuts him down with a sword. He then commands the more powerful genie to return his palace to where it originally was. But Mustafa's older brother had witnessed what had happened, and he promised to avenge his brother. Through magic, he transforms himself into an older woman and sneaks into Aladdin's palace. But the powerful genie sees through his disguise and tells Aladdin what's going on. The man is quickly captured and dragged to a
Cheat
courtyard
codes.
and beheaded for trespassing. In the end, Aladdin becomes the sultan of the land, and he never has trouble with evil sorcerers ever again. This story is still one of the most popular stories that involve jinn. Throughout history and pop culture, jinn have been explained in dozens of different ways. Depending on what part of the world you're in, you'll get a different version. In Persian mythology, jinn live in their own land called Jinnistan. Their capital was Bright City of Jewels, and when they left their own realm, they came to haunt the human world. They usually terrorized the deserts, rivers, wells, and marketplaces. Getting permission from the local jinn to draw water from a well or enter an unknown area became common, and locals feared that if the jinn became upset, they'll poison the local water and crops. Those beliefs and practices involving jinn are mostly found in Muslim regions around the world, but many believe jinn can be found anywhere, and they might curse you with severe sleep paralysis or crippling mental illness. So for the longest time, I've wanted to try out composting. But if you know anything about composting, there are some required steps in order to get a composting bin going. Plus, my big thing is I just have never really had a good place to keep a composting bin. But that all changed when I got a hold of a Lomi. So a Lomi allows me to turn my food scraps into dirt with the push of a button. Lomi is a countertop electric composter that turns scraps to dirt in under 4 hours. There's no smell when it runs, and it's really quiet. What I really love about the Lomi is that the device itself actually looks nice on top of my counter. It doesn't look out of place along with my other countertop appliances. So when I'm making dinner, all my food scraps, peels, things like that, I can just throw right into the Lomi.
How did he
In just a few
not
hours, I
die?
have this really, really nutrient-rich dirt that I can use to feed my plants. Not only that, thanks to Lomi, I have way less garbage each week, which is amazing. So obviously, if you're not throwing out as much garbage, that means it's not going to landfills and producing methane. Instead, I'm turning that waste into nutrient-rich dirt. So if you want to start making a positive environmental impact or just make cleanup after dinner that much easier, well, Lomi is perfect for you. Head to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout to get $50 off your Lomi. That's $50 off when you head to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout at checkout. Food waste is gross. Lomi is your solution. With the holidays just around the corner, Lomi will make the perfect gift for someone on your shopping list. So moving on to the next historical demon on our list is a being that came from Hindu and Buddhist mythology. They're called asuras. And unlike the jinn, they are rarely helpful or friendly. They are known as power-hungry demons who are lustful and known for unstable mood swings. In Buddhism, their name is sometimes translated to demigod or anti-god, and their appearance matches their reputation. Asura's skin are often dark red or bluish green, and it's poisonous to the touch. They have 4 to 6 arms that come out of their torso and 3 heads that come out of their neck. Each face on their head point into a different direction, so they have a 360-degree view of their surroundings. They often wear beautiful clothes like silk skirts with gold sashes. Gold bracelets cover their arms, and heavy jeweled necklaces hang from their necks. Sometimes they wear elaborate helmets, like they're going into battle. They're stronger than humans, but compared to the other gods, they're at the bottom of the totem pole. Many stories about these demons involve the quest for immortality. Many were obsessed with finding an elixir for eternal life. And in mythology, asuras and devas were once children of the great celestial god, and they had promised each other if one of them found it, they would share it with the others. But the devas ended up breaking their promise. Once they found the elixir of eternal life, they kept it for themselves, and now the Asuras are mortal forever. This gives them all inferiority complexes. They're jealous of the other gods and they're easily humiliated, which makes them unstable. In one myth, a god named Sakura was a ruler of heaven. Eventually, he became the ruler of the earth. The Asuras celebrated his rise to power by partying and getting hammered on strong liquor. While the Asuras were wasted, Sakura ordered them all to be removed from his presence. Later, when the Asuras sobered up, they felt so disrespected that they had been removed from the party that they waged a violent war against Sakura. This showed how emotional and unstable Asuras can be, and they often let their emotions control them. But supposedly their strong emotions also make them incredible lovers and extremely devoted in religious practices. They won't hesitate to perform blood sacrifices to the higher gods or go on violent pilgrimages for their faith. Since they're low on the totem pole of gods and extremely unstable, they're willing to do almost anything to try and prove themselves. In Hindu mythology, they are separated into good and evil groups. Those that do good deeds have the chance of being promoted to the next higher god, but their short temper and unstable moods usually prevent them from doing good. The Buddhists consider them as one of the 4 unhappy births.
Dude, what is this
Means that if you're
event
reincarnated
happening?
as an Asura, it's just as bad as reincarnating as an animal. The only bonus is the power that comes with it. Unfortunately, their powers are unstable as their emotions, though. They can fly, change shape, cast spells, and turn wild animals into personal slaves. Depending on their mood, they can perform miracles, or they can bring destruction and death to their surroundings. The Asura females, called Asuri, are known for charms they can use on plants. One legend says that Asuri once created a plant that cured leprosy and a powerful love potion with herbs. With their powers, the Asura have been popular through Hindu and Buddhist mythology, and one of the most famous stories about the Asura is the story of Shiva's son, Enhaka. The story begins with Shiva meditating on top of a mountain. Shiva is a very powerful Hindu god, and he could understand much of the universe through his third eye. While meditating, his
Get
wife
that?
Parvati snuck up behind him. She reached out and covered Shiva's eyes with her hands. This caused the whole universe to turn black with darkness. And as she covered his eyes, his sweat began to ooze through her hands because his powerful third eye was overheating. The sweat poured between her fingers and fell to the ground in front of them. The sweat then oozed and churned until it was turned into a mangled-looking boy who was completely blind. Shiva's wife was horrified about what they had just created. But Shiva said that this was now their son, because he had been born from their physical contact.
You're finally getting out of
They named him
thing.
Enhaka. Years passed and a demon king did Shiva a favor, hoping that they would one day have a son. Shiva was pleased with the demon king, so he gave his son over to him. Enhaka lived with his new demon king father for a while, learning the ways of becoming a powerful demon, until one day the demon king was murdered by another god. Because of this, Enhaka inherited the demonic kingdom, and he became the new ruler of all the demons. But the other demons would never accept him as a true Asura demon because he was born from Shiva, so they rejected him as their true ruler. He was actually banished to a dark forest outside of his kingdom, and there he asked the creator, Lord Brahma, for help. He fasted for several days to prove his worth, but Brahma ignored him. No matter what he did, he couldn't get the attention of Lord Brahma. In desperation, Enhaka took a blade and began sawing off each of his arms and legs. Blood flowed from his wounds as he sawed into his flesh and muscles, until finally Brahma could no longer ignore him. As Brahma looked into the dark forest and saw all the blood that poured from his wounds, he was pleased. This was the kind of devotion he was looking for. Self-mutilation and blood was the only way to get the attention. And it was just like a true
That's crazy.
Asura, to let emotions cause them to begin cutting off their own limbs. So Brahma gave Enhaka 2 gifts. One was the ability to finally see, since he was blind his whole life. And when his vision came to him, he could finally see the green trees and the bright birds. He was so inspired by this gift that he asked Brahma to give him immortality. But Brahma refused. He said that every living thing must eventually die, but he would allow him to choose the conditions of his life when he died. So Enhaka told him he wanted a beautiful woman that would be like a mother to him. And when once he had that, he could die happy, as he had been lonely his entire life, and the other demons judged him for not having a beautiful woman. So Brahma agreed.
Where's the third one? Oh, there he is.
Then Haka spent the next few years reclaiming the demonic kingdom. He murdered anyone who got in his way. And when he got enough power, he even began controlling parts of heaven. He became so powerful he was feared all over the world. And once he controlled his kingdom, he bragged to the world that no one could match his strength or his wealth. He had everything except for one thing. He still didn't have a woman. He traveled through his kingdom with his army looking for a beautiful woman. He came to a mountain and decided to rest there for the night. Some of his troops scouted the area and came back to report what they had found. Supposedly, they found an old hermit in a cave, and with him was a charming, beautiful woman. And Haka ordered them to bring him the woman, but the hermit refused to let her go. So Enhaka went to the cave himself to fight the hermit. He figured it would be an easy battle, but he was met with a massive army. And this battle became a war that lasted 500 years. Countless dead bodies rolled off the mountaintop. Centuries passed and other gods joined in. He waged a 500-year war so that he could finally get a beautiful woman that was like a mother to him. In the end, he thought he would win. But he didn't realize that the woman in the cave that he was fighting over was actually his own mother,
Oh.
Parvati. He had never seen her with his own eyes since he was blind when he was a child. But the fight continued. Eventually, Shiva came to battle his own son. He took up his trident and stabbed Enhaka over and over again, but his son wouldn't die. Every time his blood fell from the wounds and reached the ground, new copies of himself appeared. So Shiva told his servants to drink the blood before it touched the ground. As he stabbed his son over and over, the servants lashed onto Enhaka and sucked up the blood that flowed out of his wounds, until finally he fell to the ground and died, and Brahma's promise was kept. He told Enhaka he would only die until he had a beautiful woman who was like a mother to him.
His own
In the
mother,
end,
that's
he had a
crazy.
beautiful mother all along. For all asuras, their journey ends in death. They will always be lesser gods and their power is always limited. But this is what makes them dangerous. They're always trying to prove themselves by committing the most violent crimes, waging 500-year wars or mutilating themselves until other gods take notice. With the holidays just around the corner, I've got another amazing gift idea for you. It's called Skylight. Skylight is super easy to set up in just under 60 seconds. You literally just plug it in, use the touchscreen to connect to your wireless network, and you're good to go. Sending photos to Skylight is even easier. Everyone in the family can use the app or just email them to the Skylight and they'll pop up in seconds. Multiple people can send photos to the frame, so it's a great way to keep
Okay,
large networks of friends and
getting
family.
progress on it.
It has a black frame and a white mat, so it looks like a real photo frame that adds a beautiful touch to your home. Skylight Frame's vibrant touchscreen display lets you swipe through photos and even tap a heart to let the person who sent the photo know you loved it, which is so cool. Gone are the days of having stagnant frames. Plus, you can choose from 2 different size options, either the original 10-inch or a new large 15-inch frame. You can preload it with photos or special memories for the perfect personalized gift, which is great for grandparents who may not know how to email, things like that. I'm planning to give my parents actually a Skylight for Christmas, and I'm super excited for them to see it. They've seen the one at our house before, and they absolutely loved it because, again, you can cycle through so many different photos, and it's a fresh look every time. It's truly an amazing piece of technology, and it makes for a really cool Christmas gift. Now, as a special offer, you can get $15 off your purchase of a Skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com and enter code LIGHTS. That's right, to get $15 off your purchase of a Skylight frame, just go to skylightframe.com and enter code LIGHTS. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com. Use promo code LIGHTS. Chinese folklore also has demons who are desperate to be powerful gods. They were called Yaoguai. Their names roughly translate to strange demons, and their stories have been around for centuries. Just like the Asuras, these demons wanted immortality and the power of the gods. They got their powers through practicing Taoism, and they took their powers and distorted the balance of light and dark, good and evil. The Yaoguai were consumed by evil, and they would do anything to become gods. They often believed that they could only become gods if they consumed the life force of holy men. One popular story of a Yao Guai is the tale of the white-boned spirit from the 16th century. The story tells of a demon named Bai Jujing. The demon desperately wanted to eat the flesh of a Buddhist monk named Tang. And while Tang is traveling with his disciples towards the west, they come across a little village girl who offers them all fruit. They go to grab the fruit, but one of the followers, Sun the Monkey King, stops them. He senses that something is off about the little village girl. His senses tell him that this little girl is actually a demon in disguise. So Sun takes his staff and bludgeons the little village girl to death in front of the rest of the men.
Damn.
And when the Buddhist monk Tang sees what happens, he's horrified. Sun tries to explain that the girl was a demon, and the fruit would have killed them all, but they don't believe him. Tang still thinks she was just an innocent girl, so he digs her a grave at the edge of town and buries her body. And after the sun sets, Tang and his crew find a place to sleep for the night. Meanwhile, inside the grave, the dead little girl's eyes open and she reanimates. Her skull is broken in several places and her ribcage is shattered from her murder. But she snaps her bones back into place, and the blood returns to her body. She uses her hands to claw at the ground beneath her, and she disappears deeper into the earth. The next day, the crew wakes up and continues their journey through the village when they run into an elderly woman down the road. She's frantic and asks if the crew have seen her daughter. When they ask her what she looks like, she describes the little village girl from the day before. Obviously, they're freaking out, so they lie and tell her that they haven't seen her, even though they know Sun had bludgeoned her to death the day before. Sun then emerges from the group, and he senses the same strange presence of a demon when he's near the woman. He looks her up and down, and she seems like a regular woman, but Sun still senses a strong demonic energy seeping from her. So again, he takes his staff and drags the woman into an alley. He covers her mouth and beats her to death in front of everyone.
Damn.
And again, he swears that he sensed the same demon. He tells them that it's the same one that they encountered yesterday, but this time it's disguised as an old woman. The rest of the group is now even angrier at Sun, but they go on with their journey through the village. And later, an elderly man crosses their path and says that his daughter is missing and someone has murdered his wife. By now, the whole group feels guilty because they know the truth. While they speak to the man for a bit, Sun begins hearing a strange voice coming out of the man. His mouth isn't moving, and it's a strange, raspy voice of a woman he hears within. But it sounds like it's coming straight out of the man's head. When Sun asks one of the others if they can hear the voice, they just look at him like he's crazy. He realizes he's the only one who can hear the scratchy female voice coming out of the man. Then the voice begins taunting him until he's convinced that it's the same demon from before. So Sun charges at the man and cracks him over the head in front of the crew. The
Damn.
man falls to the ground dead. By this time, the crew has had enough. They think Sun is delusional, short-tempered, and violent. But as they argue, the man's body begins to disintegrate and fade away until it's only a pile of white bones. Sun then shows Tang that it was actually a demon inside of the man, and this was the same demon from before. At first, Tang believes him, but the others in the group are convinced that Sun used magic to turn the corpse into a skeleton. Tang ends up siding with the rest of the group and banishes him from his crew. Heartbroken, Sun hides away in Water Curtain Cave for months all alone. Eventually, some of the crew members come searching for him when they realize he was right all along. And now Tang needs his help with another demon as they head west. They realize Sun is the only one who can help them sense the demons, and the countryside is filled with demons and ghouls. This 16th century story sets the stage for Yao Guai, and many believe their presence can still be found in the modern world. Just like in the story, these demons are often deceitful and can use their powers to easily persuade their victims. They can shapeshift and create illusions. Some of the stronger ones even have the power of mind control. They've also been known to seduce their victims to get them to do their bidding. In Chinese folklore, there are two types of Yao Guai. One is a cultivated creature, where living creatures gain mana and wisdom over time, and they eventually form into a living demon. The other type of Yao Guai is a demoted god. These demons once violated the laws of heaven, so they were cast out into the mortal realm. Many of them fled to the underworld where they live in darkness. So many believe that as long as you're near fire, torches, fireworks, or most light sources, the Yao Guai will stay away because they thrive in the darkness. If the lights go out, you might be in trouble. When it comes to other demons, though, their fall from grace was even more dramatic than the others I mentioned already. The Shadim were once known as gods.
Give me the
Their
gun.
reputation would later be connected to demonic forces of destruction, illness, and human sacrifice. From the beginning of human civilization, one man's god was another man's demon. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Shedu were powerful guardian spirits. They had a human head with eagle wings and the body of a bull. They were extremely hairy and often lived out in the wilderness. Since they were known as protectors, statues of these spirits were carved into city walls, hoping they would ward off enemies and bring peace to the city within. Inside houses, their images were carved into clay tablets and buried beneath the foundation, so the spirit would protect them, even though they were seen as guardians. To outsiders, they were seen as demons. When the Israelites encountered the Shedu, their interpretation was much different. Some of them began worshiping the Shedu, but others saw them as false idols. In the Bible, they were referred to as devils that had possessed marble statues and disguised themselves as gods. Worshipping these idols was seen as a sin. So the Israelites saw these spiritual beings as evil demons, and they called them the Shadim. The fanatics who worshipped these demons supposedly began making blood sacrifices and even killing off their own children. Many of the Israelites began to fear the followers as much as the demons. As for the demons' origins, several different stories explain how they came to be. In one story, God created them on the sixth day. He started putting their bodies together, but it took too long. And since he rested on the seventh day, they were permanently trapped in a state of incompletion. God left them as they were to show that everyone, even God, needed to rest on the Sabbath. So the Shadim had souls but no completed bodies. Others say they were descendants of demonic serpents, like the one that tempted Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. It's believed that when someone dies and their family mourns, the Shadim haunt them. At funerals, Shadim can surround the dead body and begin manipulating it. They claw and pick at the skin of the dead until they absorb the dead person's pain. And when they feel the pain, they experience every single sin the person had ever carried out. Some claim that they've seen the skin of a dead person move while the body is inside a casket at a funeral, and this is a sign that the Shadim are nearby. There's a belief that if a few people dance around the body in a circle and recite a prayer, you can ward off the demons. If they stick around, they can leave the deceased body or others nearby with grotesque deformities. Another origin story suggests that the Shadim are actually descendants of Adam's first wife, Lilith. And Lilith was a primordial she-demon. She first appeared in Mesopotamian folklore as a storm demon, and her name as a root in the Semitic word meaning night. She would later become known for terrorizing young children and women in childbirth. According to one story, Lilith was created from the earth, just like her husband Adam. She was created as an equal, but Adam expected her to obey at all times. One night during sex, Adam commanded her to lie beneath him, but she refused. She eventually grew tired of the marriage and left Adam in the Garden of Eden. She'd rather be independent out in the wilderness. Now an outcast, she began communicating with demons that lived beyond the garden. Lilith began living with them and took the shape of a humanoid serpent demon. She then vowed to become a predator of infants and pregnant women, especially Adam's new wife, Eve. She later formed a union with the fallen angel, and when she gave birth, she created even more demons, which ended up becoming the Shadim. Today, she still roams the earth, giving birth to more demons and looking for more victims. She typically disguises herself as a pretty young woman and charms her victims. If she's not disguised, she spends her time as a naked woman bound by large snakes in the middle of a pitch-black forest. With other demons, Lilith promised to plague humanity. She mostly haunts pregnant victims in the middle of storms, which got her the nickname Screeching Owl and the Night Monster. If a storm passes through, watch out for Lilith, as she disguises herself as a charming woman, because this is when she causes pregnant women to miscarry. Some also believe that Lilith can disguise herself as a modern nurse and steal newborns from hospitals. Sometimes she will take the child to a secluded place and transform into a humanoid wolf before tearing the child apart
Damn.
with teeth. I'd like to thank Green Chef for sponsoring today's episode. Green Chef is now owned by HelloFresh, and with a wider array of meal plans to choose from, there's something for everyone. great for those who want to live a very healthy and active lifestyle, and maybe you have a particular lifestyle that you try to follow, whether it's keto or paleo, vegan, vegetarian. Well, Green Chef is for you. Green Chef actually just expanded their menu. Now choose from 30 recipes weekly with the option to mix and match meals from different dietary preferences in the same box without changing your plan. So that means you can have vegan one day and maybe keto the next. And now they're offering more customization than ever before. So in addition to just swapping out proteins in a meal like chicken, beef, or salmon, you can now get USDA certified organic ground beef, USDA certified organic chicken, and wild-caught sockeye salmon. Everything is shipped right to your door. Everything's pre-portioned, and the recipes come together in under 30 minutes. Cleanup is a breeze. Green Chef is also the only meal kit that is both carbon and plastic offset. They offset 100% of their carbon footprint as well as 100% of the plastic in every box. And best of all, when you use Green Chef, you're reducing your food waste by at least 23% versus grocery shopping. So check out Green Chef today and go to greenchef.com/lightsout599 and use code lightsout599 to get $5.99 per meal on your first box, and your first box ships free. Again, go to greenchef.com/lightsout599 and use code lightsout599 to get $5.99 per meal on your first box, and your first box ships free. But Lilith isn't the only she-demon in ancient folklore. One of the most popular female demons comes from Japanese history, and they're known as the Yuki-onna. These spirits, or yokai as they're known in Japanese folklore, are often seen as pale women dressed in white. The Yuki-onna has the power of ice. She goes by many names like the Snow Witch, and her skin is as cold as ice. It's said she has deep violet eyes and long black hair, and she feeds off human life force by sucking it out of her victim's mouth and into hers, freezing her victims in the process. And since she looks human, she can then blend in with the others after she kills. She can even live among humans, fall in love, and get married, but she will never age. Eventually, her heart is always broken when her lover gets older and dies, so she tends to live deep in the mountains alone. And while she hides out in the snowy forest, she preys on weary travelers that get lost or stray from the main path. She usually appears on January 15th, which is known as Little New Year's in Japan, and she leaves on February 1st. In one legend, a young man named Minokichi crosses paths with a strange woman in the mountains. Years ago in a small town, he ran an inn with his father, Masuka. They are out in the snowy mountains heading back into town after a long trip. It was the middle of winter and a blizzard began rolling through. They would never make it through the storm, but luckily they found a small hut just off of the road where they took refuge. Local hunters often used it as a shelter during the hunting months, but is abandoned now. When they got inside, they used the last of the spare firewood to heat up the shelter. They planned on staying through the night until the blizzard passed, so they got out their bedrolls and rested near the fire. As they slept, Minokichi woke up in the middle of the night. He could feel snowflakes falling on his face, which was strange since he was inside. He also noticed everything was quiet and still. It almost felt like time had stopped. He turned over to look at his father sleeping, and near his head he saw a figure kneeling in the dark. The figure had long black hair that draped over their face, and they wore a white kimono. When she pushed her hair to the side, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Snow lightly fell on her shoulders, and her eyes began to burn bright violet as she looked down at his sleeping father. In the dark, she reached out her hand toward his father, and when she made contact, his father woke up. He gasped and shivered like he had been dunked into a freezing bath. In the faint light of the room, his skin began turning blue. A look of panic came across his face as he turned completely white. And with one last breath, he fell back down to the floor, dead. In the blink of an eye, the woman teleported across the room and was now kneeling beside Minokichi. He felt her cold breath on his skin and shivered. She lowered herself over him and began whispering into his ear. She said that she was Yuki-onna, the Snow Witch. She was tempted to freeze him and suck out his soul, but she decided to spare him because he was a good-looking man. She then said that if he ever told anyone about what happened, he would meet a fate worse than death. She told him to swear on everything he held dear that he wouldn't say a thing. As he looked over at his dead father, he knew this wasn't just an intimidation, so he swore that he would keep this a secret. She then faded out of sight and the blizzard stopped. The sky cleared and the snow began to melt. So he packed up his things and returned to the village. They eventually recovered his father's body and gave him a funeral. His father was one of several people who had been killed by the freezing cold that year, and as the brutal winter passed, Minokichi returned to his work at the inn. Years went by, and he grew older. One day he met a beautiful woman named Oyuki, and he offered her work at the inn, and eventually they fell in love and got married. She even helped him co-run the inn. She eventually gave birth to 6 children as the years passed, and her beauty and her youth seemed to stay the same. One winter they decided to take their children on vacation. While they were out in the mountains, a violent snowstorm rolled through. It reminded Minokichi of the night his father died during the snowstorm. But now he began to think that the demon woman he saw that night was only a dream. He believed that his father died simply from the cold, and the woman was just a hallucination from lack of sleep in the freezing weather. On vacation, he took his wife and children indoors and lit a fire to keep them warm. As they all went to sleep, Minokichi and his wife rested next to each other, and the night grew colder and colder. He whispered to his wife that nights like this reminded him of his father and the strange woman all those years ago. His wife rolled over to look at him and said, "What woman?" And so he told her about what had happened that night with the Yuki-onna. He told her it might have all been a dream or a hallucination of some sort. She looked at him in silence as snow began to fall from the ceiling.
Oh, wow.
Slowly, the center of her eyes began to glow a deep violet color. The room's temperature dropped and a deep frost settled in. His wife began speaking to him, but it was no longer her own voice. It was grating and low-pitched. She told him that he had broken his promise. As her anger grew, the room began to freeze. She told him she had to sacrifice his father all those years ago so the town would be saved from a terrible storm where many more would die. Minokichi could feel his life draining as she spoke. It was like his soul was pouring out of his mouth. He could also hear his children screaming through the house as the temperature dropped, and they began freezing to death. As he struggled to breathe, he let out one last breath, saying, "But what about our children?" Suddenly, his life force began to return, and Yuki-onna stopped to think for a moment. They were her children after all. But she couldn't let Minokichi get away with his betrayal. After a moment of thinking, she spared them all. The warmth slowly returned to the room, and Minokichi watched as his wife's skin began melting and bubbling. Her violet eyes faded to black, and her entire body melted into the bed and evaporated, never to be seen again.
Yeah.
Minokichi returned home with his children, absolutely traumatized. Many of the townspeople noticed his wife hadn't returned with him, so rumors began to spread that he had brutally killed his wife and left her body in the mountains. And these rumors haunted him for the rest of his life. He ended up living a very lonely life, and all of his children turned against him, and his inn went out of business, and he never found another woman for the rest of his life, as he feared that every other woman he ever talked to was just going to be the Yuki-onna in disguise. And my last sponsor for today is Private Internet Access VPN. If you haven't used a VPN before, or you don't know what a VPN is, basically a VPN creates a tunnel around your internet traffic and encrypts it so that those outside can't gain access to it. Not only that, it keeps the internet service providers from seeing what you're doing online, because if you didn't know, if you're not using a VPN at home, your internet service provider can see literally all the internet traffic that you're creating. And when you're out traveling for the holiday season, you're staying at hotels, or maybe you're visiting cafes and coffee shops, protect yourself, use a VPN. And right now, there is no better or easier VPN to use than Private Internet Access. And what's cool about them is that they do not save any logs whatsoever. They have a no log policy that has been proven multiple times in court. So they are absolutely not collecting any sort of information on you, and they're allowing you to use the internet free and encrypted, which is absolutely amazing. Right now, you can get Private Internet Access with their Black Friday offer of 83% discount for 2 years plus 4 months for free, only with my link, which is www.piavpn.com/lightsout. Again, check it out for 83% discount over 2 years plus 4 months for free, only at piavpn.com/lightsout. So it's clear that all of these historical demons have taken different forms throughout the years, and their stories were passed down before they were ever recorded. in written history. Legends have been passed down for generations, and the demons change along with the stories. But even though they're all old tales, many believe there's still truth to them. The exact details might get lost, but their terror keeps making its way through history. From newborns stolen out of hospitals to modern-day exorcisms, these ancient demons might still live among us, and their stories and shapes might change, but their goals of haunting humankind stay the same. I'm going to wrap up today's episode on demons from across the world there. For me personally, going way back to when I was a child, demons have always been something that have haunted me. From maybe age 5 or 6 is when I first learned about hell and the demons that live there, and Lucifer, Satan. And ever since then, I was just absolutely terrified of the thought of demons or hell or burning for eternity and being tortured.
No, that's fair.
It's one of those things that, as much as I'm over it now, it still haunts me from time to time. I'm sure there's many of you out there who have had similar experiences through religion or maybe just stories that are passed down. I'm curious to know if you have any specific stories from these different cultures or specific demons that maybe I covered today, or maybe some that I didn't cover at all. Whether you believe in demons or not, I think there's one thing that we all can agree on, is that there's good and there's evil. And whether or not spiritual entities really exist, I mean, that's up to everyone to decide for themselves. But I do believe that there is unseen forces at work in this world, and can't really put specific names to them. The idea, demons are kind of a name that I just use for them, but I don't necessarily think that they're demons that originated from biblical times, that these demons or negative entities could be something from a different dimension. I mean, it's probably far more complicated than any of us could ever possibly imagine or be able to comprehend. But I do think that there are negative forces at play in this world, and if you reach out to them and you agree to do their bidding, there is a possibility that they can take a hold of you in one way or another. As we've seen with many of the haunting cases that we cover on here, there's different negative entities that manifest and cause all sorts of chaos. Or even with last week's episode when we covered Sean Sellers. I mean, he literally
He asked for that though.
And as a result, it drove him to murder several people and completely destroy his life. So I do think at the end of the day, you have to be careful about these things, and you have to tread lightly when delving into this world. But I do think it's a world that's worth knowing about. That's why I covered it here on Lights Out. There's plenty more where this came from. I could go far more into detail, especially if we looked at
Where is the event?
in general, as well as, how the Catholic Church investigates demonic activity and possession. I would love to one day maybe get an exorcist on the show and interview somebody firsthand who's had experiences with these negative entities, because I do believe that they exist. I just don't know in what form that they actually exist. I don't know if there's any way for
Nope,
any of us
just
to
gotta
know.
wait. Just gotta sit here and
Let me
wait.
know your thoughts on today's episode. Let me know in the comments if you're watching on YouTube, or let me know on social media if you believe
Somewhere
in it.
safe.
And if you don't, why not? Or maybe there's, maybe you take a similar path that I do with them, that you do believe that there's negative entities out there. You just don't know how to describe them or what to call them. But I want to know your thoughts on this one. This one is one that hits close to home for me. So I hope you found this episode interesting. I know I sure did. Some of these stories are quite terrifying, to be honest. And I just can't believe that they tell some of these stories.
Play the waiting game.
Man, there's one way to give your kids spiritual trauma. Tell them a story, origin story of some of these demons, man. It's truly scary stuff. But I'm going to wrap up today's episode there. Make sure you're following Lights Out on Spotify, subscribe on YouTube, and all the places. I really appreciate it. Check us out. Check out our merch at milehighmerch.com. But I will see you guys next week. Until then, lights out, everybody.
Light out. Everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another
Did it start?
of the Lights Out podcast. I'm your host, Josh, and today I'm going to be talking about some of the worst ways to die. Yes, we're going to be talking about a couple different stories, both from the past to fairly recent, of just some of the most brutal ways people have left this world. I was just thinking about this episode this morning, and just the whole concept of death and dying. And, you know, whenever I think about it, I'm like, I sure hope that I leave this planet in the most peaceful way possible. I think all of us imagine our deaths and hope that our deaths are swift and peaceful. I like to think that one day I'm just going to be able to go out into, you know, the mountains or a field or something and just lie down and then, you know, take a nap and pass peacefully during that nap. But it's not always the case. I think there's some luck there involved, or, you know, with some of these stories, just sometimes people are in the wrong place at the wrong time. The whole concept, I think, of an existence itself is weird, thinking that, you know, life just consists of, you know, what the time that we leave the maternity ward to the time that we reach the crematorium, and just thinking of how short life is. But with that being said, this is going to be a new series that I do here on Lights Out, and this is just part one of many. I mean, there's so many different brutal and horrible ways to die. I mean, so much so that they made a whole movie franchise out of it with the Final Destination movies. I remember watching those grow up and just being like, holy shit, I can't even imagine some of that. But today we're going to be talking about some very
Great
brutal,
movies, by the way.
real-life
Every single
stories.
one.
But this episode of the podcast is brought to you by HelloFresh, Lomi, Skylight Frame, and Stamps. So let's just jump right into things here. We're going to begin with our first death that goes back to the 1600s. Yes, this was the time in history when witch hunting was at an all-time high, and torture was a common way to get suspects to plead guilty or die. So in 1692, the Salem witch trials made its mark on history after 15 months of hellish persecution. Wrongful accusations happen all the time. Basically, if you didn't like your neighbor, or, you know, you didn't get along with somebody, best way to get rid of them would just
They're a
be
witch.
to accuse them of being a witch or performing witchcraft. More than 200 people were accused of practicing the devil's magic in Massachusetts, and as a result, many of the accusations ended with 20 total executions. But not many of those executions top the absolutely brutal death of Giles Corey. And many believe he placed a curse on the sheriff, George Corwin, the local punisher. George's punishments were often brutal and disgusting, and Giles would eventually become one of his last victims. Giles was an English-born American farmer born in August 1611. During the witch trials, he was accused of witchcraft along with his wife, Martha Corey, by a woman named Abigail Hobbs. A few years later, Giles had stood trial for killing his farmhand named Jacob Goodale. Supposedly, he had stolen some apples, so Giles killed him as a punishment. Truly was brutal times back then. At the time, the town didn't want to imprison one of their best farmers, so they left him with a fine and stern warning. Ever since then, Giles fell out of favor with many of the townsfolk. And when he was 80 years old, him and his wife were accused of practicing witchcraft.
Oh boy.
Pretty much after you were accused, you were quickly arrested, and that's what happened to Giles. He was arrested in April
And basically
1692.
killed because torture
What
leads
was
to death.
interesting is that Giles actually accused
Especially in the
his own wife of
1600s.
witchcraft and even testified against her. He later tried to recant his testimony, but it was no use. Her fate had already been sealed. As for Giles, he refused to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and local authorities pressured him to plead one way or the other so that they could take him to trial. And as the pressure grew, so did the sheriff's threats. Giles was one of 6 men that were accused and put on trial between May and October of 1692. But out of the 6 men, Giles would never actually go to trial. While the others were either hanged or died in their jail cell, his fate was so much worse. His examination
The
began
Rocks?
in April
I'm mistaken.
1692.
Is it rocks?
Through the process, some of the other girls who had been accused of witchcraft began mimicking Giles's movements, acting like they were under his magical control. To the authorities, this made him look guilty. So he stopped cooperating with investigators entirely, and he still refused to plead guilty or not guilty. Some thought he was smart enough that he had found some type of loophole in the local law. At the time, whoever was accused of witchcraft and sentenced would end up losing all of their property to the government. Giles kept in mind that he had 5 children, and he wanted to pass down his estate to his son-in-laws. And he knew if he went to trial, he would have no chance because his estate would be seized by the government and his children would be left with nothing. So he decided, you know what, I'm going to keep silent. And he kept silent during the interrogations. The local authorities got more and more frustrated by the day, so the judge and Sheriff George Corwin decided to put Giles through a torture test in September of 1692. There were 2 possible ends: either get Giles to plead guilty or not guilty, or just straight up kill him. During the witch trials, the sheriff gained plenty of wealth. He was actually in charge of confiscating the property and possessions of anyone brought to trial. After it was seized, it would all be divided among the local leaders of Salem, even though this was illegal activity in the Massachusetts colony at the time. Driven by greed, the sheriff ordered men to strip Giles naked and place a board on top of him.
I remember
Then
this.
they hauled in heavy rocks and placed a few on the board.
Fucking crazy.
One by one, they kept adding heavy rocks onto the board with Giles lying naked underneath, until eventually Giles could barely breathe. When the sheriff told him one last time to enter a plea, all Giles said was, quote, "More weight." After 3 days, the stones slowly crushed him, his tongue pressed out of his mouth. Then the sheriff walked by with his cane and put it to Giles's tongue and forced it back inside of his mouth. More
pretty
weight
brutal.
kept crushing him, and blood began pouring out of every orifice of his body. The weight squeezed and ruptured his internal organs. And after 3 absolutely agonizing days, Giles finally died. His body had turned white as he laid in a pool of his own blood. And just days after his death, his wife was also hanged to death. Giles actually died in what would later become the Howard Street Cemetery in Salem, which opened in 1801. The exact grave location is unmarked and unknown, but there's a memorial plaque to him in the nearby Charter Street Cemetery. In all of U.S. history, Giles Corey is the only person to be pressed to death by order of a court law. As for Sheriff George Corwin, Giles's blood was on his hands. Supposedly, Giles's last words were a curse on the sheriff and the whole town of Salem. This curse seemed to manifest right after Giles's death. It targeted the sheriff and the other authorities. Sheriff George Corwin died of a heart attack 4 years after Giles's brutal death. Many others began to mysteriously die while they were still in office, or they were forced into early retirement because of a heart or blood illness. And the curse seemed to have a long-lasting effect on the town of Salem. To this very day, whenever a local tragedy occurs, locals claim to see the ghost of Giles looming around town. During the witch trials, a woman named Anne was quoted saying that even before Giles's death, a spectral vision of him appeared to her. The ghost told her to write her name in the book of the devil. Today, Giles's ghost looks like an 80-year-old farmer from the 1600s, and he's said to still linger around the dark corners of Salem. Many believe he's the main cause of the local terror, fulfilling his curse. on the town. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Lomi by Pila. One thing I do far too often is make way too much food for the amount of people living in my household, and oftentimes that food goes into the refrigerator and eventually just ends up in the trash. Well, with my new Lomi device, I'm actually able to take that food waste and turn
It's
it
kinda
into
cool. I want this.
nutrient-rich soil. Yes, the Lomi is a composter, which is really, really cool. Literally with the Lomi, all you got to do is put your food scraps into the device, then push the button, and Lomi does all the rest of the work. It's basically a countertop electric composter that turns all those scraps into dirt in 4 hours. The device is super quiet, and the smell is virtually non-existent. In the last couple weeks that I've been using my Lomi, food scraps aren't going into the trash like they used to, which would always end up in my trash bin smelling extremely bad. And now I've got this nutrient-rich soil that I can use for all of our houseplants. So it's a win-win situation. So if you want to start making a positive environmental impact, or just make cleanup after dinner that much easier, Lomi is perfect for you. Head to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout to get $50 off your Lomi. That's $50 off when you head to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout at checkout. Food waste is gross. Lomi is your solution. With the holidays just around the corner, Lomi will make the perfect gift for someone on your shopping list. I don't know about you, but thinking about being pressed to death just makes
These
me
are
sort of
nice.
inside. Like, ugh. Can you imagine just being laid down, having someone put a board on top, and not only just, lay down naked too, having a board put on you, then heavy ass stones put on top of that board until the insides are just, I can't even
It's
imagine
crazy.
the pain that he must have been in. I wonder if he passed out at any point. I feel like you would probably just pass out at some point, especially with a rock on top of your head. Like, but if you thought that death was brutal, this
No,
next
there's
one
nothing worse than the
is more modern.
pressed to death. Is crazy.
And just like the witch trials, an entire neighborhood seemed to turn against a young girl. In 1965, a 16-year-old girl named Sylvia Likens and her sister Jenny were left in the care of a family friend. Sylvia's parents were both carnival workers, so that meant they were on the road a lot. They also didn't have a lot of money. Her father, Lester, only had an 8th grade education and had to financially support his 5 children. Jenny was quiet and withdrawn, and she had a limp from polio. Sylvia was more confident and went by the nickname Cookie. Many described her as pretty, even though she was missing a front tooth. In July of 1965, their father decided to head out with the carnival again. He had to make ends meet while his wife was in jail for shoplifting earlier that summer. Sylvia's brothers, Danny and Benny, were sent to live with their grandparents. The oldest sister, Diana, was old enough to live on her own. And Sylvia and Jenny were sent to stay with a family friend by the name of Gertrude Banaszewski, who lived at 3850 East New York Street in Indianapolis, Indiana. Gertrude was poor, much like the Likens family, and she had 7 kids to support. She made a little money by ironing her neighbor's laundry once a week. She had first met Sylvia and Jenny because their daughters went to the same high school as them. By the time they had gone to live with her, Gertrude had been through multiple divorces. Physical abuse and violence was common in several of her marriages. She also dealt with crippling depression while also being hooked on heavy doses of prescription drugs. Lester offered her $20 a week to watch after his daughters while he was gone. He also made a cryptic request when he dropped them off. He quietly asked Gertrude to quote-unquote straighten his daughters out during their stay. For the
Oh,
first 3
shit.
weeks, Sylvia and Jenny were fine. They got along with almost everyone in the house, except Gertrude's oldest daughter, 17-year-old Paula, seemed to always get into arguments with Sylvia. Besides that, though, most of their stay was fine. Then one week, their father's payment of $20 had come in late, and Gertrude flew into a rage and screamed at Sylvia and Jenny, saying, "I took care of you 2 bitches for 2 weeks for nothing." She then grabbed
Damn.
Sylvia by the arm and dragged her down the hallway and tossed her into a bedroom. She then went in after Sylvia and slammed the door. Jenny ran to the bedroom door and heard the click of a lock. All Jenny could do was just sit outside the door and listen as her sister screamed from the inside the bedroom. And this was just the beginning. Even though Gertrude was a frail older woman, she could use tools to beat the two girls. She would pull out a heavy paddle or a thick leather belt that used to belong to one of her ex-husbands and beat the girls with them. When Gertrude was too tired to beat the girls, she got her oldest daughter Paula to step in. Since Paula had already disliked Sylvia, she became the prime focus of the physical abuse. Gertrude even forced Jenny to join in. She threatened her that if she didn't join in, she'd have to take her sister's place as the main punching bag. So Jenny reluctantly began beating her sister too. Sometime later, Gertrude accused Sylvia of stealing from her. So she took Sylvia's hands, lit a match, and
Put
began
them on
burning
fire.
each of her fingertips.
Yeah, that's crazy.
She then took Sylvia to a church function where she force-fed her free hot dogs until she became sick. When they got home, Sylvia began vomiting. Gertrude said she was wasting good food.
That's
She wanted
crazy.
Sylvia to eat her own vomit. As the abuse went on, Gertrude started encouraging her other children to join in. The younger kids practiced karate on Sylvia, slamming her into the walls, kicking her, and throwing her down to the floor. They smoked cigarettes and used her skin as an ashtray. They threw her down the stairs and cut open her skin with small blades. Then they would rub salt into those open wounds.
Damn.
After all of this, Gertrude would force Sylvia to take a bath so that she could cleanse the wounds. But she would make sure that the water she bathed in was scalding hot.
That's crazy.
Gertrude often called Sylvia a whore and convinced her children that Sylvia was a prostitute. Then she gave sermons on the evils of sexual immorality while her daughter Paula stomped on Sylvia's groin. Paula had recently become pregnant and she accused Sylvia of also being pregnant, even though she wasn't. So Paula took a knife and began mutilating her genitals. Gertrude's 12-year-old son, John Jr., would take his younger sibling's soiled diapers and force Sylvia to lick them. Other times, Sylvia was forced to strip naked and shove an empty Coca-Cola bottle into her vagina, while the other children watched. After days and weeks of torture and
Alright.
abuse,
I take it back.
Sylvia could no
Pull
longer use the bathroom
press to death
voluntarily.
is nothing
She
compared to
couldn't
this
even
shit.
get up from her bed, so she would constantly wet her mattress. And Gertrude eventually decided that Sylvia was no longer fit to live with the rest of her family. So Gertrude locked her in the basement without food or access to a bathroom. But even then, the torture didn't stop. Gertrude began spreading rumors about Sylvia because she wanted to get the local kids to join in on the torture. She told one of her daughters that Sylvia had called her friend a whore. So her daughter got her friends to come over and beat Sylvia for what they thought she said. One of the local teenage girls named Anna Cisco was told by Gertrude that Sylvia had been saying her mother went out with all sorts of men and got $5 to have sex with them. Anna never bothered to figure out if Gertrude was even telling the truth. So Gertrude then invited Anna into her home and told her that she didn't care what she did to Sylvia. She could literally do whatever she wanted. She just watched as Anna grabbed hold of Sylvia and threw her down to the ground. Anna began beating her face and kicking her in the stomach. Gertrude then got one of the neighborhood kids, Ricky Hobbs, and her 11-year-old daughter, Marie, to carve the words, "I'm a prostitute and proud of it," into Sylvia's stomach with a heated needle.
Nope, Joe.
At one point, Sylvia's
Every single
older
one of them.
sister, Diana,
Joe.
came to Gertrude's house and tried to see her younger sisters. Jenny had gotten a hold of Diana by phone and told her the terrible things that were happening in the house. When Diana approached the house, Gertrude turned her away at the front door. Diana eventually realized that Gertrude had been keeping Sylvia hidden away in the basement, so she actually began sneaking in food so that Sylvia could eat. One of the neighbors also thought something suspicious was going on at Gertrude's house, so Diana and the neighbor reported Gertrude to a public health nurse. Why not just call the police? But this health nurse made a visit to the house and she couldn't find Sylvia because she was locked away in the basement. Gertrude had told the nurse that she had kicked Sylvia and Jenny out of her home. So after the inspection, the health nurse reported that everything seemed to be fine.
Really?
Gertrude got so confident with her abuse, she would even beat Sylvia while the neighbors were watching. Other next-door neighbors claimed to have seen Paula hit Sylvia inside the home on 2 separate occasions, but they didn't report the abuse because they said they feared for their own lives. Jenny had thought about fleeing
Fuck
and
that
going to
guy.
the authorities, but she was threatened, bullied, and beaten by Gertrude's children and the neighborhood kids. They were told
Just
that if they
fucking
ever
drop the
tried to
thing.
contact the police, they would die. One day, Jenny went down to the basement to find her sister lying on the floor. At this point, she was barely alive. With the little bit of energy she had left, Sylvia told Jenny that she knew she was going to die soon. I can tell, she said. Gertrude could also tell that Sylvia was about to die, so she forced Sylvia to write a note and lie about what had happened to her. In the note, she told her parents that she had run away and that she had met up with a group of boys and had sex with them, and then
Of
they
course.
beat her and mutilated her body. Not long after Sylvia had written this note, she overheard Gertrude tell her children that she was planning on taking Sylvia to a nearby forest and leaving her there to die.
Damn.
So Sylvia tried one more time to escape the basement. She made her way upstairs and managed to get all the way to the front door before Gertrude caught her. Sylvia had become so weak from the lack of food and severe injuries that she had sustained that she couldn't even run. Gertrude then invited a neighborhood boy named Coy Hubbard to come into the house and beat Sylvia with a curtain rod. After several blows, Sylvia fell to the floor unconscious. When she woke up for a moment, Gertrude then stomped her in the head until she passed out again. Then they began carrying Sylvia to the tub to bathe her, and that's when they noticed that she wasn't breathing. Gertrude's daughter Stephanie attempted CPR, but it was too late. Within days of Sylvia telling her sister that she was going to die, Sylvia passed by October 26, 1965. She had actually died from a brain hemorrhage, shock, and malnutrition. She had been tortured and starved for 3 months straight, and by the end, she was so abused that she could no longer form words, and she could barely move her body. 150 wounds covered her body, and she was emaciated from lack of food and water. Her fingernails were bent backward, and her skin was so dry it was peeling off of her hands. Many of the wounds were in various stages of recovery, which showed that her trauma had been going on for several weeks before her death. Gertrude moved her body to a mattress in one of the bedrooms. She then gathered up her children so they could rehearse what they would tell the police because she knew she had to report Sylvia's death to the authorities. When the police finally came to her home, Gertrude stuck to her made-up story. She told the police that Sylvia had ran away and had sex with strange boys in the woods, and they later beat her to death. Gertrude even tried to act sad and fake cry in front of the police,
Bruh.
and she told them that she had tried to revive Sylvia when she found her dead. Meanwhile, Jenny finally saw her chance. As soon as she was out of earshot from Gertrude, she whispered over to one of the police officers. She told them that if she got out of here, she would tell them the real truth. So the officers got Jenny to safety, and she told them everything. As a result, police
Good.
ended up arresting Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John, as well as Richard and Coy. for
All of
murder.
them. Too. Yep.
They also arrested a number of neighborhood kids, including Mike Monroe, Randy Lepper, Darlene McGuire, Judy Duke, and Anna Cisco for assault. All these kids were all minors, so they'd end up blaming Gertrude for being pressured to abuse and torture Sylvia. Several other children were involved in the assaults, but they proved to be too young to be charged. But Gertrude ended up pleading not guilty by reason of insanity.
No.
She said she was in a depressive state, hooked on
Uh,
prescription
no.
drugs, and could barely even remember
No.
what happened.
No.
And then she tried to blame her own children for everything. During the trials, everyone involved tried to put the blame on everyone else. But in the
Of
end,
course.
justice was served. And Gertrude was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison
Great.
on May 19th, 1966. Although she was spared the death penalty, even though her own lawyer later admitted that he thought she should go to the electric chair.
That's crazy.
His daughter Paula had given birth to her daughter. during
Yeah. Your own lawyer was like, hey man, I'm gonna be honest with you. My client should have definitely got the chair. Like, he's unhinged. You know it's bad when the lawyer is like, no, you need to die. That's fucking insane.
Paula was then convicted of second-degree murder and also sentenced to life in prison. Her younger brother, John Jr., was also convicted of manslaughter and given two separate 2 to 21-year prison sentences since he was a
Good.
minor.
Great.
Richard and Coy were sentenced the same way, but all three boys were paroled just 2 years later, in 1968. By the time Richard was released, he had developed a heavy chain-smoking habit, and he had suffered a nervous breakdown when the severity of his crimes had finally sunk in. He ended up smoking so much that his lungs were severely decayed by the time he was 20,
Good.
and by the age of just 21, actually died from lung cancer.
Karma.
Paula later
Karma.
appealed her sentence and was granted a new trial. She ended up striking a plea bargain and pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter. And she served only 3 years in prison
What?
before being paroled. Gertrude also successfully appealed her sentence, and she was also granted a new trial. Her sentence was appealed along with her daughter's because of a prejudicial atmosphere in the original trials. But yet again, Gertrude was found guilty, but this time she was only sentenced to 18 years to life.
I
And
mean,
of course, during those 18 years, Gertrude became a model prisoner. She worked in the prison sewing shop and became a mother figure to many of the young
I don't
ladies
care
in
about
the
none of that.
and
No,
by the
no,
time
no.
She was up for parole in 1985. She had even earned the prison nickname Mom. So you know what? They
It's
let
kind
her
of
out
chilling.
on parole. Which this news sent shockwaves through Indiana. Jenny and her family
No.
appeared on television to speak out against Gertrude and her release. And over the next 2 months, groups had gotten together and collected 4,500 signatures demanding that Gertrude be kept behind bars.
Absolutely.
Despite all of this, she was still granted parole. During the parole hearing, she said that she didn't know what role she had in it because she was still on drugs. She said
Get
that she
outta
didn't
here.
kill
You
Sylvia, but she took
orchestrated
full
this.
responsibility for whatever happened to her. So this worked, and she was released from prison on December 4th, 1985. She then traveled to Iowa, where she changed her name to Nadine Van Fossen. Gertrude later died, though, of lung cancer in
Great.
1990, and her daughter Paula also changed her name and moved to Iowa. Rumors claim, though, that she's still alive and lives on a farm in the countryside, laying low. John Jr. also changed his name to John Blake, and he worked as a truck driver before becoming a real estate agent and a lay minister. He was never arrested again, and he married and had 3 children. He later said in 1998 that he took full responsibility for his role in the murder of Sylvia, and a harsher sentence would have been more just. Since Sylvia's death, the home of 3850 East
At least he admitted it
targeted
and not
vandals.
pulled a fucking
The home
Gertrude,
was
bro.
covered in graffiti before it
I'm
was
glad she
eventually
died.
demolished.
My God.
And the neighborhood has tried to move on from the horrors that happened there. But no one will ever forget how a neighborhood of children and one woman tortured and killed a young innocent girl. An absolutely tragic and sad story. And just, when I hear stories like this and the individual responsible for especially torture like this does not stay in prison for life at a minimum, I mean, I personally think she should have received the death penalty for this,
Mm-hmm.
because this is just
Or
absolutely
even the
terrible.
lawyer was like, give her the death
I mean,
penalty.
this is
Like,
somebody
what?
that has no regard for life. And I mean, you could, someone would probably argue and say, well, she was depressed, she was mentally ill, so maybe
I don't
that
care.
played a factor into it. But
I don't care.
I mean, the fact that not only did she torture Sylvia, but then she went and got her children involved and got the neighborhood kids. I mean, there's clearly a sick satisfaction that she got from this at the expense of this poor girl. I can't even imagine the horror and trauma that Jenny, her sister, lives with. It's just, I mean, to know and be there, basically, while your sister's being tortured to death must be just something that you...
I guess I gotta do a
honestly
different
can't
server or
wonder
something,
about.
because it's been like
It's just a
30 minutes, still
absolute
no public
tragic
event.
story. When it comes to gifts this holiday season, one of the things that I usually dread is getting the gifts that I need for my friends and family that don't live near me, where I have to ship it to them. And usually that entailed going to the post office and waiting in a mile-long line just to ship my packages. Well, with Stamps.com, who I've been using for years now, both personally and in my business, Stamps.com has got you covered all the way around, because you don't have to wait in those lines. You can print all the US postage that you need, or USPS postage, right from your computer with a regular printer in minutes. With Stamps.com, you can do all that 24/7. There's no hassle, plus you save tons of money with Stamps.com. You can save up to 86% off on UPS and USPS shipping rates, which is great. It's also a stress-free solution for every small business. You just print your postage right on the computer with Stamps.com, put all your packages together, put the postage on it, and then you can schedule a pickup for them to come pick up your packages, so you don't even have to leave your office, which is absolutely amazing. So this holiday season, trade late nights for silent nights and get started with Stamps.com today. Sign up with promo code LIGHTSOUT for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a free digital scale, so you can weigh those packages out. There's no long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click that little microphone at the top of the page, and enter code LIGHTSOUT. But moving on to the next death on our list. This one has less to do with the horrors of how people treat each other, but more with the horrors of man-made technology. So Hisashi Ouchi was born in Japan in 1965. Nuclear power technology had moved quickly over the decades, and only a few natural resources could be found around Japan, and importing them became very costly. So Japan realized that nuclear energy was their more sustainable source of energy. The first commercial nuclear power plant in Japan had been built only 4 years before Hisachi's birth. And by the 90s, Hisachi had been looking for work, and nuclear energy was huge by then. So he then began working at the nuclear power plant in Tokiyamura, Japan. The power plant was perfect for the amount of land nearby, and they ended up building a whole campus of nuclear reactors, research institutes, and disposal facilities. 1/3 of the city's entire population would end up relying on nuclear power. But on March 11, 1997, disaster struck. Locals felt the ground shake as they looked on in horror. An explosion at the power reactor rocked the city and sent radiation into the sky. Dozens of people were irradiated, but a government cover-up tried to hide this negligence. But they hadn't seen the worst of it yet. Only 2 years later, another tragedy would strike. Hisachi's job was to convert uranium hexafluoride into enriched uranium. This was usually a carefully multi-step process where he would mix several elements in a carefully timed sequence. But in 1999, officials began experimenting with the process, as they wanted to make it faster. But since they were experimenting too much, it caused them to miss a deadline on September 28th. Under pressure to produce more energy, Hisachi and one of his peers, as well as the supervisor, experimented with a shortcut. Instead of using the automatic pumps designated for mixing enriched uranium with nitric acid, they decided to use their hands to pour 35 pounds of the uranium into steel buckets.
Right.
So September 30th, around 10 a.m., this uranium reached critical mass. The room where they were working exploded with energy. A blinding blue flash of light confirmed that a nuclear chain reaction had just occurred, and lethal amounts of radiation instantly filled the room. In that moment, Hisachi became the most radioactive man in all of history. As the plant was evacuated, Hisachi and his colleagues were transported to the National Institute of Radiological Sciences. It's understood that exposure to 7 sieverts of radiation is fatal. Even when they tested the men at the lab, their supervisor was exposed to 3 sieverts. Hisachi's coworker was exposed to 10, and Hisachi himself, who had stood directly over the steel
20?
bucket, was actually exposed to 17 sieverts.
Oh, 17.
More than double the lethal amount.
Yeah.
This was the most anyone had ever been exposed to radiation, and the side effects were immediate. Right after he saw the blue flash of light, he felt intense pain and could hardly breathe. While they transported him to the hospital, he violently vomited until his stomach was completely empty, and then he fell unconscious. Radiation burns covered his entire skin. It bubbled and slid off of his body one piece at a time. Blood leaked out of his eyes, and by the time he got to the hospital, he had almost no white blood cells, and his immune system was compromised. They put him in a special ward to try and prevent infection. The next step was to figure out how much damage was dealt to his internal organs. After 3 days, they transferred him to the University of Tokyo Hospital, and while there, the doctors attempted several stem cell procedures to try and save his life. He had already received countless skin grafts and blood transfusions, and one of the cell transplant specialists wanted to try a stem cell transplant, which had never been done on a radiation victim before. The test ended up being a success, and Hisachi was finally able to generate new blood. But that hope didn't last long. As Hisachi fell back into a state of near death, his chromosomes had been annihilated, and the amount of radiation in his blood destroyed all the new cells. and even his very DNA was being destroyed. At one point he said, "I can't take it anymore. I'm not a guinea pig." After all the procedures, he felt like a test subject, but his family told the doctors to keep going. They kept trying their experimental treatments even with his skin melting straight off of his body.
Ugh.
But after 59 days in the hospital, he suffered a heart attack. But his family wanted to keep him alive, so the doctors revived him. And over the next hour, he would suffer 3 more heart attacks. By now, the
Damn.
lack of blood flow gave him serious brain damage. And finally, one last heart attack due to multiple organ failure put him to rest on December 21st, 1999. He'd actually been kept alive against his will for 83 days. And his excruciating death would go down in history. After the initial disaster, 310,000 people were ordered to stay indoors for 24 hours. Over the next 10 days, 10,000 people were checked for radiation. 600 people were exposed, but Hisashi and his colleague, Masatoshi Nahara, suffered the most. Masato also ended up spending over 200 days fighting for his life in the hospital. Doctors also tried to take blood stem cell transfusions from an umbilical cord of a newborn, but nothing worked. Eventually, he died of lung and liver failure on April 27, 2000. As for their supervisor, Tutaka Yokokawa, he survived after 3 months of treatment, and he only had minor radiation sickness. In October of 2000, though, he faced criminal charges of negligence. The company they worked for, JCO, paid out $121 million to settle almost 7,000 claims from the locals who were affected by this horrible disaster. As for the power plant, it continued to operate under a different company until it was automatically shut down during an earthquake and tsunami in 2011. Since then, it has never been open for operation. The nuclear experiments they had tried cost Hisashi his life, and the medical experiments put him through months of torture before he could finally rest. Radiation sounds like probably one of the absolute worst ways to die. I mean, just being alive and having this, really, other than the blue spark, radiation is invisible. And then just seeing the skin on your body
Just
start to
melt
fall
off.
and
No,
it
melt
literally
off.
falls off. You
Yeah,
look at
that's
radiation
crazy.
victims and you see the pictures. It's just, can't even imagine what that must have been like. And then on top of that, obviously, once they found out that he had been exposed to 17 sieverts, that's clearly way beyond the limit that the body can handle. They still decided to do all of these stem cell treatments to try to keep him alive, and
And had 3 heart
understand his
attacks
family wanting to try to save
in
their
one
son.
day.
At what cost? To end up basically torturing him through all these procedures when, after he had that first heart attack, they could have allowed him to just pass. Instead, they revived him, and then he experienced that several more times.
Crazy.
I don't know. It's definitely a tough call if you're, for the parents of Hisashi, but I don't know. I think after you find out that your son's been exposed, there's literally nothing they can do. Everything is just a complete shot in the dark. I think probably just want to alleviate his suffering. But yeah, it's a really, really tough one. Every year the holidays come around and I'm always scratching my head trying to figure out what gifts to give my loved ones and my friends. Pictures into the Skylight. And so it actually lets you swipe through photos, and you can even, and I absolutely love them. And enter code your skin melting off after to get $15 off your purchase of a skylight frame. Just go to skylightframe.com and enter code LIGHTS. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com, promo code LIGHTS. Having your skin melt off of your body by nuclear radiation was obviously a really, really horrible way to go. But imagine having your skin melting off after you visit Yellowstone National Park, which is supposed to be a fun, adventurous time.
Hmm?
Well, that brings us to the story of Colin Scott. who was a 23-year-old man from Oregon. And on June 7, 2016, he and his sister Sable visited Yellowstone National Park, where they decided to hike some of the trails. At one point, they decided to wander off into a prohibited section, looking for a place to
That's
swim
on them.
or a hot pot in the thermal pools.
That's on them.
Many of the
That's
regions
on
inside
them.
the park are safe and open for swimming, but Colin and his sister had come across Norris Geyser Basin. Here, the waters can reach to over 450 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why would you swim in boiling water?
Basically like jumping into an oven.
Why would you want to swim in that?
It's alkaline, but in this basin, the water is highly acidic, which makes it even more dangerous.
And it's
And
acidic?
the reason for this is because hydrothermal vents underneath the surface emit chemicals into the water, and
And it's
microorganisms also break down
acidic.
pieces of the surrounding rock, which adds sulfuric acid to the pool.
Oh my
Colin
god.
and his sister walked past the warning signs that told him to remain on the boardwalk, and these signs are literally everywhere. They walked
You're just
about
dumb.
225 yards and
You're not
found
only
an isolated
stupid,
area where only
you're
a thin layer
dumb.
of dirt separated them from the hot water beneath their feet. His sister was actually filming their hike when Colin suddenly tripped and fell into the hot spring. This footage that she took has never been released to the public, but supposedly it shows Sable running to try and rescue her brother, but it was no use, as Colin began to boil alive
Yeah, you gon'
in
go.
acidic water, and he couldn't escape. His sister screamed for help and eventually ran to a nearby museum until search and rescue rangers finally arrived. But by then it was far too late. Colin's body had already begun to dissolve in the boiling acid water. When a rescue crew arrived to the scene, portions of Colin's head, upper torso, and hands were seen floating in the hot spring. A
Damn.
V-neck shirt was also visible, and a metal cross that was connected to a necklace rested on Colin's face. He wasn't moving at all, so they suspected that he was already dead. When they checked the water, it was well over 210 degrees Fahrenheit. This, along with an approaching lightning storm, made it impossible to safely recover what was left of Colin's body. A few days passed, but it was still too dangerous to recover what was left. Plus, the water was so acidic that there was hardly anything left to recover. Colin
That's
remained
crazy.
in the thermal pool until he was completely gone. His death became the first thermal-related death in 16 years in Yellowstone National Park, and it takes the top spot as the worst thermal pool death in history. Natural disasters have caused countless tragedies through the years, and for Colin, hopefully his death was quick.
Hell no, I
Because
want
not
quick.
everyone trapped in the clutches of nature receive a quick and painless death. Which that brings us to our last story we're going to cover today, about a young girl named Omeira Sanchez, and nature showed her no mercy.
I need a sniper. Oh my god.
I don't know about you, but my schedule around the holidays is always absolutely insane. So busy, and I do not have time to figure out what meals I'm going to make. Well, that is solved thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh is here to save the day, both saving you money. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. So HelloFresh helps me make a delicious, nutritious meal in under 30 minutes. And the cleanup is virtually non-existent, which is amazing. One of the things I love about HelloFresh is that their produce and meats are super fresh. I've never had a box come in where there's been spoiled fruit or the meats are questionable. Everything arrives from the farm to your home in less than 7 days, so everything is always fresh. Traveling over the holidays, HelloFresh has plans that work with your schedule. You can change your preferences, delivery days, and address in just a few clicks, which I absolutely love. There's so many recipes with HelloFresh that I just absolutely love, and I usually get when I see them come back around. But they have just something in all types of cuisine. I also love that HelloFresh kind of teaches you how to cook in some ways. With the recipe cards, they have super simple instructions on how to actually prepare the food. And in return, you start learning how to make different types of cuisine, which is awesome. So go to HelloFresh.com/lightsout18 and use code lightsout18 for 18 free meals plus free shipping. Check out HelloFresh and go to HelloFresh.com/lightsout18 and use code lightsout18 for 18 free meals plus free shipping. Because HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit.
What else am I supposed to do?
In November of 1985, a massive mudslide ran through the town of Armero, Colombia. It was brought on by an
Trolls.
eruption of a nearby volcano, Nevado del Ruiz. It stands 17,500 feet above sea level and had been dormant for nearly 70 years. In September of 1985, new tremors had become so powerful that the locals became worried. Omero was a town of 31,000 people and was about 30 miles east of the volcano center. On November 13, 1985, the locals' nightmares finally came true. The volcano erupted. The explosion was small and melted less than 10% of the ice cap that covered the crater. Even though the initial eruption wasn't violent, it started a devastating mud flow. The mud flow traveled nearly 25 miles per hour until it reached the city. After only a few hours, the mud flow covered 85% of the city in thick, heavy sludge. Roadways, buildings, and bridges were all destroyed. And if they weren't destroyed, they were surrounded by the mud flow that had grown to a mile wide. The mud and dirty water ended up trapping residents who tried to flee the city. In some places, the mud was 15 feet deep.
Damn.
It was too wet to walk through and it was too thick to swim through. A few were lucky enough to escape early on, but as many as 25,000 people would end up dying. Only a fifth of the city's population would survive. It took hours before rescue efforts began, and after the hours passed, many of the locals couldn't escape the mud. Their skin began to prune and many drowned. One of the victims that was trapped was 13-year-old Omera. As the towns of mud and water surged through the town, Omera found herself buried beneath debris and neck-deep mud. A photojournalist named Frank Fournier arrived in the capital of Colombia 2 days after the eruption. He ended up taking a 5-hour drive and a 2.5-hour walk until he made it to Armaro. His plan was to capture the rescue efforts on film from the ground. But when he arrived, things were way worse than he originally thought. The rescue efforts were chaotic and disorganized, and the rescue teams were confused and desperate. Hundreds of people were trapped in the mud flow, but rescuers couldn't reach them. And throughout the day, Frank could hear people screaming for help. And then suddenly nothing but silence. As he documented the horrors, a local farmer caught his attention. The farmer then led him over to a little girl who had been trapped in the mud. And this little girl's name was Omera, and only her head and arms were above the water. She had been trapped by the debris of her destroyed house for nearly 3 days. Rescue volunteers and locals tried to pull her out of the mud, but something deep below the murky water had pinned her legs. She wouldn't budge no matter how hard they pulled. They would later find out that her legs were trapped by a brick door in the arms of her dead aunt. Her aunt had actually grabbed onto her in one last act of desperation. During the rescue attempts, nothing could get Omera out of the mud, and the water kept rising from the continuous rains. The surface slowly inched up to her chin, towards her mouth, threatening to drown her. And by the time Frank had found her, she had been trapped for too long. Her energy was long gone. She floated in and out of consciousness while Frank took her picture. When she gained consciousness, she asked Frank if she could take her to school because she was worried about being late. She told a nearby reporter that she was going to miss a year because she hadn't been to school for 2 days. Frank ended up sitting by her side for 3 hours as the rescuers failed over and over again to release her from the mud. Finally, she asked the volunteers to let her rest, and she told them to tell her mother that she said goodbye. Frank actually caught the last moments of her life on film. He later said he felt totally powerless as this little girl faced death with courage and dignity. His photographs ended up sparking a backlash against Colombia's poor rescue efforts. They also sparked controversy over whether he should have taken the pictures at all. But Frank defended his decision. He believed he needed to share Omera's tragic story. He needed to show the world how disorganized the rescue efforts were for poor people around the world. Since the volcano hadn't been an active threat for 140 years, local authorities weren't willing to pay for the costly preventative measures. A month before the mudslide, Colombian Congress said that the scientific and civil defense agencies were fear-mongering. Despite all of this volcano continues to threaten 500,000 people in the surrounding regions. And after this tragedy, the town of Armero was never rebuilt, and all that remains today is a ghost-filled town with debris. I think for most of us, it's almost impossible to even imagine what it would be like to be trapped in a mudslide, or a flood, or any other sort of natural disaster. I want to know what you think about Frank taking pictures of Amara before she ended up dying. Do you think that was the right thing to
That's
do? Do you
real
think it was
shit.
for, reasons of raising awareness to the rescue efforts, or
Yep.
was this sort of an exploitive thing that he did to, try to further his career? Because obviously that photo is going to be highly sought after, and he's going to get some credit for that, I guess you could say, for going all the way out there and getting this photo. I want to know what your opinions are on that. But this list of deaths definitely makes you count your blessings and hope that nothing like this ever happens to you. Because obviously most of us will never experience being slowly crushed by stones, or imprisoned and beaten to death by the whole neighborhood, or radiated to record-breaking levels, boiled alive, or again trapped in a mudslide for 3 days while being held down by the clutches of our dead loved ones. I mean, it came to
Yeah,
millions.
that's crazy.
And for that, we can all definitely be thankful. But I want to know your thoughts on this episode. Which one of these maybe shocked you the most, or maybe there's a story out there that you've heard that you'd like me to cover in a future part 2 of this series. Let me know in the comments below. But I'm going to wrap up today's episode there. Thank you again for joining me for another episode of the Lights Out podcast. Do me a favor, make sure you're following us on Spotify, subscribed on YouTube and Apple Podcasts. I'd really, really appreciate it. It's free to do so, and it really does help out the show. Leave us a rating or review. Also, check out our request form, where you can submit a topic suggestion for a future episode. But that's where it all ends today. Count your blessings. Be thankful if you're healthy and well. And try to do right by others. I'll see you guys next week. And until then, lights out. Everybody.
Light out. Everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Lights Out podcast. I'm your host, Josh. Today, we're going to be diving into one of the most chilling murder mysteries in American history, and that is the Villisca Axe murders. This is actually only one of 3 episodes left for the new year, and then the show will be going on break for 2 weeks, but then we'll be back in 23 with plenty more content. Also, at that point, Austin will be joining me, which is very exciting that I won't be here alone. Well, I guess I'm never really alone here with Annabelle here, but it'll be nice to have another voice on the show joining me, because so many of these cases, including the one today, have so many theories to them. And I think it's always interesting to delve into those theories and get different perspectives on it. Today's episode has been a highly requested topic. I've actually been wanting to cover this case for quite a long time. I honestly don't think there's a more brutal way to die than to be axed to death while you sleep. I don't know about you, but there's been many more nights than I would like where, I've been lying in bed, and, every night I go around my house and make sure that all the doors are locked, the windows are closed. Because when you dive into this stuff for so long, you just kind of become paranoid. And obviously, taking a few edibles before bed to help you sleep doesn't exactly help out with that paranoia. But just the other night, I was laying in bed just trying to go to sleep, thinking I was hearing noises or hearing somebody breaking into the house. And obviously there was nothing like that happening. I have a security system and all that good stuff. But I think that's one fear that all of us share, that the possibility of somebody coming into your house, your home, where you feel safe, arresting only to have them brutally murder you is, I think, a fear that all of us can connect with. And this is exactly what happened to the Moore family on a very gruesome night in 1912. Before we just jump in, I did have a few announcements I wanted to make. One, my company Mile Higher Media, along with my wife Kendall Ray, we actually started partnering up with the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. We cover a lot of missing persons cases, both on this podcast, Mile Higher Podcast, and on her YouTube channel. And so we have started raising money for them. And as of today, recording this episode, there's almost $80,000 going towards NECMEC. And right now we are matching donations from all of our viewers, listeners across all of our shows up until the end of the year, up to $50,000. So if you're interested in joining us and supporting the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children, it's an absolutely amazing cause. All the work that they do to help bring children home and just help bring awareness to those that are missing is absolutely huge. So I'll leave a link in the show notes and description box where you can donate. Anything helps, even $1 helps, and help us reach $100,000 before the end of 2022. And lastly, another way you can easily support the show, it doesn't cost you a dime, is make sure you're following the show on Spotify. I'll put the links for you below. Also, go make sure you're following us on TikTok as well at Lights Out Cast. But those things really do help out the show. It helps us grow. And so I'd really appreciate it if you just take a moment and go do that real quick before we move into the episode. But this episode of Lights Out is brought to you by our sponsors for today, which is Warby Parker, Every Plate, Honey, and Lomi. Thank you guys for supporting the show. It does really help us out, help us keep going for years to come. But without further ado, let's get into the Villisca axe murders. A quaint little country home in Villisca, Iowa. The Moore family had lived there in the early 1900s and had made it into a very nice family home. The neighbors were close by and a small shed was out back, and a single axe used for chopping wood rested near a bundle of splintered wood. The head of the Moore family was Josiah, and he was better known by his friends and family as Joe. He was a respected local businessman in town, and he and his wife Sarah had 4 children by the name Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul. Herman was 11 years old, Catherine was 10, Boyd was 7, and Paul was 5. They all went to church every Sunday at the nearby Presbyterian church just a few minutes down the road. This is where they spent most of their day on June 9th, 1912. The church was holding a special festival where the young children joined in to recite Bible passages for the congregation. By 9:30 p.m., the festival was over. The Moores said their goodbyes and walked back to their home on East 2nd Street. 2 young girls named Lena and Ina Stillinger had joined them because they didn't want to walk back to their grandmother's house in the dark. So they had planned to sleep over with their friend Catherine Moore. Lena was 12 years old and Ina was 8 years old. And the 3 of the girls stayed up for a few more hours after everyone got home. They ate some cookies and eventually went to bed. Everyone settled in for the night, and no one bothered to lock the doors, as it was extremely common in the early 1900s for people to leave their house doors unlocked, especially in the town of Villisca. Villisca was a little railroad town with a population of only 2,500 people, and there really wasn't that much crime. The neighbors all looked after each other, and they really never felt like there's anything to be afraid of. But by the next day, they would quickly realize how wrong they truly were. On June 10th, the townspeople of Villisca would begin locking all their windows and doors. But the previous night, Lena and Ina slept on the first floor while the rest of the family went to sleep in the 2 bedrooms upstairs. After midnight, their silent nightmare began. In the cover of night, a stranger crept up to the back door of the house. They quietly opened the door and slipped inside. The stranger noticed an oil lamp sitting on the kitchen table when he entered. At that point, they removed the top of the lantern, reached their hand inside, and bent the wick. This way, when they lit the lantern, it would only produce a small flame. They needed just enough light to get around the dark house. In the other hand, they carried an axe. Same axe that they had found in the backyard. It was actually Josiah's, and he had used it for wood cutting during his morning chores. The intruder then snuck down the first floor hallway. They passed by the room where the two Stillinger sisters had slept. He then found the stairwell and crept up to the second floor. He silently passed by the children's bedroom before moving on towards the parents'. Somehow the intruder had known exactly which room they wanted to go into first. As they entered the bedroom, Josiah and Sarah slept quietly in their bed. The intruder set down the lantern on a side table and then gripped the axe with both hands. They flipped the axe so the blunt edge faced downwards, and with one swing, the intruder drove the blunt metal axe into Josiah's head. A
Damn.
muffled crack rang out as Josiah died instantly. Sarah woke up to the noise of her husband's death, and she noticed a dark figure looming over the bed, raising a weapon above their head for another strike. Reacting as fast as she could, she lifted her arms in a desperate act of defense. The intruder swung the axe downward again, and it caught Sarah in the arm, but he quickly reset his swing. He then lifted the axe above his head again, ready for another strike. This time, when he drove the axe downward, it connected with her skull.
Damn.
Obviously, with this type of blunt force trauma, she died almost instantly, right beside her husband. After that, the intruder then went to the children's bedroom down the hall. Surprisingly, they were still asleep, and they didn't hear their parents being murdered in the bedroom next door. One by one, the intruder killed each of the Moore children in their beds the same way. And finally, they went downstairs to find the two Stillinger children, and their fate became the same as the rest of the Moore family. With 2 adults and 6 children dead, the intruder left the house sometime in the morning before sunup. Before they disappeared, they took the house keys and locked the door as they left. And the scene left behind at the Moore house on East 2nd Street would become the most gruesome murder scene in Iowa history. Early the next morning, on Monday, June 10th, 1912, an elderly widow named Miss Peckham began wondering why the Moore's house was so quiet. She lived next door to the family. Usually in their neighborhood, people were up before sunrise to tend to the few farm animals that they had on the property, chop wood, or do any other chores before the full workday started. She thought it was very strange that it was close to sunrise and the Moores hadn't started their early morning chores yet. So she walked over to the Moore's house and began knocking on the front door, but no one answered. When she jiggled the handle, she noticed that the door was locked. She waited for a moment, but still no one answered. So she decided to head home and call Josiah's brother, Ross. Ross then headed over and arrived at the Moore's house around 8 a.m. with a spare set of keys. After talking with the neighbor, he agreed that something was wrong. No one answered the door and he couldn't hear anyone inside. And as far as he knew, they weren't planning on going out of town, so something was definitely off. They also noticed that it looked like bed sheets were covering some of the windows. Ross unlocked the door and then headed inside, and the first thing he noticed was how quiet the house was. As he walked through the dining area, he noticed that there was a plate of food left on the table that no one had eaten. A bowl of murky water sat beside it, and it looked like a basin for someone to wash their hands. It also looked like someone had started to eat a meal, but then suddenly left. As Ross looked around, he noticed there were more bed sheets hanging over mirrors in the hallway. He then decided to take a glance into the first floor guest room. As he peeked in through the doorway, he noticed the dark outline of 2 small bodies, covered with bed sheets soaked in blood. That was far enough for Ross, and he wouldn't go any further into the house. He immediately left
Smart.
and called the police. When the police arrived, the marshal named Henry Hank Horton looked deeper into the house. It was still dark inside because the bed sheets covered the windows, and there were no electrical lights in the home. Only the faint bit of sunlight came through the sheets. When he looked into the guest bedroom on the first floor, he noticed a bloody axe leaning against the wall. It looked like it had been partially washed off. The marshal kept searching through the house and then headed upstairs. And after looking through each room, he came out of the house. He looked like a ghost. His face was pale and his voice was quiet. It was at that point that he reported to the other officers that somebody had been murdered in every single bed inside of the house. But that was an understatement. The intruder didn't just kill his victims with an axe blow to the head. It turned out that he stayed in the house for a while after the murders. After murdering Josiah, the intruder returned to his body and dealt 30 more blows to the head with the blunt side of the axe. He'd hit Josiah so many times that his eyes had turned to liquid in the mix of bone and brain matter.
Oh my god.
The murderer had swung with such force that the sharp end of the axe had been gouged into the bedroom ceiling above. He then proceeded to do this with every other victim throughout that entire night until their heads were completely annihilated. It seemed like the killings might have been a part of some ritual or some sick sadistic fantasy. He then held a strange kind of funeral ceremony where he placed bed sheets over some of the victims' bodies, and the rest he covered with spare clothes. He then covered every reflective surface he could find in the house. All the mirrors and glass furniture were draped with bed sheets or clothing. Police also figured that the murky bowl of water that was found in the kitchen was used to clean the murderer's hands. The police couldn't understand why the killer did this, but the strange ritual must have only made sense to the killer. Police also figured that the intruder knew who was in the house and which bedroom they were in before entering. As they deliberately chose the parents' bedroom first, police quickly came to the conclusion that the killer used the blunt edge of the axe so that the sharp edge wouldn't get lodged in a wound. Some believe the intruder was already inside the home when the family got back, and they had just actually been hiding in the attic or behind some bales of hay in the barn out back, watching and waiting for hours until everyone went to bed. One last thing the police found was in the guest bedroom on the first floor. Beside the axe that leaned against the wall, a mysterious red package was wrapped in a towel. When the marshal picked up the towel, they noticed it was soaked in a light red liquid, and the package weighed around 4 pounds. The marshal peeled back a corner of the stained towel, and inside the package was a lump of uncooked bacon. It seemed that the killer had taken some bacon from the icebox, wrapped it in a towel, and set it by the murder weapon in the guest room. There seemed to be no obvious reason for why this was here, but some suspected that the raw meat was used by the killer as an artificial vagina. One of the Stillinger girls had their underwear off and their nightgown was pulled above their waist. Next to the bacon was a small piece of metal that was a part of a keychain that didn't belong to any of the family members. Police figured that all these random objects must have been part of the killer's perverted ritual. With the strange pieces of evidence left at the crime scene, police couldn't understand much. And forensic evidence back in 1912, well, let's just say it wasn't too advanced. They could explain blood splatters and find fingerprints of the suspect, so when the other detectives, a local minister, and the coroner arrived at the house, they were all careful not to touch anything. As they searched the house for clues, a small audience had gathered outside the home. Rumors spread, and eventually 100 people showed up to the house that day. The detectives had to make sure to tell everyone not to disturb the crime scene. But before the print collection experts could get there, the locals had already barged their way inside the house. They passed by police and dragged their fingerprints all over the crime scene.
Bruh.
One of the visitors even stole a fragment of Josiah's skull. The murder weapon was also passed around and eventually ended up in a museum. While the crime scene was being destroyed, police got a report of another potential incident. Soon after the initial murders, a local telephone operator named Zena Delaney reported that she had heard footsteps approaching her front door. This was in the early morning hours just after the Moore family murders, and after the footsteps stopped at her door, the handle started rattling like someone was trying to open it. Luckily, Zena had locked her door and the stranger eventually left. If she hadn't locked her door, she might have been another victim that night. Meanwhile, back at the house at 508 East 2nd Street, the crime scene was being completely contaminated by the locals. Josiah's brother Ross actually caught one of the local men taking pictures of the bodies at this absolutely brutal crime scene. To protect the dignity of the dead, Ross took the camera and smashed it. The film was exposed to light and the pictures were destroyed. Many believe those pictures would have been crucial for the case, and it's a mystery why the police didn't take any pictures themselves. The police later brought in bloodhounds to try to get the scent of the killer, but by then the crime scene had already been tainted with the locals who had ransacked the house. Detectives had almost no forensic evidence to go on, but still a list of suspects grew. This episode's also brought to you by Warby Parker. Warby Parker offers everything you need for happier eyes: eyeglasses, sunglasses, contact lenses, and eye exams. And you can shop with them online or in stores. Glasses start at just $95, including prescription lenses. And plus, you can try Warby Parker's free home try-on program. All you gotta do is go online and order 5 pairs of glasses to try out at home for free and there's no obligation to buy. Warby Parker also has a really cool free home try-on program where basically you go online, you take a quiz, and you pick out the 5 different pairs of glasses or sunglasses you want to try on, and they'll ship it to you for free. And they also include a prepaid return shipping label. Once you get your free home try-on kit, you can figure out which frames you want to go with, and then you just ship it back for free, and then they'll end up shipping you the pair that you ended up picking out from those 5 pairs, and they can easily add prescription lenses to those sunglasses if you want, or to those eyeglasses. Warby Parker is by far the easiest, most convenient way to get yourself some new eyeglasses or sunglasses, or even contact lenses. Plus, you can go get your eye exams at their local office, which is awesome. They're all around the country. So what are you waiting for? Try 5 pairs of glasses at home for free at warbyparker.com/lightsout. Again, try 5 pairs of glasses at home for free at warbyparker.com/lightsout. The most popular theory from police was that the killer was possibly homeless or a drifter just passing through town. Several suspects who had violent histories were brought in, but each of them had solid alibis. The other problem was that hours had passed since the murders occurred, so the killer could have easily escaped and been several towns away by the time the crime was discovered. It was believed that the killer had about a 5.5-hour head start before police arrived. The detectives realized this case wasn't going to be easy to solve, so they began interviewing dozens of friends, family, and neighbors, trying to find anyone who had a motive to kill the Moore family. Eventually, they caught on to a local politician who was Josiah's rival. Which leads us to one of the main suspects, was a man named Frank Jones. He was a local businessman and a state senator of Iowa. He had known Josiah Moore for many years and had worked in the same field as him. Josiah had once been the top salesman for Frank Jones's farm equipment, and after 7 years of working for him, Josiah decided to leave the firm in 1907. He then started his own business and became the top competitor of his old boss, Frank Jones. He took business away from Frank, including a very successful John Deere dealership, so Frank saw this as betrayal. Now there was bad blood between the two of them, and the locals suspected that the businessmen hated each other. Rumors had even spread that Josiah was having an affair with Frank's daughter-in-law. There was no evidence of this, but the rumor spread anyway. Whenever the two men would see each other in town, one of them would cross the street so they could avoid each other. A religious element also played into their rivalry. Since the nature of the murders were so horrific, the local religious communities had formed their own opinions on who could do such a thing. Even local ministers went to investigate the crime scene. The town was basically split into 2 religions, Methodist and Presbyterian. The 2 religions often didn't get along in the small town. Josiah was a Presbyterian and Frank was a Methodist. The Presbyterians accused Frank of murder while the Methodists defended him. Even though some thought it was a stretch that Frank would seek out revenge by killing Josiah and his entire family over a simple business feud, some thought it was a possibility. And if Frank didn't actually do the killing himself, maybe he hired a hitman to do it for him. To many of the locals, Frank didn't seem like the deranged killer who would bash in skulls over 30 times or use uncooked bacon in a strange perverted ritual. So many thought that Frank had found the most rabid person with homicidal tendencies and let them loose on the Moore family home. A private investigator named James Wilkerson was confident about this theory. He even thought he had found the exact killer who had been unleashed, and the suspect was named William Mansfield. William had become the prime suspect in the axe murders in Blue Island, Illinois. William was known for his excessive use of cocaine and had also gone by the names George Worley and Jack Turnbaugh through the years. It had been 4 years since the Villisca murders when they finally arrested William in 1916. 2 years after the Villisca murders, William was accused of murdering his wife, their infant child, his father-in-law, and his mother-in-law in Blue Island, Illinois on July 5, 1914. The private investigator also thought he was connected to axe murders that happened in Paola, Kansas 4 days before the Villisca murders. He also thought William was connected to the murders of 2 women in Aurora, Colorado. According to the PI's investigation, all the murders had been committed in the same way. The victims were bludgeoned with an axe. PI James Wilkerson was so confident about William committing the murders that he said he could prove that William was present in each of these places on the night of the murders. He also claimed that during each of these murders, mirrors were covered with bed sheets. A lantern had been left at the foot of each bed, and a bowl of water was found in every kitchen where the murderer washed their hands, just like the Villisca murders. But in each of the crime scenes, the murderer was careful to avoid leaving fingerprints by wearing gloves. The PI thought that William was smart enough to wear gloves because he knew his fingerprints were on file at the federal military prison at Leavenworth. The PI eventually managed to convince a grand jury to open a formal investigation in 1916. After that, William was arrested and brought to Montgomery County all the way from Kansas City, and here they began court proceedings. A restaurant owner by the name of R.H. Thorpe identified William as the man he saw in the morning after the murder that was boarding a train in Clarinda, just a few miles south of Villisca. But the jury quickly realized that William's payroll records provided a foolproof alibi for him. Somehow the PI had completely missed this. William had actually been in Illinois at the time of the Villisca murders, hundreds of miles away. He was then released for lack of evidence. Later on, he won a lawsuit that he brought against private investigator James Wilkerson, and he was awarded $2,225, which is over $60,000 in today's money.
Damn.
But still, the PI wouldn't give up his theory. He believed that there was political pressure coming from Senator Frank Jones that resulted in William's release. It took a toll on his political career, and by 1917 he had lost his position as an Iowa state senator. So the PI thought that Frank was acting behind the scenes to try and save his political career. Some also think that Frank had manipulated the detectives at the crime scene to let locals inside and ruin what little evidence they had. Even though the evidence against Frank was thin at best, many believed he was the mastermind behind it all. Even the father of the Stillinger sisters thought that Frank was behind the killing, and he took that belief all the way to his grave. Many other Presbyterians held the same belief, but many were accused of bigotry against Frank because he was a Methodist. Still, P.I. Wilkerson thought Frank desperately wanted the spotlight off of him. It was later discovered that Wilkerson was using money from the case to fund a political career of his own. A few years later, he was found having an affair with the wife of a client. And after this was the end of his career as a private investigator. But he still believed Frank was responsible. He also believed he was working behind the scenes to push the police to arrest a man known as Reverend Lynn George Jackline Kelly, which this is when Reverend George took the spotlight. George was a traveling preacher, and he came to the United States in 1904. He and his wife Kelly traveled around the states, and George quickly got a reputation for himself. He got in trouble for his sexual deviancies, like looking through people's windows and sending lewd pictures of himself through the mail. Him and his wife finally settled down in Macedonia, Iowa in 1912 after years of preaching through the Midwest. The farming communities north of Villisca quickly became familiar with George and his strange behavior. Rumors spread that he had once suffered a massive mental breakdown and spent time in an institution. But despite his reputation, he was still known as a holy man. So on the day before the murders, George was invited to attend the Children's Day Festival at the Presbyterian Church on June 9, 1912. He had just gotten off a steam train and stepped into town. He was a strange-looking man with a sharp face and leathery skin, and he spoke with an English accent which made him stand out. In the weeks and months prior to the murders, his congregation noticed that he had been sending out strange and incoherent letters. His congregation later reached out to police because they suspected he might have been a part of the murders. And when the cops began investigating him, things seemed to line up. George had arrived the day before the murders and attended the same festival the Moores family did, and by the next day he was gone. He was seen boarding a train at 5:19 a.m. leaving Villisca. While on the train, he spoke with an elderly couple, and supposedly he even mentioned the terrible murders that had occurred in the town, but the bodies wouldn't be discovered until 3 hours later. Some of the physical evidence also pointed toward George as a suspect. He was left-handed, and the blood spatters in the bedroom suggested that the killer was also left-handed. Since George had a history of sexual deviance, they tried to connect any evidence of a sexual crime in the Moores house. The second physician in the house noted that one of the Stillinger girls had her nightgown raised up and her underwear had been removed. Her body had also been moved, unlike the others. Police knew that she had been repositioned by the killer since her brain matter and blood were smeared on the pillow and bed sheets, almost like she had been dragged down the bed a few feet. And some had a theory that the raw bacon they found was used as an artificial vagina, so as far as they knew, this might have been a sexual crime. But when interviewed, the physician denied that he had thought there was enough evidence to suggest a sexual assault took place. When police began interviewing townsfolk and questioning them about the Reverend, some of them even mentioned that they saw the Reverend stalking the Moores family around town. A
Hmm.
dry cleaner in town later reported receiving a bag of blood-stained clothes from the Reverend a few days after the killings. Most of this evidence had come to light within a few weeks after the murders. Meanwhile, the police didn't know the Reverend was doing his own investigation on the murders. Only 2 weeks after the murders had taken place, law enforcement offered a tour of the Moore house. The purpose was to bring investigators up to speed on the investigation. So when they opened the doors, Reverend Kelly arrived pretending that he was a detective from Scotland Yard. For those that don't know, Scotland Yard is the headquarters of the police responsible for policing the 32 boroughs of London. He didn't even wear a disguise, but his accent and his confidence convinced the officers. Some believed he returned to the crime scene to take pride in his killings. When police later looked into his background, they found out that George had been raised by religious vicars. These were people who had religious leadership in a particular church. And as the theory goes, George was extremely religious and tormented by his sins. The bedsheets were placed over the victims and the mirrors because maybe the killer was religious and deeply ashamed about what they had done. In the summer of 1917, George ended up being arrested for the murders. The police even managed to get a confession out of him. He said he had killed the children upstairs first and the children downstairs last. He believed that God wanted him to do it this way. The word "slay utterly" had come to his mind. He believed God had whispered to him, saying, "Suffer the children to come unto me." So he picked up the axe, went into the house, and killed them all. They then charged him with murder. But the confession was later withdrawn before his trial began. He claimed that he was beaten and tortured by the police and they had coerced him into confessing. His face was even bruised during the trial, like he had just been recently beaten in jail. So the prosecutor's case against George fell apart in court. And also there was no solid evidence that could connect the Reverend to the murders. So the first trial resulted in a hung jury. And during his second trial, he was acquitted in November of 1917. Some believe Reverend George was scapegoated because he was a strange man and a sexual deviant. Others thought his trial was only connected by a few coincidences. But some believe he was the maniac who murdered the Moore family in cold blood. Either way, Reverend George Kelly was let free and he tried to live a quiet life. He ended up moving to Kansas City and then to Connecticut, and finally he ended up in New York City. And the last years of his life and his final resting place are unknown to this day. Today's episode is sponsored by PayPal Honey. Thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes this holiday is a thing of the past. Honey is a free shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart. It supports over 30,000 stores online, ranging from tech and gaming products to popular fashion brands and even food delivery. I was buying some Christmas gifts from a tech store online, and once I added everything to my cart, I just go to checkout, and before I go to pay, a little drop-down box pops down in my browser and it says, apply coupons, which Honey had found 4 different coupons. All I did was hit apply, and boom, a few seconds later, it applied the best discount it could possibly add to my cart, and I just watched the money fall from the total. The best thing about Honey is that it's free to add to your device, and if you're not using it to shop this holiday season, then you are missing out on tons and tons of savings. You can even add it to your iPhone too. Just enable it on Safari and you can find savings on the go. So if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out on holiday deals. It's literally free and installs in a few seconds. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this podcast. So get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/lightsout. That's joinhoney.com/lightsout. But during the investigation, police constantly circled back to the idea that a wandering homeless person committed the crimes. A local homeless man was caught mumbling crazy things to himself, and he was quickly reported to police in June of 1912, just after the murders. His name ended up being Andy Sawyer. According to Thomas Dyer, a Creston Bridge foreman and a pile driver for the Burlington Railroad, Andy had approached him and his crew. It was 6 a.m. on the morning the murders were discovered. He was apparently clean-shaven and he wore a brown suit, but his shoes were covered in mud and his pants were wet up to his knees. Andy asked Thomas for a job, and luckily Thomas had an opening. Later that evening, him and his crew went through Fontanelle, Iowa. They noticed Andy purchased a newspaper and went off to read it by himself. The newspaper had a front page article about the Villisca massacre, and according to Thomas, Andy was really interested in it. As days went on, the crew complained that Andy slept with his clothes on and was always anxious to be alone. They also noticed that he liked to sleep with his axe in his hands. And when given the chance, he would always randomly bring up the Villisca murders and whether or not the killer had been caught. It was clear he had become obsessed with the case. One day, Andy even personally told his boss Thomas that he had been in Villisca that Sunday night when the murders occurred. He told him he was afraid that he might have ended up being a suspect, which is why he left town and showed up in Creston looking for a job. Creston is about 40 miles east of Villisca. A few more days passed and Andy was still working with the crew. And one day Thomas had walked up behind Andy. He saw him sitting there with both hands on his head. He was intensely rubbing his head like he was in pain. When he noticed that Thomas was behind him, he suddenly jumped up and screamed, "I will cut your goddamn heads off." While he screamed, he picked up his axe and began swinging it into the air. After this, Thomas called the police and turned him over to the sheriff on June 18, 1912. Later, Thomas's son testified against Andy. He said that one day as the crew drove through Villisca, Andy pointed out the exact location where the killer had escaped town. He told everyone in the truck that the killer jumped over a manure box, crossed the railroad tracks, and then made it to an old tree where he stepped into the creek. It was at that point that the men remembered that the first day Andy had showed up to work, his pants were wet up to his knees and his shoes were caked in mud. However, Andy was later dismissed as a suspect when they had proven that he had been in Osceola, Iowa on the night of the murders. It turned out he had actually been arrested that night for vagrancy, and the sheriff had put him on a train at 11 p.m. on the night the Moore family was murdered. Still, the police kept following the theory that the killer was a wandering homeless person. Even William Mansfield, the suspect that might have been hired by Frank Jones, believed that the murders were done by a wandering serial killer. A federal officer named Matthew McClaughry was assigned to the Villisca case early on. His work on the case was brought to light in 1913 when he came close to solving not only the Villisca murders, but 22 other murders that had been committed in the Midwest around the same time. And this suspect might have been one of the United States' first recorded serial killers. The federal agent noticed a string of similar murders in 1911 and 1912. A family had been axed to death in Colorado Springs. A steel pipe massacre occurred in Monmouth, Oregon. 2 more murders happened in Kansas, and the most recent of these murders had happened just a few days before the massacre in Villisca. The federal agent believed that the perpetrator of these crimes might have been a man named Henry Lee Moore, and he had been convicted of murdering his own mother and grandmother in Columbia, Missouri just months after the murders in Villisca. All of these other victims had also been brutally beaten to death with an axe. The more the federal agent dug into Henry's past, the more he could see some connections to the Villisca massacre. Henry Lee Moore was born on November 1st, 1874 in Boone County, Missouri. He was the oldest son of Enoch and Georgia Ann Wilson Moore. His father was a farmer and he had actually served in the Civil War. His mother was a nurse. Henry ended up having 3 younger brothers through the years, and for some time Henry had lived with a family in Franklin County, Iowa, and worked as a farmhand. He might have even fathered a child with one of the younger daughters of the farmer. He also found work as a blacksmith helper at various car shops in Moberly, along the Wabash Railroad. People described Henry as a friendly-looking man, but noticed that he had some strange habits. He had a morbid curiosity of visiting morgues out in St. Louis. He would go in and ask if he could look at the dead bodies. Not only that, he also collected newspaper scraps from infamous criminal cases, like Holly Harvey Crippen, who had murdered his own wife. Despite his strange habits, Henry was a ladies' man. He often communicated with several women at once through his letters. He kept up these relationships for months. Eventually, he was sentenced to the Kansas State Reformatory in Hutchinson, Kansas on a forgery charge, but he was later released on parole on April 11, 1911. Sometime after his release, Henry began a relationship with a 16-year-old girl named Queenie Nichols. Through his letters, he professed his love to her, but Queenie rejected him because he didn't own any property. He wrote back to her that soon his mother's house would be his own, along with all of her money. In the winter of 1912, Henry caught a train home to Columbia, where his mother and grandmother lived on the outskirts of town. By then, 2 of his brothers, Tilden and Turner, as well as his father, had passed away before 1910. Henry's last remaining brother, Charles, ended up leaving home soon after this, so the only people living in the house were Henry's mother and maternal grandmother. And then on the night of December 17, 1912, Henry booked a room at the Central Hotel under the alias L. Smith. He then went over to his mother's house and snuck inside with a rusty axe and a broken wooden handle. Inside, he found his 63-year-old mother, Georgia, sitting in a chair by herself. She was in the living room rubbing ointment on her joints. Henry snuck up behind her with the axe in his hands. He lifted the axe up overhead and swung downward, and with one swing he killed her with one hit, but he ended up striking her in the head several more times. After checking to make sure she was dead, Henry moved down the hallway to the bedroom where his 82-year-old grandmother, Mary Wilson, slept. Despite the noise of the murder in the living room, Mary Wilson didn't wake up, so Henry used this to his advantage. He snuck into her bedroom, and as she slept, he drove the axe into her neck and her head several times. Both women died before they could even understand what was going on. Henry then escaped the house and threw the axe into a nearby ditch, and he returned to his hotel room still covered in blood. He tried to clean it off in a hurry, but he left several bloodstains on the bed sheets, his clothes, and his arms. The following day, he returned to his mother's house and pretended to have just found the bodies. He screamed over to the neighbors, and they called the police. When they arrived, they asked Henry where he had been staying the night before, and Henry told them that he had stayed at a hotel in the town. But Henry was sloppy. It wasn't long before they found all the bloodstains he had left behind, and when they questioned him about it, he couldn't give them an explanation. Police also found an insurance policy hidden in Moore's pocket. Strange enough, it turned out to be an insurance policy on Henry's own life payable to his mother. They ended up arresting Henry for the murder of his mother and grandmother. During interrogations, he refused to comment, but he loved talking about himself, his poetry, and how he was innocent of the crimes. He said that he'd only come back in town to celebrate Christmas with his family, and he just happened to find his mother and grandmother dead. When local newspapers started reporting about how he used to visit morgues, he denied it. He then told police that nobody in his family had ever been convicted of a crime, that they were a perfect family. He also told them that he had a degree from Kansas State Agricultural College, but police figured out that Henry was a compulsive liar and possibly a drug addict. He was soon charged with the murders and found guilty on March 14, 1913, and he was sentenced to life in prison. His attorney later tried to appeal to the Supreme Court, but the request was denied. Federal agent Matthew McClaughry caught wind of Henry Moore through letters sent to him by a prison official, and he tried to connect the murders in several other cases to Henry. He noticed that there were no axe murders before April 27, 1911, and there were none after Henry was caught in December 1912. This would make the Moore family massacre one of the last killings before he murdered his mother and grandmother. Unfortunately, all the evidence was circumstantial. Even when the locals heard the federal agent's theory on a potential serial killer, they didn't believe it. So many suspects had come to light, the public only wanted hard evidence. After all the theories, suspects, and acquittals, the public wanted something solid, but no one could connect Henry Moore to the crime scene. Plus, none of the other murders had evidence of the killer covering the reflective surfaces with bed sheets, washing their hands in the kitchen bowl, covering the bodies, or leaving raw bacon at the scene. Only 2 of the other connected crime scenes had covered windows, but that wasn't an uncommon way to cover windows back then. So in the end, the MO didn't match. Like most of the other theories, he had no hard evidence, and they never charged Henry with the murders. I don't know about you, but for so long, whenever I've cooked meals, all the food scraps always end up in the garbage. And then what happens is those food scraps end up sitting in my garbage in my kitchen for several days before the whole garbage can smells absolutely terrible, and then I take it outside and throw it away. Well, now that has all changed since I got a Lomi. The Lomi allows me to turn my food scraps into dirt with the push of a button. Lomi is a countertop electric composter that turns scraps to dirt in under 4 hours. Best of all, there's no smell when it runs, and it is really, really quiet. And since I've been using Lomi for a couple weeks now, I have way less garbage each week. Just the other night, I was cooking some steak with some salad, and the leftover scraps from the salad and all the veggies, as well as some of the steak scraps, I ended up putting in the Lomi, and seriously, within a couple hours, those scraps have been reduced to dirt, which then my wife used to pot some plants in the house. So it's a win-win situation. Not only am I throwing out less garbage, but I'm also providing my plants with some of the best nutrient-rich dirt money can buy. So if you want to start making a positive environmental impact or just clean up after dinner that much easier, Lomi is perfect for you. Head to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout to get $50 off your Lomi. That's $50 off when you go to lomi.com/lightsout and use promo code lightsout at checkout. Food waste is gross, and Lomi is your solution. With the holidays just around the corner, Lomi will be the perfect gift for someone on your shopping list. But that leads us to another theory about a possible serial killer that eventually came to light. The suspect is famously known as the Man from the Train,
and his murder spree began with a man named J. Wesley Allen. He was known as the strong man with a short temper, and he lived out in rural Maine with his
Bruh.
wife and young daughter on a large farm. The property sat on Greenville Road, which led into the town of Shirley. Travelers would come by his farm asking for directions or some water before continuing on their journey. Others were looking for work. But the angry farmer there would always send them away without helping. On May 12, 1902, Jay's closest neighbor saw a red glow up in the sky above his farm. The neighbors thought something was wrong, but none of them liked their neighbor enough to care, so no one bothered to stop by. The next morning, a man was walking his children to school when he found that the Allen household was completely burned to the ground. J. Wesley Allen was found dead inside the barn. He had been bludgeoned to death with his own axe, and there were no signs of defense. And since he was known as a strong man, investigators figured the killer had taken him by surprise while doing his evening chores. The bodies of his wife and his child were found in the farmhouse bedrooms. Both of them were beaten to death in their sleep. The killer had returned Jay's corpse and beaten it over and over again with the axe. He beat him so hard that the wooden axe handle splintered into two. The metal axe blade was later found near the body in the barn. Investigators believe that the attacker had lit the farmhouse and the barn on fire separately. When they searched the perimeter of the property, they came across a local shack that belonged to a local handyman. It had been broken into, and a revolver was missing from inside. An unknown pack of matches had also been left on the table. Police ran with the theory that J. Wesley Allen had gotten into a fight with the suspect earlier in the day. Then the suspect broke into the shack, waited there until nightfall, and then attacked the family. The owner of the shack, Henry Lambert, became the prime suspect. He was known as a loner, and there were accusations that he was obsessed with 14-year-old Carrie Allen. He was educationally challenged and illiterate, and they easily convicted him of the murders. But several years later, he was exonerated. As for the murders, the investigation ended and no one else was charged for the crime. Between the years of 1898 and 1912, 29 mass murders happened across the United States. These mass murders claimed the lives of 101 men, women, and children, and many of the crimes were similar to the Villisca Axe murders. It's believed that the killer was introverted and sexually frustrated, and they killed out of a strong feeling of hatred towards the society that had wronged them. According to the theory, this man from the train crossed the country for over a decade, usually worked as a lumberjack and a farmhand, and he was a hard worker and had a special talent for what he did. When there was no more work, he would hop on a train and move over to the next state. When he didn't find work, it's believed this was when he was the most dangerous. He would hop off a slow-moving train and come into an unfamiliar town. Once he caught sight of a family residence, he would feel his rage beginning to grow. On July 28, 1904, a tragedy happened in the small settlement of Colfax, Georgia. That evening, a family of 5 was slaughtered just outside of town, and their home was only a few hundred yards from the local train tracks. Henry Hughes was a farmer, and he was bludgeoned to death with his own axe while he was working out in his yard. The attacker then broke into the main house and murdered his 2 infant children. He
Damn.
went on to beat the man's wife and 9-year-old daughter to death. The killer then dragged the bodies into one room and set the house on fire. After police investigated the scene, they found out the 2 female victims had been molested. The locals quickly accused a nearby settlement of African-American sharecroppers. They arrested 2 of the workers before an angry mob lynched them. As far as the police were concerned, the crime was solved. Meanwhile, the killer was likely moving on to his next victims. 2 years later,
Wow.
the murders would be repeated in almost the exact same way. On the early morning of July 13, 1906, a young girl named Addie Lyerly woke up to find her house in North Carolina was on fire. A few feet away from her, her 6-year-old sister Alice was bleeding out from a wound to her head. She was still alive and slowly dying. Addie woke up her older sister and they both ran to their parents' bedroom. But inside they found the body of their parents battered, bloody, and dumped on the floor. They had been covered with blood-soaked bed sheets. All the young girls could do was go back and get their wounded sister and drag her out of the burning building. The front door was still wide open after the attacker had left the scene. They laid their sister down on the ground, and they tried to scream for help when a deafening horn of a train passed by, as their home was only a few hundred yards from the train tracks. And again, the local black community was blamed. An angry
Again.
mob overpowered the local militia and hanged 2 suspects who had been arrested on suspicion of the murders. And again, local police figured that the case was closed. During this particular time in history, literacy rates were low across the United States. Local newspapers were slow at reporting serious crimes in neighboring areas, and barely anyone could read anyway. So no one would connect these crimes until more than a decade later. Since there were no black or Mexican communities to blame for the murders in Villisca, it was up to investigators to actually do their jobs. But they wouldn't realize that there were many more murders connected to the mysterious man on the train. On September 21st, 1909, a man named George Meadows woke up to the sound of his dogs barking outside his farmhouse in Hurley, Virginia. He went outside to check the dogs when he was shot twice in the stomach. The attacker then swung an axe into his head and knocked him unconscious. His wife, mother-in-law, and 3 children were then massacred inside the farmhouse. Their skulls were crushed using the blunt end of the axe. While his family was slaughtered, George was still alive. He laid on the ground outside of his home, bleeding out as he heard his family being murdered inside. The killer then came back outside and discovered that George was still breathing. He took the axe and drove it into George's neck, separating his head from his shoulders. A local resident named Howard Little had a history of violence and had been convicted of murder while working as a private detective. His wife had discovered that he was planning on leaving her for another woman. So she went to the police and claimed that Howard wasn't home on the night of the murders. Howard was then arrested and charged with the crimes. 2 years later, he was actually executed by the electric chair. He had claimed he was innocent down to his last breath. Only a year later, a man named George Bernhardt was murdered with a pickaxe in his barn in rural Missouri. His son and a farm worker went looking for him, and their fate was the same as George's. They were both murdered with a pickaxe, and the killer hid their bodies under bales of hay. The killer then broke into the farmhouse and hunted down George's wife. He found her hiding in a closet and beat her to death with a metal clock weight. The police ended up arresting a neighbor who had a long feud with the family. Eventually, the suspect was released due to lack of evidence. But all of these murders seemed to point toward the same killer. This killer never stole any money or valuables from the crime scene, and he would often cover the faces of his victims after they were dead. Early on, he tried to burn the properties down to hide the evidence, but later he would only lock the doors and cover the windows before leaving. All of the crime scenes were within close walking distance to a nearby train tracks. He would also kill his victims using...
Real quick, what can I use it for energy for Strand? Because I can't find shit. What am I looking up? What am I looking up? What am I looking up? Strand.
Here are 17 things that every Strand hunter should know. Popping your super gives you full abilities. Though you get infinite grapples, if you have the grapple grenade equipped, you can only use 2 charges in the air at a time. As soon as you touch the ground, you get both of those charges instantly refreshed. This is not to be confused with using already existing grapple points. If you're creating a new grapple point, you can only use 2 in the air before needing to touch the ground. Even if you aren't running the grapple grenade, your grenade actually gets converted to a grapple while you are in your super. However, you only end up being able to use 1 charge instead of 2 compared to when you use the actual grapple grenade. You can hang infinitely on your grapple as long as you continue to keep the grapple point in your FOV. As soon as it leaves your FOV, you will disconnect from the grapple point. The threat of ascent buff you see on the side of your screen is the duration your most recent grapple point has before it will disappear. It is also the timer for your increased airborne effectiveness and handling buff. You may notice that your melee icon changes while you are in the middle of grappling. It switches from your threaded spike icon to a generic fist icon. While this fist icon is active, you can perform a melee lunge mid-air to either attack an enemy or as a means of advanced movement. One thing I've noticed is that if you're using a controller and your melee keybind is set to auto melee, sometimes your threaded spike melee will activate instead of the melee lunge, even though the generic fist icon is showing. The way you can fix this is by unbinding your auto melee keybind and switching it to your uncharged melee keybind. This should allow you to consistently use the melee lunge after you grapple. Woven Mail is a new buff that grants damage reduction and flinch resistance. And one of the ways to activate this is by using the new exotic helmet, Seared Arachne's Facade. This simply gives you Woven Mail for 10 seconds each time you use your grapple. I'll explain how the damage reduction benefit can be infinitely
This
refreshed
is for
in just a
PvP.
second, but the flinch resistance buff cannot be refreshed infinitely. It will cycle through its cooldown as normal, and then once it's completely gone, you can refresh it. The damage
So a few days ago, I made a video discussing the potential god rolls for the new Waveframe GL from Iron Banner, Tusk of the Boar, a Strand GL at that. And during that, I asked you guys if you'd like to see the Strand builds that I was using in the footage in the background. A bunch of you said yes, so here we are. Today I'll be talking about what I'm dubbing as the Infinite Chains build. This build caters around maximizing both your abilities and the use of the new Waveframe, and they complement each other very well. Tusk of the Boar's job is of course going to be just mowing down waves of enemies, but it will also be doing other things in the process. First, it'll be generating ores of power, and that might not sound like a big deal, but it actually gets the motor going, so to speak. The other thing it'll be doing is creating both tangles and threadlings, and additionally, as it creates tangles, it'll also blow up any tangles in its path, which instantly activates them, and then turns them into Beyblades, which will hunt down any additional enemies that might have been left over from the Waveframe. In other words, Tusk of the Boar and tangles feed into each other very well and synergize. The best way I can put it is it's like having your own pet Pokemon running around with you that just so happens to be murdering everything in sight. You know, exactly like the show. Anyway, let's get into the build. And first we have the class screen. By the way, as I go over this, I should note also that I'll have a dim link for this build either in the description or the pinned comment below, one of those. So, let's start with abilities. I have Gambler's Dodge on to get my melee.
So
Really
our
don't
goal
want to
in
use it
today's
like
video
that.
is to answer the question, can this hunter build carry my two random teammates from an LFG post in a Grandmaster Nightfall for that sweet loot? Can this build carry? Well, here's a quick sneak peek to the results, and as you can see, I put 2 Guardians in my backpack today, and I also didn't use any cheese in the boss room whatsoever. We cleared it in about 25 minutes, so I'd say that's pretty good for an LFG group, and I think that's how good this build is when you understand it and play it properly. The LFG Finder was introduced this season, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have been using it already, and have probably come across some very interesting Guardians in your LFG experiences. I ran a GM the other day with someone using Ashen Wakes for the Solar Fusion Grenades, but they were on the Void Titan subclass. So you never know what you get when it comes to LFG, and you need to be able to make up for those blueberries and possibly put them in your backpack for a nice little ride. Since we have such a long season ahead of us, I've been thinking about making this a little series, something like Carry the Team, or Does This Build
I
Carry?
want Wish
Just make an
Ender.
LFG post with the Destiny 2 Finder, and only run Grandmasters with these builds, and see if we can't help some people clear those Grandmasters, and show off builds that truly can carry you and your fire team if you use those builds correctly. So let me know what you guys think about that down in the comments. And anyone that
The Wishkeeper exotic bow is finally here in Season of the Wish, and I've already tested out with a couple of different strand builds. I already planned on making an updated Hunter strand build, especially with the bonuses on the artifact, but this bow just really brought it together. Now, I'm not going to give you any spoilers about the mission or anything like that. Definitely experience it for yourself. If you want a guide, definitely look one up. It's honestly a very easy mission, even soloable. It's still very easy, but let's just dive right into it. So let's talk about the exotic bow. Now, it is craftable just like previous exotic mission weapons that we can get. Again, over the next coming weeks, we are going to get bonuses to the Snare Weaver intrinsic perk. If you don't know what it does, precision hits and final blows build energy towards the Snare Weaver arrow that can be fired from the hip. On impact, Snare Weaver arrows create a pattern of traps to suspend nearby targets. Essentially, it's a mix between Hierarchy of Needs and the Vergil's Curve. Again, we need the precision hits and kills to build up the main arrow, and then we can hip fire it to use it. And again, we'll be able to get a variety of bowstrings and arrows on top of that with grips. And then we have its trait perk, which is Silkbound Slayer, which automatically comes on the weapon. So this weapon deals bonus damage to suspended targets, gain faster draw time for a short duration when you suspend a target from any source, or damage a suspended target with this weapon. Suspend is going to be a big factor with this bow and it performing very well. And like I said, over the next coming weeks, we will be able to get some catalyst refits for it. Again, we can get Vorpal Weapon refit with Hatchling refit as well, but we do have some 2 perks that are very specific toward it, which is Enduring Snare refit, so Snare Weaver traps last longer. Then we also have Multi-Threaded Snare refit, which Snare Weaver traps can suspend more targets. And we're going to be pairing the bow with the 6 Coyote exotic chest armor, and its perk, pretty basic. You gain a second dodge charge. Now, I do want to cover the Threadrunner subclass before we dive into the artifact perks, because we do have a couple of options that we can use with this build, and we can switch in and out, so I'm going to go over those. So for this first setup, I'm going to be using the Marksman's Dodge because that's a faster cooldown than Gambler's Dodge. Main reason is because I'm going to be using the Ensnaring Slam aspect, so you can activate your air move to consume your class ability energy and dive to the ground, suspending all nearby targets on impact. That's kind of the main thing with this. I want a faster dodge cooldown so I can use it more often. Now, for other stuff, I'm using triple jump for movement, but you can use what you like. We have the one melee, which is the Threaded Spike. No, it can hit multiple targets and sever them. And then I'm going to be using the grapple for the grapple melee portion. And then our other aspect I'm going to be using, which will be on both builds, is the Whirling Maelstrom. So destroying a tangle will weave a violent writhing mass of strand fibers. The strand mass seeks out and damages targets, emitting unraveling projectiles when it defeats them. So that's the main thing, is unravel. And we're going to talk about why this is important when we get to the artifact perks. For our fragments, I'm going to be using Thread Generation, so any damage I deal gives me grenade energy. It is on -10 to discipline, but we can get the grapple back pretty quickly. Highly recommend Thread of Warding, so when you pick up an Orb of Power, you get Woven Mail, which increases damage resistance. No, it is a -10 to resilience. I like Thread of Mind with this one, so defeating suspended targets grants class ability energy, which means we can get that dodge back faster, which means we can use Ensnaring Slam again. And then for the last one, I like Thread of Mind with this one. So defeating suspended targets grants class ability energy, which means we can get that dodge back faster, which means we can use Ensnaring Slam again. And then for the last one, I like Thread of Wisdom. So defeating a suspended target creates an Orb of Power. For the second setup, I did change out a couple things. So for this one, I am going to be using the Gambler's Dodge, mainly so when I dodge near target, I can get my melee back. And again, we will have 2 dodges, so I can throw a melee, dodge near target, get my melee again, use it again, dodge again, and we can kind of have this continuous cycle because of
That's what I was
things
thinking.
on mods and the artifact and whatnot. But I'm still using triple jump, but I traded out the grapple for the Shackle Grenade. Again, you toss this out, it'll suspend targets. The main reason is because I actually switched out Ensnaring Slam for Widow's Silk. Widow's Silk gives me an additional grenade, so now I get 2 Shackle Grenades, which means I can suspend more targets. I am still using Whirling Maelstrom, though. Now for fragments, I am still using Generation, Warding, and then Wisdom, but I switched out Mind for Continuity. So with Continuity, Suspend, Unravel, and Sever effects applied to targets have an increased duration. So all of the effects that will be causing, Suspend, Sever, and Unravel, will be able to proc all 3. All those things will last longer. Now with the artifact, we do have some cool strand bonuses. First up being Unraveling Orbs. So picking up an Orb of Power grants strand weapons Unraveling Rounds, which means the bow can get Unraveling Rounds, which means it can proc Unraveling and also deal with anti-barrier champions. Just make sure you don't have Unstoppable Bow on. If you still want to rock Unstoppable Bow, that's fine. I don't think you can take advantage of both with the bow at the same time, so just keep that in mind. But that leads into Horde Shuttle. So damaging unraveled targets with a weapon occasionally spawns a threading. So any target that's affected by Unravel, whether it is with the bow or with our Whirling Maelstrom and all the unraveling projectiles going out, we can also spawn threadlings on top of everything else we're doing. I'm also going to take advantage of Flame, Fiber, and Freeze for the Solar Strand Siphon mod on the helmet. Also recommend Flint Striker if you're going to be using a solar weapon, which I'd highly recommend. So Rapid Solar Weapon, Precision Hits, and Final Blows, that's kind of going to be the main one here. Those will grant you Radiant. Now, once you're Radiant, we do get a couple bonuses. First up being Kindling Trigger. So our solar weapons will be able to apply Scorch to unscorched targets while we're Radiant, and will deal increased weapon damage to combatants affected by strand and stasis debuffs. With all these strand debuffs we're going to be causing, Radiant and proccing it, once we get it, it's basically just free bonus weapon damage for all Radiant.
Is that the
and
Catalyst?
proccing it, once we get it, it's basically just free bonus weapon damage for all of our weapons across the board. Now, I would also recommend From Whence You Came for the increased ability damage to take into scoring combatants. Wishing to Being I really like, because when your super is nearly full, ability Final Blows spawn Orbs of Power. It's basically just free Orbs of Power. And then I personally like Argent Ordnance since I'm going to be using a rocket, so it'll do increased damage. It does consume an armor charge, but might as well get the free damage. You could switch this out for Solar Operative if you would like as well, but this is how I like my setup. Next, let's talk about the armor mods. Like I said, I am taking advantage of the Solar Strand Dual Siphon mod, so Rapid Solar and Strand Weapon Final Blows will create Orbs of Power for me. And then I personally like hands-on, so I gain bonus super energy on melee kills, but you could also use Dynamo as well. So it reduces super cooldown when using your class ability near targets. And again, if you need ammo, you could switch out for Heavy Ammo Finder, Special Ammo Finder, whatever, but I like this setup. On the gauntlets, I do like impact induction, so when I cause damage with my melee attack, it gives me a cooldown to my grenade. And then with focusing strike and bolstering detonation, anytime I do melee damage or grenade damage, it gives me a cooldown to my class ability. If you did want to switch one of these out for impact induction, so you have double impact induction, so you get more grenade back whenever you use your melee, that's totally fine. On the chest piece, you can rock whatever combination of reserve and resistance mods. Again, I do like solar reserves because I'm using a solar rocket and solar special weapons, and then whatever resistance mods that you'd like. On the boots, I like recuperation, so whenever I pick up an orbit power, I get health back. Considering there's not any way on the subclass to gain health back, again, we do get damage resistance with Woven Mail, but you definitely want something that gives you just health back immediately just like that. And I'm also rocking Solar and Strand Weapon Surge, so I gain bonus.
Hmm. Hmm.
Tools or weapons that were found on the property, and he usually used the blunt edge of the tool to bludgeon the victims in the head. He often targeted family homes at night, and they often had young daughters inside, and many of the murders also had traces of sexual assault. Even though these murders had been happening for 13 years, they weren't officially linked until 1911. On March 22nd, 1911, a school caretaker and his family were beaten to death in San Antonio, Texas. The house had been locked and the windows had been sealed with bed sheets. Neighbors broke into the home to try and help the family, but all they found were dead bodies and a bloodied axe that was left in the middle of the house.
Damn.
10 weeks later, William Hill was murdered along with his wife and 2 young children in the town of Ardenwald, Oregon. The murderer had stolen an axe from the neighbor's yard to bash in their heads while they were sleeping. He then covered the windows of the house with bed sheets before locking the doors. The authorities finally linked the 2 crimes together, but it was already too late. An elderly couple in Rainier, Washington had been murdered with an axe while they slept in their beds at a small railway stop. Police noticed that the couple hadn't been robbed, and later in the summer the killer most likely found work as a logger. And when the weather turned cold, he headed north to find employment in the mining communities. He clearly had plenty of money, but he pretended to be poor so he could hide his true identity. He also never mentioned or bragged about his crimes, and he never took trophies from the crime scenes. Some claim to know who this killer was. Out in West Brookfield, Massachusetts, there is a small farmstead located not far from the Boston to Albany railway line. A man named Francis D. Newton lived here with his wife and young daughter. On January 7th, 1898, Francis got into an argument with his farmhand, Paul Mueller. Paul was a German migrant who traveled to the U.S. in the late 1800s. He had arrived at Francis's door, desperately looking for work, so Francis hired him. Paul was known as a loner, and people described him as short and unattractive, and he could barely speak English. The argument between Francis and Paul set something off inside of him. Paul then stole the axe from the woodpile and smashed in the heads of all 3 family members in their sleep. He sexually assaulted the 2 dead women before covering their bodies with blankets. He then stole some valuable coins from the home and left the blood-soaked axe propped up next to the daughter's bed. He then placed blankets over the doors and windows before pouring kerosene all over the house. He turned on a lamp and left it nearby before locking the door and leaving. But the flame from the lamp never lit the kerosene, so the house never burnt down. Multiple eyewitnesses saw the farmhand running to the local train station to make his escape. A nationwide manhunt began, but the suspect was never caught. He rode a few trains and made sure to change directions to throw off anyone who tried to follow him. The detectives eventually gave up, and the killer became just another homeless man hopping trains. This case was buried for more than a century until Bill and Rachel James stumbled across it while researching the Villisca murders. They think Paul might have been the man that came across the angry farmer J. Wesley Allen, and after Jay yelled at Paul, this might have reminded him of being employed by Francis. Paul then might have broken into the nearby shack looking for shelter. Meanwhile, he plotted against Jay and later murdered his family. Over the next decade and a half, Paul might have continued his killing spree in the same way. And after the Villisca axe murders in 1912, the killings stopped. It's believed that Paul might have died, or maybe he went to prison under a different identity. Or he might have left the country and returned to mainland Europe after people realized that a serial killer was using the rail network to kill his victims.
Everyone wants to save cash this time of year, and America's Best Value Meal Kit helps you do just that. Every plate is 25% cheaper than grocery shopping, which means you can put the money you save towards gifts for friends, family, or yourself. And if you didn't know, Every Plate is now owned by HelloFresh, a leading meal kit company. Every Plate and HelloFresh, along with their other subsidiary, Green Chef, which have all sponsored the show at some point, bring you all different types of meal kits with a wide range of price points and offerings that are unique to each individual one. Every Plate is the best value, and I also find that their recipes contain tons of just good comfort food. I mean, who doesn't like cheddar mac and cheese for a cold winter night? They've got you covered. The recipes are really easy to make. The ingredients are very simple but fresh. And best of all, it's 58% cheaper than your average fast casual meal, and you can always feel good about what you're eating. Every Plate allows you to choose between 25 weekly recipes from their ever-changing menu. You can swap proteins and sides to your liking. You can change your schedule for delivery on all of your boxes whenever you want to. It's just super, super convenient, and with all of us ending the year on a busy note, now is the time. I got a special offer for you. You can get your first box for just $1.49 per meal by going to everyplate.com/podcast and entering code LIGHTSOUT149. Get started with Every Plate for just $1.49 per meal on your first box by going to everyplate.com/podcast and entering code LIGHTSOUT149. Make sure you enter code LIGHTSOUT149 there. Check it out today. I promise you won't regret it. And that leads us to mid-March of 1922. The Hinterkaifeck murders took place. This again was where an entire family was bludgeoned to death in a small farming town in Germany. Some believe this might have also been the work of Paul Mueller. By now, he would have been too old to have been drafted into the World War. He could have moved around post-war Germany in secret, continuing to kill. If Paul was the Villisca axe murderer, he might have killed countless victims while evading the authorities for decades. Again, there's no physical evidence that connects Paul Mueller to the crimes, but the killer's MO matches 29 mass murders that happened in the United States. But at the end of the day, the man on the train still remains a mystery, and we might never know the full scale of his crimes or what happened to him. So that leads us to present day, and as of today, this case is still unsolved.
Over the years, several other suspects have been arrested and questioned, but no solid evidence connected anyone else to the crime. Eyewitnesses had seen men hanging around the Moore's house the day before the crime. Others had seen a man step off of a train wearing shoes covered in blood, but each suspect led to a dead end. In March of 1917, a local minister for the Church of Christ in Oklahoma City told reporters that a man had confessed to the murders in Villisca on his deathbed, but the minister could not remember his name. He had met the man in a hotel in Radersburg, Montana, in July 1913, about a year after the crime. Right when the minister saw the man, he could tell he was at death's door. He was in incredible pain and lived only a short time after the minister arrived. They believed the man was dying from alcohol withdrawal. As he saw the minister enter the room, the man began confessing his crimes. He said he had been guilty of many things, and he wanted to get them off his chest before he died. But because he was dying, he could barely speak, and he was physically unable to go into the details of his crimes. Quickly, he told the minister that he had been living in Villisca at the time of the murders, and he was in the blacksmith business there. He told the minister he had murdered everyone in the house, almost immediately after he had confessed to the crimes. He died soon after. Detective Wilkerson ended up looking into his story, but again he came up with nothing, and the case went cold again. 18 years after the murders, another man confessed to the crimes. In March 1931, George Myers, a 48-year-old prisoner in county jail in Detroit, waited for his burglary sentence. While in jail, he confessed to the axe murders. It came up after 5 hours of interrogation by two detectives who had received an anonymous tip by letter. George had claimed that a minister and a businessman, who were unnamed, promised to pay him $5,000 to kill the Moore family. He said the offer came through an underworld acquaintance he had met in Kansas City. This acquaintance took him to Villisca, where they met the unnamed man who wanted the job done. George said the man pointed out the house and the family he wanted killed. George demanded part of the money before he did the job, so the mysterious man gave him $2,000 and said he would give him the rest afterwards. George said he grabbed the axe and entered the house around midnight.
Phone was
He
dying.
confessed to killing the Moore family while he slept. Later that day, he met the unnamed man again who had hired him and told him the job was done. But the man refused to pay him the rest of the money he was owed until he was sure that the family had been killed. Afraid of getting caught, George fled town before daybreak and never returned, so years later George confessed to killing the family. But the problem was that he never mentioned killing the two Stillinger girls in the guest room. He even insisted that he didn't kill the two girls. Officers agreed that his story didn't add up, so George was never charged. Since then, almost 100 years have passed. And even though the crimes were never solved, the story of the Moore family lives on, especially at the property of 508 East 2nd Street. If you remember, just days after the murders occurred, almost all of the 2,500 locals from the town of
Need to do a
Villisca came to
mobility
pay their
one.
respects to the family. A horse-drawn carriage procession carried the Moore family to their final resting places, and many believe that their spirits were never truly at rest. After the house at 508 East 2nd Street was cleared out and abandoned, many locals still thought it was occupied by the spirits who had been murdered. Multiple different owners over the last 100 years have reported paranormal phenomenon. They've heard ghostly cries come from the bedrooms. Clothing has been mysteriously pulled out of drawers and thrown across the floor. Doors have slammed shut for no reason. Noises have been heard in the attic as well, where many believe the killer had waited for the family to return. One of the previous owners claimed that an invisible hand clamped around his wrist while he was sharpening a knife. The knife then spun around in his hand and cut him. Others have noticed a strange fog drifting through some of the bedrooms after midnight, right around the time the murders had occurred, and some have even seen the outline of a shadowy axe murderer standing at the foot of their bed. All of the activity was too much for one family that had just moved in, and they moved out after living there for only one day. Teams of ghost hunters have investigated the house many times in recent years. I mean, I can't tell how many tours of the house and ghost hunting expeditions are posted on YouTube, but there's a ton. And priests have attempted exorcisms on the property. But many believe that the 8 spirits still haunt the house to this day. And over the years, the house has been turned into a museum. A sign sits outside the front lawn that advertises the Villisca Axe Murder House. It costs only $10 to enter, but $428 to stay at night. If any visitors want to try and experience the paranormal hauntings for themselves, go right ahead. While staying the night, a Travel Channel Ghost Adventures crew claimed they heard the voice of the killer inside the house. The ghost admitted they killed 6 kids. Another visit by paranormal enthusiasts ended in mayhem. One night in 2014, police were called over to the haunted house. During a night stay, a team of paranormal researchers were investigating the house when they heard one of the other members scream out for help. They had found him covered in blood after he had stabbed himself in the chest. No one knows exactly how or why he stabbed himself, but as a result of his stay in the house, he ended up in a nearby hospital, and he luckily survived his wounds. After a century of paranormal reports and dead-end theories, the case of the Villisca murders has no end, and many believe the spirits of the dead continue to haunt the property at 508 East 2nd Street. Many blame the failed criminal cases on police allowing locals to enter, contaminate, and steal from the crime scene early on. If they could have protected the evidence, a crucial clue might have come to light, and the case could have been solved and the spirits could have been put to rest. Today, all we are left are the theories. The Senator Frank Jones and his hitman William Mansfield, a wandering homeless person looking for trouble, the axe murderer Henry Moore who killed his mother and grandmother, or the strange and perverted Reverend George Kelly. But that leads us to the end, the Villisca axe murder case.
Special ammo, heavy ammo.
And I think all we're left with is even more questions. I think unfortunately due to the absolutely horrific preservation of the crime scene, we will never know who committed these brutal murders. The fact that the police did not do everything in their power after a whole family had just been bludgeoned to death to keep the locals out of the house from contaminating the crime scene is just beyond me. But again, we're talking early 1900s here, and I think it's hard to really wrap our heads around just what it was like in this time period. I mean, it's just a totally different world, and the way police conducted investigations was elementary compared to what we're capable of today. With that being said, though, I think if the crime scene had been preserved better and, you know, they had actually done a thorough search for evidence, fingerprints, things like that, or DNA even, I mean, they likely wouldn't have gathered that at the time, but I think there may have been a possibility they would have found some additional clues that might have pointed them in a certain direction. But on the same token, I think whoever committed the Villisca axe murders was a seasoned pro. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. They were clearly confident in carrying out these types of brutal killings. I mean, to kill somebody with an axe is definitely is more rare. Obviously, at that time period, there was a number of different axe killings, and I do think whoever this individual was likely a serial killer that did in fact travel across the country committing these similar type of killings everywhere they went and escaping on the train. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially for this time period and where these crimes took place geographically. I think it's very likely that a serial killer, you know, whether it was Paul or any of these other guys, I mean, who knows? I personally think that whoever this person was is still unidentified, and we'll probably never know who they were. They probably died, and we'll never know who they were and connect them to these crimes. I think it's very likely that this serial killer committed many of these axe murders across the entire country during those early years in the 1900s. Based on the crime scenes, I think it's very obvious that whoever this person was disliked families for some reason. Maybe it's their own childhood or the lack of a family caused them to lash out in this way and just unleash brutality on these innocent families. It's interesting, though, that they put bed sheets over the bodies, covered up the windows and mirrors. I think that's kind of an interesting part, and doesn't necessarily play into the typical profile for a brutal serial killer, which causes me to think that maybe it was somebody like the Reverend who maybe had, you know, conscience after all, and after committing the murders out of rage felt slightly bad that they decided to cover everything up. But I don't know, or maybe that's just to hide the scene for as long as possible. I mean, that's another scenario that maybe was just the tactic to allow them to get away from the crime scene as fast as possible without drawing suspicion to the house and making it very difficult for people to look inside the windows, and even, you know, when police enter, making it difficult to immediately find the victims. And again, remember, back in this day and age, people did not lock their doors for many years after that even. I know my own parents in the 60s and 70s said that they oftentimes didn't lock their doors. People really felt safe in their communities and their neighborhoods and really trusted those that lived around them. And so there was always evil people that took advantage of that. And I mean, when the door's unlocked, I mean, it's not difficult to gain access to the family like this. So with all that being said, I personally believe this was a serial killer that's unidentified. It's possibly Paul Mueller, one of these other guys that I mentioned, but I still think there's a possibility that whoever this killer was is still unidentified and probably will never be identified or even connected to all of the murders across the country. But I want to know what you think. Which theory do you think makes the most sense? Let me know in the comments below if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Spotify or listening on Apple Podcasts, you can always tweet us at LightsOutCast or message us on Instagram or TikTok. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today's episode there. Thanks again for joining me for another episode of the Lights Out Podcast, and I'll see you next week. Until then, lights out, everybody.
Light out. Everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Lights Out Podcast. I'm your host, Josh, and in the studio today is my new co-host, Austin. He is back.
Hey,
what
what's
is up, man?
Hey,
It's been a couple weeks since you've been here, huh?
Yeah. But it's gonna be a permanent thing pretty soon.
Yeah. So at the time of recording this, it is December 19th, and actually, there's only 2 more episodes left for the year. There's this episode today with Austin, and then there's one bonus episode I'm doing this year. In years past, I've taken 2 weeks off around the holidays and into the new year, but this year I'm only doing 1 week off. There's going to be a bonus episode up next week, which will be, I think, the last episode I record by myself for hopefully a long time.
Yeah.
And then Austin will be back for the first episode of the new year, which will be January 13th. We'll be taking a short break, but then we'll be back, and Austin will be back for good. And I'm just excited to get into next year, see where the show takes us. There's so many different things we want to get into, and I think adding another voice to the show, another perspective to the show is just going to add. I know for me, is going to make this so much more fun, but for you, the listener, I think it's just going to add a whole new dynamic that hopefully you're going to really like. So the last time you were here, we were talking about the Corpsewood Manor murders, which was just an absolutely insane
Yeah,
case.
super
And today we've
interesting.
got another very disturbing one, to put it lightly. So we're going to be talking about the Superior Universal Alignment cult. And these guys they're a cult that basically believes in a lot of different things, but main thing being that Jesus was an extraterrestrial.
Yep.
And it's one of those cults that's kind of rooted in new age ideologies and UFOs, aliens, and all of that. But then there's this whole tie to
Satanism potentially, or black magic, or performing rituals and things like that, that makes this just crazy. This cult is from Brazil, and this episode just in general was pretty difficult to research, wouldn't you say, just because of...
Yeah, there's not too much on it besides the trial itself. And a lot of people have just disappeared, like faded away into the background because I think just so much bad press. They were like, all right, I'll fade away for a little bit.
Yeah, and in a lot of countries, in U.S. this happens too, but a lot of times when something horrific happens, or there's potentially a serial killer on the loose, a lot of times the authorities like to try to keep that as hush as possible so that they don't look bad, right? The police departments don't want to ever look bad. It's kind of it's an ego thing. It's a it's a control thing, and this story is a prime example of terrible police work and not taking the threat seriously, because basically a bunch of young boys disappear and then they're found brutally murdered, mutilated, sexually assaulted. So just a heads up, this one is very disturbing and graphic in nature, so I just want to give people a warning here at the beginning that we're going to be getting into some pretty gruesome and disturbing things this episode, but it's an important one to cover because I don't think a lot of people have heard about this, and I mean, I still don't think justice has been served in this case, and the actual leader of this Superior Universal Alignment was ultimately never held responsible, and her name is Valentina de Andrade, and we'll get into more with her here in a few minutes, but this one is truly just crazy when you look at all the different elements involved with it. Serial killer, Satanism, a wild UFO alien cult. It doesn't get much crazier than this. So that's what we're going to be diving into today. But this episode of the podcast is brought to you by HelloFresh. Be sure to check them out. Also, another way you can support the show that's absolutely free is just making sure you're following us on Spotify, subscribed on YouTube. We'd really appreciate it. It does help the show out. Thank you to everybody who purchased merch during our sale. Hopefully all of that is making its way to you. If you haven't gotten it already, it should be getting to you here soon. And we've got some new stuff coming out in the new year, which I'm excited about, which there'll be more on that here in a couple of weeks. But yeah, winding down 2022. It's been another great year here at Lights Out, and so many changes this year, and a lot of things to look forward to, that's for sure. I'm excited to see where things go. And I also have, so Austin, for those, if you didn't watch the Corpsewood Manor episode, just give you a quick rundown on Austin. So Austin has actually been working behind the scenes on the show for over a year now. He helps me with a lot of the research and writing for the show, and obviously, my brother was kind of my co-host and on-camera producer for a while, and he moved on to some other things in his career, and so I've been doing this by myself for a while, and I decided, I really enjoy the being able to bounce ideas off of somebody else, and in a lot of these episodes there's different theories, there's different perspectives that would be interesting to listen to, and so I thought, what better person than to bring the person that's doing really the deep dive on these episodes onto the show. So I'm excited to have you here, man.
I got some shoes to fill, not only your brother, but also Annabelle.
Yeah, that's true. I know.
She's still in the studio. We haven't gotten rid of her.
She's glaring at me right now. We're trying to figure out a way to incorporate her into the set. And then we also have another person who eventually I'll introduce you guys to. His name's Daniel, and he is the editor for the show and also another producer who works on the show. And I'm hoping in the new year to kind of expand the setup, get a few more cameras in here, and potentially bring Danny on at times to comment on some of these things. So lots of exciting things. We'll get off of my soapbox here, and let's just dive into this one, because there's a lot of ground to cover. So this is the story of the Superior Universal Alignment. So during the 1980s, the Satanic Panic really captured the media spotlight. The mainstream news loved covering the allegations of satanic ritual abuse. There's definitely an obsession with magic, demons, pentagrams, which inspired many to
go and take up rituals and ceremonies as a hobby. But the news really liked to build up the idea that everything with occult and satanic rituals were connected to physical and sexual violence in some perverted way. This was because in the 1970s, occultism and Satanism was on the rise, and this put the evangelical Christian communities on edge. They were definitely very upset by this and how this was slowly seeping into the mainstream. And after the Charles Manson murders in the summer of 1969, dangerous cults were also dragged into the spotlight. Also around this time, a man by the name Anton LaVey had published the Satanic Bible. For those that don't know, we have a whole episode dedicated to Anton LaVey and his whole story, and it's honestly very fascinating. And I know I've said this a million times on the show, but Satanism, just like any religion, has all sorts of different offshoots. And so there are a lot of misconceptions around Satanism and what they believe. There's different beliefs between the Church of Satan, the Satanic Temple, and there's even more offshoots from there. But I just want to keep that in mind when we're talking about this. But for those that don't know, the Satanic Bible was basically a collection of essays, observations, and rituals. And a lot of the writings that Anton LaVey did really had more to do with self-actualization and self-empowerment.
Right.
And these writings became some of the most famous works in modern Satanism and the main text for the Church of Satan. Again, this group, the Church of Satan, was founded in 1966. And then a few years later, in 1971, the best-selling novel The Exorcist was released. And the original work claimed that it was based off of a true story. And it became so popular that the concepts of Satan and his demons began to work their way deep into the American psyche. Satan and demons weren't just pop culture or religious characters anymore. They were apparitions in your living room because someone in the house was summoning dark energies during their nightly ceremonies. By the end of the 20th century, many began to believe in the true existence of demons and the dark domain of Satan. Even things like a harmless Ouija board that was once a parlor game became a device that could summon dark energy and contact spirits. With the help of Anton LaVey, dark occult rituals became more and more popular, and for some, it literally became a routine part of life. While most of the people who participated were harmless, some grasped onto the ideology to carry out their own twisted desires, which is the same for any religion, right?
Agreed.
Christians, Muslim, I mean, it doesn't matter what religion it is. It's always easy and convenient to take spiritual beliefs, which are rooted in good, positivity, and then twist them and use concepts, use the concept of good versus evil that all religions are rooted in, and then use it to carry out your own wants, right?
It's a tale as old as time, right?
It is. Yeah. It is. And Satanism was no different, that some were using it for good and others used it as an excuse to do evil. And if you remember, in the 1970s, the Jonestown Massacre happened. And even though this was a Christian-based cult, the massacre sent waves of fear across the world. And again, the public saw what the power and influence of cults could actually do to people. So events like this all led to the Satanic Panic. Cults of all different backgrounds became a national phenomenon. But many people liked comparing cults they didn't understand to the bedrock of black magic and evil. So by the 1980s, a Brazilian woman named Valentina de Andrade would soon join the cult craze. And superior universal alignment would end up being blamed for some of the most horrific and brutal crimes that Brazil has ever seen. So that leads us to, who is Valentina? So Valentina was born in the city of Carazinho in southern Brazil on September 28, 1931. She grew up in a small town, and most of her childhood life was uneventful. She once mentioned she didn't grow up with any toys or bicycles, and growing up her family didn't have a lot of money. In the biography on her website, it says that she was semi-illiterate. She says that she could have eventually learned to read and write better, but she didn't want to distort her authenticity. It also goes on to say that she was a romantic. She also liked songs and messages that incite dreams. She liked to sing and compose melodies, words, and poems. And she described herself as an extrovert, loyal, real, affectionate, and discreet. She also claimed that during her life she never practiced a single act of evilness or something that could disturb her conscience. She even believed that she had unquestionable dignity.
Which is a bit weird. Like, if you're saying this is my biography, I like singing and dancing. Also, I've never done anything evil in my life. It almost sounds like
Red flag, if you
Yeah.
ask me. Anybody that's like, I've never done a single bit of evilness in my life, which, I mean, I think most of us like to think we never have done anything evil, and I guess you got to define what evil means, but we've all made mistakes. We're imperfect beings.
right.
So based on that description of her, she's definitely setting herself up as a godlike figure in a way.
Right.
Like
I've
she's
never
above
done anything wrong.
Yeah, I'm above the normal fuck ups that humans do.
Right.
And I feel like every cult leader starts as
Oh,
like,
right. The
I am
Messiah complex.
the
yeah.
Messiah complex, exactly. So when Valentina was 50 years old, which was in 1981, she had a spiritual moment, an awakening that changed her life forever. She believed she experienced this life-altering encounter with divine cosmic beings. She claimed she was contacted by extraterrestrials through a vision that warned her about doomsday. How many times have we heard that before? But this was her first ever vision of prophecy. But according to the extraterrestrials, they promised her that if she spread their word, they would eventually send a spaceship to save her and all of her followers before doomsday hit. The aliens would continue to contact her through visions, and she would then spread their truth to the rest of the world. She believed she was a materialized energy on the planet Earth, and she was a cosmic entity of light, love, and truth. She also claimed that none of her beliefs were native to Earth, and they were all given to her by cosmic beings. And she also claimed that she had material proof for all of her beliefs. But of course, no one has ever witnessed this so-called proof she has. Her beliefs included that Jesus was not God, and she described both of them as antagonistic consciences. In her writings, she likes to talk about energies generated through light triangulations, and her website is obsessed with prisms. Her other beliefs focused on fingerprints in individuals. She also believed in the act of reincarnation, and that there was a way to recover memories from previous lives. Even children could be outstanding physicists, mathematicians, performers, musicians, and gain the ability to speak different languages, as long as they could tap into the memories of their previous lives. And she also claimed that she had the answers to the entire universe. But of course, if you wanted to know these things or know the things that Valentina believed, you'd have to first buy her book, which putting a paywall on your beliefs is, I think, is a completely fucked up thing.
It's a scam.
It's totally a scam, and it immediately you lose credibility. And this is an issue even today. I mean, I find a lot of these beliefs that a lot of these cult leaders often preach to be interesting, and I think what's difficult about a lot of these types of people is that there's nuggets of truth sprinkled in with complete bullshit. And that's the tough part, is because people hear things and you're like, that sounds legit to me, or I share a similar belief, and whether or not that belief has
Yeah.
physical concrete proof to make it a fact is one thing. But I think that's what's difficult, and why people get drawn into these things is they're like, oh, I share that similar belief, and it may be something completely positive, right? But then, that's how they suck you in, is you start believing in those things, and then slowly over time, the rest of it gets distorted, and eventually you're brainwashed into believing the crazy parts
Right.
of the group.
And I don't think she came out of the gate with like the craziest shit to her followers. I bet she started on, a human connection level,
Right,
as
right.
most cults do, and bring people in. And then she's like, oh, I have all the secrets of the universe and everything. And
Well, and that's the thing too, is it's like they're fishing. They're casting a line and they're trying to see who's going to bite. And once they got you hooked, you really have no reason not to trust that person and give them your money, because, they've given you something of value, which might be, some answers that maybe you're looking for, or explanation, or, a piece of information that only this person has. And so you feel like you've gotten something, but then, they want you to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And there's so many people that paywall it, because now
these people are going to pay them money to get additional information, which is going to only help them. And I think that's the difficult thing, is I think so many, especially these spiritual cult leaders, start out potentially in a good place. Once they realize that they can control people and they can manipulate people to give them things and raise their status, give them fame, give them money, and, you know, their ego starts getting inflated. It's like a drug, you know, they can't get enough of it, and it just continues and continues until it just shit gets completely out of hand.
Right.
And I've seen that so many times in different stories, especially with these sort of new age groups. We've covered several of them on my other podcast, Mile Higher, who are very similar, that have a similar positive message, you know, love and light, and, you know, take care of everybody in the earth, and there's all these good things, but then over time, that's not enough.
Yeah, let's take it to the next level.
Take it to the next level. And it really seems to me that's what Valentina was trying to do. Because if you go look at their website, I mean, there's nothing about what we're getting. In fact, they dispute all of the claims that they were ever involved in any of this, the disappearance of these children or abuse. But from looking at their website, it looks like just like any other church. You know, they have like a dancing day, and all their members are like doing the tango, or
Yeah.
you know, they're getting together and just having fellowship together, and it's just like this group of like-minded people. So
It also looks like that website was built in 2002 or
as
something.
most of them do, which is so
Yeah.
interesting, is like all these websites for these leaders are clearly like self-made
Yeah,
through like
absolutely.
HTML from like 2005 or something.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's crazy that it's still running, because I'm not sure of the status of the cult today, but someone's got to be
Yeah.
keeping the URL going, right?
I couldn't get it to load on my phone, so I don't think it's mobile friendly. It can
that
only
says a
load on the
lot.
computer. Yeah. So, yeah, the website's still up for this group, and as far as we know, Superior Universal Alignment could be a group that's still active.
Yeah.
We don't totally know because there's not a lot of information about them beyond this story, but it is still out there and active on the internet. So, pretty interesting. So besides the paywall to Valentina's beliefs, she was very open to everyone following her. She was very welcoming to gay people. And this was during a time when many major religions were against homosexuality. So she was very open to different types of lifestyles. As far as love goes, the extraterrestrials had given her the divine truth. She said that the person will feel an irresistible physical attraction when energetic information is received. And she goes on to say that it is criminal and unfair not to allow them to be happy. And if parents don't accept their children for who they are, the parents are executors. And if they deny how God created them, then they deny God himself. But she also talked about how love and lust were dangerous things. Valentina was married once, but that ended in divorce. And ever since then, it's believed she never had a romantic relationship ever again. She decided to dedicate her life entirely to her spirituality. In her writings, she also covers topics like donating organs, comatose states, deja vu, the disappearance of objects, ghosts, miracles, haunted houses, energy while sleeping, life after death, and energetic loads and protection, which whatever the hell that means. But one of her biggest subjects was doomsday and the world's end, as it is with most cults. When Valentina lived in the town of Altamira, Brazil, her neighbors began to believe that she had some talents and clairvoyancy. They believed that she could see the future, so she became the local seer and fortune teller. People would pay her so she would tell them their fate. When she got popular enough, she wrote the book titled God the Big Farce. In the book, she claimed that God did not exist and Jesus was an extraterrestrial being. After publishing her book, her popularity around town grew even more, and she soon created the cult named Superior Universal Alignment in 1981. It's also known as Superior Universal Lineage, depending on the translation, since her native language is Portuguese. She told her followers that she knew the exact day that the world would end, and she would only tell the doomsday date to her most dedicated followers, which that's quite the secret to gatekeep. But one of the core beliefs in Superior Universal Alignment was that any child born after 1981 was a reincarnation of evil, and she believed that they needed to be expunged. To become a member of her cult, if the person had children, they were forced to abandon their children, and the only only way to avoid the destruction of the Earth was to escape in a spacecraft. But any child born after 1981 could not come aboard that ship. She pressured any of her followers who had children to give them up to their other family members or put them up for adoption. In her book, she states, quote unquote, "Watch out for the children. They are unconscious instruments of the great scam called God and his evil collaborators." After she convinced her followers that this was the truth, that Jesus was an alien and doomsday was on its way, many began questioning everything about their previous lives and beliefs. Obviously, this is one of the major steps in joining a cult. After accepting that everything they had once believed was false, they were now open to anything Valentina told them. In secrecy, she kept the doomsday date hidden from the public. This was information she only shared to her most loyal followers. But with so many of these types of people, those doomsday dates that they claim to know is truth came and went, and her followers were confused. But not with Valentina, with themselves. Instead of seeing her as a false prophet, they only questioned their own faith in their religion, which I'm sure there's a lot of manipulation on Valentina's part with that.
Absolutely. It definitely tracks with her personality of, I'm never wrong. I've never done anything wrong, and if this doomsday date is coming and going, not my fault.
Right,
Something else.
right. Rather than looking bad, you know, that's always the way out for them, I feel like. But they began to believe that the doomsday spaceship hadn't come to rescue them because they were unfaithful to Valentina in universal superior alignment. They believed it was their fault, or the children's fault, that the spaceship didn't arrive. Around 1987, Valentina eventually accused her followers of not proving their loyalty and that they didn't believe strongly enough. And if they didn't have total faith in her, they would never be saved. Only if they believed her without questioning anything would the divine prophecy actually come true. It was also around this time when children living near Altamira began mysteriously disappearing or showing up dead. And the big question here was, is this just a coincidence? In 1989, the most inhumane acts of sexual violence against young boys between the ages of 8 and 14 began happening in Altamira, Brazil. Around 19 boys disappeared within 4 years. And many of these boys came from poor families, or they were orphans. Some were homeless and lived on the streets, and they made a little bit of money doing odd jobs like shining shoes. But the first known victim was an 8-year-old boy named Joseph. After leaving his house, a strange man lured him away on August 2nd, 1989. Hours later, the boy was found alive, but he had suffered some serious injuries and had signs of sexual abuse. Some thought this was just a one-time thing, but they soon realized it was a much bigger problem. The crimes against young boys would only get worse. The next victim was a 10-year-old boy named Otto Neal. On November 16th, 1989, he delivered some mangoes to a man in town, and the man invited him to eat them with him. After a long walk, the man made sure they were in an isolated area before he pulled the boy towards him. At that point, he took out a strong-smelling cloth and put it over his mouth and nose. The boy eventually passed out from the strange fumes, and when he woke up, he felt disoriented. When he looked down, he noticed lines of blood running down his legs, and he felt intense pain between his legs. When he looked at himself, there was no doubt that the man had raped him. What's even more horrifying, though, is that the man, whoever he was, had also cut off his genitals. When he returned home to his mother, she rushed him to the hospital. And for the next several years, he underwent psychological treatment and dozens of surgeries for genital implantation and reconstruction. His body would later reject the implant, and he would never fully recover from the trauma. The next victim was a 9-year-old boy named Walda Clay, who disappeared on July 23, 1990. While walking along the edge of town near the forest, he came across a strange man who invited him to help get a kite down from the tree. He followed the man deeper into the woods, and eventually the man put a cloth over the boy's face, which caused him to pass out, just like the previous victim. When the boy woke up, he immediately noticed that he had been castrated and sexually abused. He also had to undergo several reconstructive surgeries and psychological treatment. For the next few years, this violence became a common thing towards young boys who lived around Altamira. The boys would be out tending their family's farm or shining shoes,
selling local goods or playing down at the banks of the local river, and then a strange man would lure them away. Since the nature of these crimes were so violent, and they happened more and more often, the news of the mutilations got widespread attention. A formal investigation was opened and led by Police Chief Adair Moreau. At first, the murders weren't linked to each other, and many of the cases were dropped for lack of evidence. But after years of disappearances, assaults, and murders, 7 separate investigations eventually opened up. Police struggled to make a connection to why these boys were disappearing, and since most of the victims were poor, police might have thought the investigations might be more trouble than they were worth. The 3 boys who had survived the attacks were their best source of information, but even they couldn't give them much. The boys that survived said that it was just a single man acting alone. By 1990, the first round of investigations were completed, and that's when the police arrested a man named Rotilio de Souza. He was a known drifter who wandered through city streets, and investigators were confident that he was responsible. But the suspect soon died while incarcerated under suspicious circumstances only a few months after he was arrested, even though police were confident he was their guy. The disappearances of young boys kept happening. They eventually had to admit that Rotilio wasn't the murderer, or at least he wasn't the only one. So the investigation continued, all while the list of victims kept growing. The first few victims were assaulted, injured, and then survived. In less than a year since the attacks began, many of the young boys were found dead or never seen again. The attacks had begun in 1989, and many of the boys who died or disappeared were attacked after 1990. When their remains were recovered, they were often found naked, castrated, and had signs of sexual assault. Some were never found at all. The first boy to go missing was Tito Mendez, a 13-year-old. On January 20th, 1991, he went swimming in the Tres Pontes stream before going to the store. Just before disappearing, an eyewitness saw Tito in the company of an unknown man. After that, the boy was never seen again. The first reported death was the death of a 10-year-old boy named Ailton Fonseca. He was first reported missing on May 5th, 1991. His mutilated remains were found 46 days later, partially decayed and rotten. What's even more fucked up is that his body was taken to the morgue in Belém, but it mysteriously disappeared before it could be autopsied. Then an 11-year-old boy known as JCB disappeared on August 21st, 1991. And then on New Year's Day, 1992, a 13-year-old boy named Jordaili de Cunha was last seen with an unknown individual just before disappearing. And his body was found a few days later, naked, castrated, with signs of sexual assault, several cuts across his skin, and severe burn wounds. It was clear that his captor either tortured him with fire or tried to burn him alive, or assaulted his body after he was already dead. On April 11th, 1992, a 12-year-old boy named Ednaldo de Souza Teixeira was found beaten to death beside a local well. Dark wounds covered his entire body, and he had died from internal bleeding. And then later that fall, on October 1st, 1992, a 13-year-old boy named James da Silva Pessoa was out in the fields tending to the family's cattle. And this was the last time that he was ever seen alive. A few days later, his body was discovered, and this poor boy had also been castrated, and there were signs of sexual abuse and torture. But his body wasn't the same as the others. This poor boy had also had his eyes gouged out and his hands chopped off. Then on November 17th, 1992, a 13-year-old boy named Clebson Ferreira Caldas was found murdered. He was naked, castrated, and showed signs of torture. And then on December 27th, another boy named Fabricio Ferris de Souza went missing. He was only 12. He'd gone to pick up a payment from a woman he had worked for, and he was last seen with a strange man riding a red bicycle. Even after the new year in 1993, boys kept disappearing, and the police weren't any closer to catching the monster behind these crimes. This would make it 4 straight years of murder and mutilation. On January 23rd, 1993, a 9-year-old boy named Raynon Santos de Souza went to play on the banks of the Chingu River. He was last seen with 2 men. And then on March 27th, 1993, 10-year-old Flavio Lopez Gonzalez de Silva also went missing. His body was found a few days later with signs of torture and injury to his genitals. There was also strange circular wounds that covered his body. They were later discovered to be bite marks. Whoever killed the boy might have actually eaten part of him as well. Investigators also found that the tip of the boy's penis was cut off and his scrotum was torn out. One of the last known boys to go missing was on July 9th, 1993. He was known as RFS. The 11-year-old boy was a shoe shiner in the streets, and he had left his tools behind at a supermarket, which he normally didn't do. After that, he was never seen again. Investigators later found out that a few months earlier, the boy's brother had previously escaped an abduction attempt, and they figured it might have been the same suspect. Since many of these boys were poor and had to work for a living, police thought that these deaths and disappearance might have been connected to an underground trafficking ring. Police turned their attention toward an alleged gang of traffickers in the area. They noticed the cuts on the boys' bodies looked intentional, like they were trying to cut open their stomachs and remove their organs. Investigators thought that the city's children were being kidnapped in order to extract their organs and sell them on the black market. Police actually caught wind of two doctors who had recently moved into the city. The doctors' names were Anicio Ferreira de Souza and Cecilio Brandao, and they had both moved to the area in 1990, and the police thought this wasn't a coincidence, so they actually detained both of them for questioning. Experts later suggested that the organs taken from the children would have been unable to be used, as the wounds were too violent for the organs to be removed and remain functional. With no more leads or physical evidence, the doctors were released and the case went cold. The investigation was almost at a complete dead end when investigators finally got a bit of luck. One day, one of the boys actually had escaped from their captors. He was an unnamed boy who had supposedly been locked up by several people, and when the boy talked with the police, he identified his captors. Many of the accused were high-ranking members of society. One was actually a police officer. Two were doctors who were previous suspects. One was the son of a wealthy land baron, and the other was Valentina de Andrade, the leader of Superior Universal Alignment. And this is when the clues began to point towards the cult. This news shocked the community because the cult was small and mostly kept to themselves, but the locals would quickly turn on them. The secret things the cult was accused of doing behind closed doors were about to be exposed to the mainstream media. Tales and rumors of ritualistic abuse and cannibalism began to spread, and eventually it did hit the mainstream news. Supposedly, the doctors in the cult had removed the boys' organs to sell in the black market, or perform black magic rituals. No one knew exactly what was true or what was exaggerated, and the police were determined to turn the community against the Superior Universal Alignment, and spreading stories about Satanism and black magic rituals was the best way to do it, especially in a time when the satanic panic was a household fear. As the investigation began to unfold, police uncovered another horror. On April 6, 1992, on the coast of Parana, a 6-year-old schoolboy went missing. His name was Evandro Ramos Catano. 5 days later, his mutilated body was found in a field near Guaratuba, and the killer had brutally cut off the boy's hair, toes, ears, genitals, and hands. Also, his intestines, liver, and heart were missing from his body. After the discovery, investigators thought that the death was a result of human sacrifice, and many were convinced that this was all part of some sick black magic ceremony. A lead detective told a local news outlet that the boy was killed at a sawmill owned by the former mayor, Aldo Abbage. The boy's blood had traces of sawdust in it. Then the killers had tossed the body into the nearby sea, and that's when his bloated, mutilated body floated to the shore soon after. In the news, this case became known as the Witches of Guaratuba. To some, this sounded like an evil group that the police were after. In hindsight, the name of the case sounds like a literal witch hunt, but no physical evidence connected anybody to the crime scene. Authorities then accused the ex-mayor's wife, Selena, of paying $2,000 to the cult members so that they would kill the boy as a ritual. Her husband's political career and business ventures were failing, so investigators thought that they might have killed the boys as part of a good luck ritual. According to the police, Selena and her daughter Beatriz confessed to the crimes, but they later retracted their confessions. The authorities later said that there was plenty of evidence that pointed to the existence of an international network of satanic cults, and the region was heavily influenced by the Catholic faith. The investigation later ran into several problems, though. They never performed an autopsy on the body, and there was no forensic examinations at the crime scene. Plus, there was no physical evidence that connected anyone to the crime. Aldo, the ex-mayor, died soon after his arrest. His wife and daughter spent almost 6 years in prison, but were later acquitted of the murder in 1998. And the daughter, Beatriz, was fully pardoned in 2016. And under Brazilian law, Selena could not be tried a second time because she was over the age of 70. By 1993, the other boys' deaths were still a mystery. Investigators decided to reopen the cases after they had gone cold for months. At that point, they rearrested the 2 doctors who had previously caught their attention, and these 2 men officially connected the case to the Superior Universal Alignment cult. The more investigators looked into the cult, the more they noticed that the leader, Valentina, was clearly against children born after 1981. She believed they were evil and violent, so she became the police's new line of investigation. Because of their strange religious philosophy, the cult was investigated for the involvement of the kidnapping and murder of Evandro. They searched Valentina's estate, where they found strange ritualistic hoods, almost like KKK robes, and several videotapes of the rituals and ceremonies. In one of the videos, police said they saw Valentina enter a trance and tell her followers to, quote-unquote, kill little children in Portuguese. Experts later watched this videotape, but they believe she was actually saying, yes, there are more experienced little children. The quality of the audio was too poor for them to understand what was actually happening, and the evidence was thrown out and Valentina's name was removed from the judicial inquiry. She claimed that she never worked with the organization in Brazil, and she had only visited Altamira a few times. She claimed that the last time that she was there was in 1987. Since this was the investigator's last lead, the police chief, Ider Moreau, wanted to end the case because there was no physical evidence. This police chief would later become the federal deputy representative of Para, Brazil, in 2015. And from 2015 to 2020, he would be accused of covering up extortion and torture by police officers, assaulting a transsexual woman, and promoting homophobia. In the Altamira case, he believed the murders and mutilations were committed by people during rituals of Satanism and black magic.
So I'm curious by now, what are your thoughts on this case?
This one is really, really tough because obviously, based on the injuries sustained to the victims and just how brutal they are, whoever is doing this is doing it because they're an absolute monster, and they clearly have something against these young boys for whatever that reason is. But at the same time, the removal of organs, the things that are being cut off, I think do potentially suggest that there is some type of ritual that's a part of this. And also the fact that it is just young boys.
Yeah.
Versus varying different types of victims.
For sure.
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. After researching this, it was hard to say because a part of me feels like police were scapegoating this cult, even though I don't agree with what this cult is about. I do think police are under pressure to just be like, we
gotta
need to
name
find
somebody.
someone.
Yeah.
And what better person to blame it on than this weird cult that we connected to hating children.
Right.
But I don't know, another part of me, it's just such a mess. Why didn't they perform autopsies? Where's the physical evidence? There's like so many holes in the case that
Well, it makes you wonder. And I know I've seen this with cases in Mexico. We covered Adolfo Costanzo, and I think you have to look at just the sheer corruption that exists. And it seems to me like the police may in fact just be trying to cover it up because their own are involved.
Oh yeah.
And that's what's so crazy and scary about this is that I think you're right. I think conveniently the Superior Universal Alignment was there, and they latched onto that one thing that Valentina said about the children, that they're born after that, 1981. And it's a convenient way of accusing, here's our person of interest. This is this cult. But the fact that their own were involved potentially with these killings just shows me that they're trying to cover up potentially. I mean, for all we know, there could have absolutely been like a ring of police or just officials, government officials that were, I don't know, trafficking these kids, or
that would
were a part of their own sick satanic cult, for all we know.
Right. Yeah.
And it's really hard though, because again, the police work is just so shitty. Like there's just none.
Yeah.
The fact that there's these brutal crime scenes and yet there's they're not gathering any forensic evidence. They're just kind of like, oh, there's another one.
Yep.
And just kind of moving on with it. And
the one huge red flag for me was the body of one of the earlier victims disappeared from
right.
the
That's strange.
morgue. Yeah. How does
Which
that
one?
happen?
This case smells like corruption through and through. Like
For
there is
sure.
a massive cover up happening to try to prevent this from being solved.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear that whoever is behind these killings had people looking out for them.
Yeah.
And trying to protect their identity from being revealed. Yeah, it's honestly scary. I mean, it's just, I can't even imagine living in Altamira with this happening.
Yeah.
And especially being, a father or mother and worrying about your son or, loved ones being safe. And the fact that the victims that did get away or did survive, they all report strange man or strange men, which to me seems to lead more down the police cover-up route,
Yeah.
because obviously these men were figuring out ways to lure these children. And I almost wonder if, it could have been like a police officer in uniform that was luring,
That would
giving the boys like a false sense of security, like, you got to be safe out here because there's,
Yeah,
a killer running around. So come with me.
And as like a poor boy possibly living on the streets, wouldn't you grow
Yeah.
to kind of maybe trust a police officer? Yeah, it's like kind of what you know. Oh, they got a
Yeah.
badge. I'm supposed to
Right.
respect them and trust them and everything. Yeah.
Which is really hard for us to even give perspective on this, because we're talking about a very small town in Brazil, and this is like in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Like this is a pretty remote location, I would say. I mean, for those wondering where geographically it is, I'd say it's probably like, what, I don't even know, 8-10 hours north of Rio de Janeiro and the state of Pará.
Yeah, pretty deep in the Amazon.
Pretty deep in so it's, and I know out there, God, and we were just talking about this before, this is the only bit of knowledge of like what these regions are like is from 90 Day Fiance. I forget what his name is, but he ends up getting engaged to this woman who lives like in the middle of the Amazon. Like they have to take a boat. Like you can only get to this village by boat.
Yeah.
And just seeing what life is like there, it's so much, they don't have a lot of them don't have the modern technologies and things like that. And then, put this back in the 80s. I mean, it's even less than it is now. So I just think there's a lack of resources and likely skilled law enforcement out there to actually investigate this properly. And I think that's ultimately why this went on for so long, is there's a lack of skill when it comes to investigating crimes like this. But also I truly think that the police or law enforcement is wrapped up in this.
Yeah. And I also think that was one of the reasons we were talking earlier about this one was a tough one to research, and really there's been not a lot of coverage on it. I think for that exact reason. It's
Right.
a really small
A lot of it
village
went-
out there.
yeah.
It's impoverished, so
Yeah, there's literally a boogeyman running around there.
Yeah.
It's just so scary.
And you would kind of know, like, if you were the monster, you realize that, oh, no one's really going to give a shit
Right.
in this small town.
Right. It's almost like too easy. There's very little risk for them.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if like people knew, the authorities knew the entire time and they just weren't doing anything about it, which is
That'd be
even more,
gut-wrenching,
which is even more
terrifying.
disturbing. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is the premier meal kit company. I've been using HelloFresh for several years now, and it has made my life so much easier when it comes to cooking, preparing a delicious and nutritious meal in 30 minutes or less, and best of all, cleanup is a breeze. But the best thing about HelloFresh is the sheer convenience of it. All you got to do is go online, create an account through my link, and then you can set up all your meals for a month, 2 months, 3 months, however far in advance you want to do it, so you can set it and forget it. And then the boxes just show up at your door. All the ingredients are pre-measured, so you don't have to spend any extra time prepping. And it's literally following like 6 different steps on the back of a recipe card. And in 30 minutes or less, you have an absolutely amazing meal for you and your family. Quality is HelloFresh's priority. Ingredients travel from the farm to your home in less than 7 days, so you know they're fresh. And whether you're hosting a holiday party or just stocking up on snacks, you'll find everything you need at HelloFresh's Market. From quick breakfasts to charcuterie boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. I love that they now have all of these side items that you can buy. You can swap proteins on different meals. You can get snacks. You can get meals for every time of the day, which is amazing. And best of all, 'tis the season for saving money wherever we can. HelloFresh is cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. So you can use those savings for holiday gifts or treat yourself. If you haven't tried HelloFresh yet, now is the time. Right now, if you go to HelloFresh.com/lightsout18 and use code lightsout18 for 18 free meals plus free shipping. Again, check out HelloFresh at HelloFresh.com/lightsout18 and use code lightsout18 for 18 free meals plus free shipping. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. But from earlier investigations and eyewitness testimonies, they ended up moving forward with 7 indictments. The only way the case could move forward, though, was by gathering eyewitnesses. One witness claimed that they attended a cult meeting at the doctor's house in 1991. Many believe that this meant that Valentina must have been in town that year, even though she said she hadn't been back since 1987. Police actually accused Dr. D'Souza of being the one who performed the castrations on the young boys. Witnesses actually claimed to have seen him praying to the god of darkness. Police claim that the doctor tried to stay under the radar by doing good deeds in the public eye. He provided cheap health care to the local residents, and he also provided free housing and made campaigns to raise donations to help needy families. So in the news, he looked like a stand-up guy. The other doctor, Brandau, was also indicted. Eyewitnesses claim that he had also participated in cutting off the young boy's genitals. According to another eyewitness, he was actually seen on the Trans-Amazonian Highway carrying a styrofoam box and a blood-stained machete. He ended up being arrested in 1993 and later placed in Belém prison for 2 years without a trial. Another man by the name of Amelton Gomez was indicted for the crimes. He was an openly gay man and an heir to several farms and gas stations in the area. According to police, he was the man who lured the boys and raped them. Right after the disappearance of one of the victims, eyewitnesses saw him wearing a blood-stained shirt. And then there was also a 4th man who was indicted, and he was a military policeman named Carlos Alberto Santos Lima, and he worked as a security guard at a gas station that belonged to Amelton. According to police, he confessed to being part of the criminal group. They also indicted another military policeman named Aldinor Ferreira Cardosa, who was indicted for providing security for this criminal group. The heir's father, Jose Amadeus Gomez, was also indicted after being accused of masterminding the murders and the castrations committed by the doctors. According to police, he practiced the rituals for financial gain. And then, of course, the last person to be indicted was Valentina herself. She was accused of being the cult leader and the intellectual mentor for the homicides. Everyone who was indicted, except for Jose and Valentina, were detained. Valentina was allowed to walk free until her trial date. The cases against all of them were weak at best. The investigation also had several huge flaws. Again, no official autopsies were ever performed, and no forensic examinations were performed at the crime scene. So there was no physical evidence that could connect any of the accused to the actual crimes. But it didn't matter. Prosecutors thought eyewitnesses would be strong enough evidence. They desperately needed someone to go down for these horrific crimes. Worldwide pressure on the case was also building.
And on September 6, 1993, the indictments were accepted by the prosecutor. So they moved forward with the murder trials.
I don't think I've ever asked you this, but what are your thoughts on eyewitness testimony?
Well, eyewitness testimony is good and bad, right? Because it also depends on when you get that testimony, right? If you wait so long after the incident happens, there's a likelihood that that testimony is going to be less reliable than, and that's why it's so important to do good police work by getting statements from witnesses, right? That's why police go around and get everybody's statements so that they have it written down at the time of the incident. So later on in court, when they're, you know, not only can the person read their statement from the original date, but also, you know, you can see if there's a change in story too. And in this case, it's just the eyewitness testimony could be anything. I mean, there's no way to know if it's reliable or not.
Yeah, I have a pretty strong opinion about eyewitness testimony. I think you can't ever trust it. And I know that's a strong take, but I think after you see something within minutes, it's distorted in your memory.
Really?
And,
really?
Yeah. And I've actually found out, I was called for jury duty one time. I never ended up going because I was away at college, so I had to, I couldn't make the
You got like
case.
an exception to,
Yeah, but I later looked into it, and if you go and try to be a juror on a case in the U.S., as far as I know, if you say you don't believe eyewitness testimony is credible, they remove you from the jury.
That's interesting. So what about this though? What about multiple eyewitnesses who witnessed something all at the same time?
Still garbage.
Really?
Yeah.
Even if it's like 200 people?
Yeah, I think you can collectively have just a core memory that is completely false, even if several people share it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know that's a
that's I was gonna say that's a bold thing to say on here, because that would mean most of the things, you know, most of the events that we've covered, hauntings, things like that, where there's no physical evidence, but the only evidence is eyewitness testimony. So
Josh has put me on blast right now.
I'm putting you on blast. So
I think with
so
paranormal,
you're skeptical of all of that. You wouldn't believe any of that.
Well, with paranormal, I think it's different in the context of eyewitness testimony in a case.
So you're talking more of like a court case?
Yeah, where
Okay.
like they're bringing actual evidence to the trial. I think that's different than like, yeah, we saw this ghost or something like that.
Yeah.
Because this isn't someone's livelihood online.
So when somebody could potentially go to prison for many years, you're saying eyewitness testimony shouldn't factor into that.
No, you need hard evidence. Because even
I
if
get
you
that,
look back
yeah.
historically, witch hunts, lynchings, it's just people collectively like, yeah, we figured this out. We saw that guy with this guy, and then they end up
They were doing some
executing
weird
him.
shit around the fire, and
And that's
I
all
get
you
that.
need.
I think in the court sense, I think it makes sense to not. I think it's still interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Because there is no other way to gather unless there's somebody filming the incident.
Right.
How else do you get the timeline of events, right? How do you piece together the story if there is no eyewitness testimony?
Right. And the scariest part is that this case is the foundation of it is eyewitness testimony.
Yeah.
That's the scary
Yeah.
part. Because like, if we had some core evidence along with eyewitness testimony,
Right, then you can-
maybe I'd be more down with connecting the dots.
Totally.
That way.
Relying solely on eyewitness testimony for any sort of criminal case or trial makes no sense.
Yeah. No.
And that's why this is so just fucked, because there is the fact that they don't have a way to, you know, see if they have an alibi or see, you know, actually follow up and see what they were actually doing that day and gather the evidence from the scene to see if there's any connections there. The fact that there's literally, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what investigation they actually did, because it seems like they did virtually none.
Yeah.
And that it was almost like a bunch of guys got in a room together like, all right, so let's find the pieces here to make this make sense for court. And I think that's literally what happened, is based on those descriptions, especially the indictments for, you know, the various people, it almost seems that's what happened. Is they're like, okay, this guy's a doctor, so you probably know how to remove organs and things like that, so let's slap him with those charges. That explains away the brutal injuries to the kids. And this person was the mastermind. This person organized the security for the group, and it just seems all too convenient, right? Doesn't it's rarely do cases break down to be. I mean, is it possible? Sure, but it just seems very. I don't know. Seems like
Easy.
Way too easy for how serious this is.
Yeah.
But in the Brazilian Constitution, it's up to the court and the jury to make a formal judgment on cases involving murder. But in order to get to trial, the evidence must be approved in what's called the investigation stage. This is where they determine if the evidence can prove a fact in the case, and it has to be relevant to the crime. And obviously, this is where things get really messy really quick. This investigation took quite a long time, and it quickly ended up becoming controversial. There were some decisions that were made in Altamira that were eventually revoked at higher levels. The entire process was put on hold and resumed multiple times, and 3 different judges participated during this investigation stage. When the investigations began, witnesses and informants had to testify. One of the witnesses that came forward was the former husband of Valentina. His name was Julio Pereira, and he was the owner of a hotel in Altamira. On November 30th, 1993, he testified in court, and all he said was that he saw Valentina in town with a group of friends in 1986. What caught his attention was how these friends acted around her. They paid close attention to her, and they admired every time she sat down or got up from her seat.
So if you take this as their like first eyewitness coming forward, what is that even telling us? Anything? Hey, she was in town in 86.
I guess they're maybe trying to back up the point that she's like a leader of this cult, and maybe
they're
assuming that those people who are paying close attention to her getting up and down from the table were her cult members.
Right.
And that is just so weak, man.
I know.
That's weak evidence.
Yeah.
But as the testimonies went on, the police chief reported that a maid of one of the doctors ended up mysteriously dying. She was going to testify as a witness because she had supposedly seen some of the cult's rituals firsthand. Meanwhile, all the former members of Superior Universal Alignment testified and claimed there was no ritualistic crime or kidnapping that took place in the cult. Many of them ended up accusing Valentina of coercive persuasion at worst, and that she forced some of the couples to turn their children over to childless couples or other family members before joining. She had told them that these children were negative energies and they needed to be left behind, but that was the worst thing the cult members said about her. Again, there's no... I see the connection they're trying to make by saying that in order to join my group, you got to give up your children, but based on what other members of the cult are saying is that there was no inclination of kill your children or, because they're evil, they need to be, I guess expunged did come up at some point.
True.
So you got to remember she did say expunged.
And of course the followers are going to try and protect the leader.
Right. That's true.
But as programmed as you are in a cult, this is a pretty bold statement to say that if these ceremonies were going on, what, one person wouldn't come forward? Like, none of them?
Yeah.
You have it like that sealed down?
And based on what we know about this cult, it doesn't seem like it was, this isn't like rock Pharaoh.
Right.
Like that level of control and isolation and just brutality that he showed to his group. This seems very different, mild in a way compared to that.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, it's always hard to know because people are good liars and they're good at, if there are things like this going on, it's still possible that people could, keep it under wraps or not come forward no matter how horrible these rituals were. But I agree with you. I think there's a much greater chance that if these horrific things were being done within the cult, that at least, as this started blowing up and the cult's going down, that somebody would come forward. Yeah, whistleblow and come forward and be like, hey, this is what happened.
or seek an immunity deal or something like that, where, you know, you're divulging this information to help take it down. But it doesn't seem like that ever happened here. So
yeah, and it's 30 years ago. Not even like a deathbed confession has
Right.
come from any of the cult members.
Right.
So kind of makes you think.
Right. And again, like if you go on their website, even to this day, they have these trial dates in there, and they literally say that we were set up. Like,
Yeah.
this was a total setup. They used us as the scapegoat for whoever committed these horrific crimes. But we'll dive into that more here in a second. But a confidential source that was believed to be an ex-cult member had some different opinions on the organization. They said that Valentina's abuses betrayed their mission. She had used her extraterrestrial knowledge for her own benefit, not for the common good of the cult. The confidential source also believed that the true teachings must be purified from Valentina's distortions. But this is as close as we're going to get to the whistleblower for this cult. And there's no mention about any actual crimes or killings or rituals or anything like that. It's merely about, oh, you know, she's just making this about herself, and it's not necessarily about the spiritual aspects anymore. It's just about pumping Valentina up,
Right.
which I think is valid. But I feel like if there was something more there, I feel like this person might have been the person to, you know, spill the beans on everything, but they didn't. So it makes you wonder. After hearing the testimonies, the chief prosecutor wanted to dismiss all the defendants for lack of evidence in early 1994. But the assistant prosecutor thought that the chief prosecutor was wrong. He then tried to go over the chief prosecutor's head and quickly get a key witness to take the stand. And this individual was Edmilson da Silva Frazao, the witness who claimed that they attended a cult ritual at the doctor's house in 1991 where he saw Valentina there. The assistant prosecutor thought that this was an ace up his sleeve, but while the man testified, he contradicted himself. He couldn't give a date for when the ritual actually happened. He just said it was 1989 or maybe 1990, which that's pretty, yeah, I don't think you can really take that for anything, because it was either this year or that year. It's not specific at all.
Right.
But in his first statement to police, he had said it was in 1991. Still, the judge thought that the testimony was perfectly fine. And even though the chief prosecutor wanted to dismiss the defendants, the judge pronounced all the accused guilty on June 20th, 1994. The defense team immediately filed an appeal, and on November 21st, 1994, a prosecutor accepted this appeal. He said that there was a lack of evidence for the conviction. And when this info reached the news, locals began to panic. A bunch of local social groups got organized in Belém, protesting the appeal. They actually went out into the streets and performed a symbolic funeral and burial of the chief prosecutor, Robert Pinot. After seeing an angry mob tear through the streets, he feared for his life. He thought a local mob would find him and murder him, so he quickly fled Altamira and never returned. On December 22nd, the three judges voted to keep the suspects in custody and continue the process. Besides the eyewitnesses, the main pieces of evidence they had against Valentina were the old videotapes. But there were still arguments over what she was actually saying in those videos. So the cases fell apart, and they tried to dig into her book for more evidence. And the judge thought the book was relevant to the trial. The prosecutors argued that her book cited spells that would be performed with children's genitals, and that these spells would bring progress, wealth, and health to whoever practiced them. Two of the survivors who had escaped their captors also testified. One of the boys said that they were absolutely sure that the person who lured him to an isolated spot and mutilated his genitals was Carlos Alberto, the former military police officer who worked as security for the local gas station. The other boy, Otoniel, told a story about how he was called in to deliver mangoes one day, and that was when he was attacked from behind and passed out after a stranger forced a cloth over his face. The boy was then sexually assaulted and castrated, and he also identified Carlos Alberto as his attacker. When asked why he was now confident to identify his attacker when he couldn't before, Otoniel said, "In the past I was a frightened child, and today I'm already a man. I assume my actions and I am no longer afraid." Even though the victims identified only one man, prosecutors kept trying to connect the violent crimes to the entire cult. After dozens of arrests and searching cult members' houses, police found guns, hooded cloaks, 100 videotapes of ceremonies, Satanist publications, and Valentina's 200-page book. But after all these searches, they found no physical evidence that actually connected them to the crimes. The military officer, Alberto, was later convicted, but Valentina had an alibi that placed her out of the country at the time of the murders, so she was set free. Valentina then fled Brazil and continued her work with the cult for a decade. She traveled to Las Vegas, Argentina, and Uruguay. On March 24th, 1995, the court was shocked to get a request for a new hearing from an old eyewitness. It was Edmilson, the man that claimed that they had gone to the doctor's house for a ritual and had seen Valentina there, and he had given a new testimony. He said that he had lied about everything. He said that he had been coerced by 3 federal police officers who offered him money and said he couldn't refuse it. Other stories of police torture and abuse throughout the case also came to light. So no one knew who was telling the truth or who was tortured into telling lies in court. The case was eventually taken to the federal Supreme Court. A panel realized that the original case had been absolutely just fucked from the very beginning. So they ordered a new hearing for defense statements and they reopened the investigation phase. They also nullified everyone's convictions. By this time, one of the doctors, Brandao, had been held for more than 2 years in prison without an actual trial. After he was freed, he wanted to sue the state, and he claimed that he was used as a scapegoat by the authorities to hide the major flaws in the investigation. On September 12, 1995, all the other defendants connected to the cult were released, and all of the proceedings were stopped. After hearing that the cases were over, Valentina moved to Buenos Aires. She still had a few faithful followers, but she had lost hundreds of followers during the trials. She continued to preach her truth to the few followers she had left, and she refused to take any responsibility for what happened to the young boys in Altamira. She later created her website, which is filled with her ramblings about herself and her beliefs, and she constantly told the world she was innocent. After this, though, no one really knows what ever happened to Valentina. No one knows where she ended up living or if she's even still alive. And if she is still alive, she would be 91 years old today. But that still leaves us with the question of if the cult wasn't responsible for these murders, then who attacked all these boys between 1989 and 1993? During the awful investigations of the Superior Universal Alignment members, a man named Oswaldo Marcinera was arrested for one of the murders. He was reportedly a high priest of Umbanda. This was normally a non-violent Afro-Brazilian religion that combines African tradition, indigenous American beliefs, Spiritism, and Roman Catholicism. This high priest and 2 of his assistants allegedly confessed to committing the murder of Evandro, the boy who was killed and mutilated in the sawmill. But there were still over a dozen murders that weren't solved. After police tried to pin the blame on the Superior Universal Alignment for years, the true evil was still lurking across Brazil. And that true evil was a man named Francisco das Chagas Rodrigues. And his secret, violent murder streak wouldn't come to light until many years later in 2004. But he was the man who had been raping, mutilating, and murdering boys for years. Francisco was born in northeast Brazil in 1965. He grew up without a mother after she abandoned the family when he was only 4 years old. His father left the family 2 years later, and he was raised by his abusive grandmother named Maria. His father would occasionally come back around with strange women, but none of the women ever treated Francisco like a son. And every time his father came around and left again, he was always reminded of the pain of abandonment. When he was 6 years old, he helped his grandmother sell cakes on the street, and he also helped her with housework. Even though he had 3 brothers, he always felt alone. He would go out at night by himself and throw rocks at the neighborhood cats to entertain himself. And by the time he became an adult, he met a woman and had 2 daughters and Para. He then found a work as a bicycle mechanic, and in the 1980s, he moved to Altamira. This was when his dark fantasies seeped into reality and began kidnapping and mutilating young boys. Since these murders were later blamed on the cult, Francisco allegedly kidnapped, castrated, and killed an unknown number of boys in the area. He then moved from city to city across Brazil. In the streets, he would find poor young boys working for money just like he used to when he was a kid. Then he would lure the boys away, sexually abuse them, cut off their ears, fingers, and genitals. He also ended up killing most of the victims by strangling them or stabbing them with a knife. Sometimes he would douse his victims in fuel, light a match, and burn them to death. All of his victims were boys between the ages of 4 and 15, and it wasn't until the murder of 15-year-old Jonathan Viega When police finally began catching on, just before disappearing, Jonathan said he was going to meet a bicycle mechanic, and that bicycle mechanic was none other than Francisco. He was later arrested under suspicion of killing Jonathan along with 16 other boys, and this led the investigation back several years. They began connecting Francisco to the death of young boys dating back to 1989, and when they searched his house, they found several bones of 2 of his victims and a few pieces of their clothing. They also found boys' t-shirts that had been cut from their neck, which matched several of the other victims, and they realized that all of his victims were found within 600 feet of wherever he lived in each city. He was eventually suspected of killing and mutilating up to 42 boys in total. Because his killings were similar to the murders in Altamira, he was suspected of killing those boys too. But by the end, the case was already closed and there wasn't enough physical evidence to connect him to the crimes. Still, on March 29, 2004, he confessed to murdering 17 boys. But he would never tell police how he did it, or what he did with the bodies. These police investigations were so sloppy and careless through the years that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights ended up denouncing Brazil. It's believed that Francisco might have killed many more young boys, and now he's recognized as one of the most prolific serial killers in Brazilian history. He was eventually convicted of double homicide, abuse against dead bodies, and concealment of corpses, and he was sentenced to 580 years in prison. With Francisco behind bars, many believe that the nightmare was finally over, but the fact that someone or an entire organization was able to evade police for that long and carry out the absolutely most horrifying crimes had made many lose faith in the justice system of Brazil. Police desperately tried to blame black magic rituals and Satanism, when the problem was most likely just a psychopath that had outsmarted them at every turn. But still, there's no definite answer to who actually killed all those boys in Altamira. But unfortunately, the truth has been lost with them. I think what I come back to with this, I think you have to look at the cult, what they were about, what we know about them, which isn't a whole lot. But I do see how it's hard to connect them to these murders. I just don't see anything about this cult that tells me they're doing these black magic rituals. And obviously there was satanic literature and things like that, so maybe there was some of that, those beliefs involved with the cult, but again, it just comes down to lack of evidence, I guess.
Yeah,
there's just nothing.
No evidence. And I mean, that's not even to say like some of the cult members could have been like, but to try and pin it on the entire cult that's a bold claim, right? It could have been like, so those police officers, the ex-military police and whatnot, were working as security for the group or whatever. Yeah, maybe those were just the screwed up individuals who were committing some of these crimes.
And that's their connection to the cult.
Right.
But other than that, there's no evidence to suggest further connections from the cult to these killings.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that this could have even been like a criminal enterprise of some sort, you know, multiple individuals that were involved in this for whatever reason. I mean, it's always hard to understand motive with things like this or why people do evil things, but I think the possibility of it also being Francisco is a big possibility too. I mean,
yeah, agreed.
He just wreaked havoc across Brazil. His murders in other places were very similar to the ones done in Altamira.
Yeah, the MOs were the same.
It's just crazy to think one person though can get away with that many without getting caught.
That's why I kind of think there has to be maybe some overlap, multiple killers possibly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think too, is that there's multiple people that are involved in this, or maybe there is some underground group and that's just what they do. I mean,
right.
Yeah, there's no explanation for evil or why people carry out things like this, and sometimes it just makes absolutely no sense to the average person. I mean, it just, people do crazy shit for whatever reason. I see why Valentina would be upset by this, because obviously it paints her in a horrible light. She's this love and light person. She's, you know, here to help save people from the impending apocalypse, and, you know, get ready to jump on the spaceship and
and
Yeah.
go to
And she
and
definitely
leave
had
the planet.
some bad takes on children born after 1981.
Yeah,
never
and that's
really
what I
could
just go
understand
back to
why.
is like that, but that's so weird too.
Like, I wonder, maybe is that a part of her manipulation tactic? Like, no children involved here because children make things messy in cults or
Must
something
be.
like
It
that.
must be.
Yeah.
My guess is it's some kind of like just it's easier to control. I don't know though. I'm like, oh, is it really easier though? Like if you look at other cults, they gladly brought children into it, and
If anything, it's just another person you can easily indoctrinate.
right. That's what I'm saying. It's just
That's why I can't figure that
raise
out.
them in the cult, and then they're going to be a loyal member for because that's all they know.
True.
So I don't know. Maybe there is, and that's the thing with this is that maybe there could be this grand conspiracy to this that we don't even understand. That the cult is involved. It's a cover for this, and you know the members are all they're all connected. There could just be all these connections that just were never brought to light. This reminds me a little bit of the Son of Sam case, because when you dig into that one further, it does kind of lead you down the road of like there are underground rings of people that believe that are devil worshippers, Satanists that do these types of ritual killings, you know. And so it's not the first time that this sort of thing has happened in the world. And so my mind is always going back to the possibility of there being an underground ring of, you know, pedophiles or people that are obsessed with young children and killing them and extracting organs and whatever other purpose they have for doing this. But again, it comes down to you kind of have to believe more in that than look at the evidence, because there's not a lot of evidence to back those things up. There is and there isn't, but that's a conversation for another day. But I do think it's possible that this was a much larger ring in Brazil.
Sure.
And what we do know is that there's tons of human trafficking, there's tons of sex trafficking. Children are abducted and put into sex trafficking, but usually those children are kept alive for purposes of sex trafficking. So
Right.
this doesn't really necessarily fit that. But
And the fact that it was all boys too, I
Yeah.
think is worth remembering, because if Andrade was against children born after 1981, she didn't specify boys after 1981.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
So
right.
that kind of adds another layer
Yeah,
to why
it's a
is
good
it
point.
specifically
That's
boys.
a good point. Is it just a coincidence that she said those things and these things happen? And I mean, I think that's what they're kind of claiming is like, yeah, we never harmed anybody. This just was our rules for our group.
Yeah.
And people followed them. And it's hard though, because it's like this happened in Brazil and we only have access to so much information. I wonder if there's more details that's just, you know,
Hidden
lost
somewhere.
in Brazilian media that we'll never find and we'll never understand because it's in Portuguese. But I'm interested to see if there's anyone out there listening who's maybe Brazilian or familiar with this case that has some additional details about this, because we deep dive this about as deep as we could go. And
Yeah, I was even
It's still-
listening
yeah.
to Portuguese videos and
Yeah,
trying to
really?
translate
God.
them.
yeah, I mean, but yeah, it just seems like there's so much missing still.
Yeah.
Like there's so much assumptions that are made throughout the case and trial, but just there's so many holes that maybe that's just part of the mystery that we just don't know for sure. And God, it's possible that whoever or whatever group or individuals that were involved in this, and maybe Francisco was a part of that group and they just caught Francisco, but then there's others
Right.
that
yeah.
are, you know, other killers. Because again, there are a lot of times we like to think, you know, serial killers, one killer, but there are groups out there, and we need to do an episode on the smiley face killers. But there's potential for an underground group who all have the same motive, and the killings are all similar, or they use symbolic messages and things like that to tie them together. So I don't know. This one's absolutely disturbing, and you know, I just feel horrible for these poor kids that were victims in this, and I don't think that justice has been served. I mean,
Francisco, don't even send him to prison. He shouldn't even be living at this point. But it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. The absolute evil that exists in this world and the real life monsters that are out there. It's scary. But we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's episode there. Let us know your thoughts, though, on this one. If you're watching on YouTube, let us know in the comments. Who do you think, carried out these murders? I'd be interested to hear your theory, but that is it for us today. Austin will be back in a couple weeks. I'll be back with one more episode before the end of the year, a special bonus episode. But then, yeah, we will see you guys in the new year.
Yeah, take it easy.
Take it easy. Stay safe out there during the holidays. And until next time, lights out, everybody.
Lights out. Everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Lights Out podcast. I'm your host, Josh. Today is the very last episode of 2022. And for the last episode of the year, I'm going to be diving into some cryptozoology, specifically focusing on a cryptid known as the Black Shuck. The Black Shuck is supposedly a demonic dog that roams and terrorizes the countryside of eastern England to this day. Lots of very creepy encounters with this cryptid and a very, very intriguing history, which we'll be getting into here in just a moment. But before we get into the episode, I just wanted to thank all of you out there for making 2022 such a big year for Lights Out. 2022 was full of ups and downs for me, but I'm so happy to be ending the year on a high. There's so much to look forward to going into 2023. Austin will be joining me starting our first episode back in the new year. And I'm just so excited about that because it's been a while that I've been here recording by myself along with Annabelle, but I'm looking forward to where the show's going to go with my new co-host and producers. And I just want to thank all of you out there for supporting the show, listening, watching. It really means a lot to me. This has been by far my favorite project I've ever worked on, and I'm so excited to see where it goes into the future. But with that being said, let's dive into the very spooky Black Shuck. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by PDS Debt and Stamps.com. So to understand the Black Shuck, we have to first take a look at the history of dogs. The history of domesticated dogs date back to 10,000 BCE, and the first known European dog dates back to 7,538 BCE. At first, dogs were used for work and hunting, and they shared our bonfires in the night. And during the day, they helped herd sheep and hunt birds. They were also great for protecting their territory, so we brought them into our homes, and eventually they became man's best friend. And these four-legged creatures have walked by our sides for thousands of years since. Dogs can be funny, affectionate, and extremely loyal. But poorly trained dogs, or dogs found out in the wild, can be dangerous and vicious. After all, they're descendants from wolves. They're carnivores that can hunt almost anything with a beating heart and rip it to shreds. So most of us know that dogs can be the greatest creatures, or the most vicious beasts, depending on which one we come across. And there's one specific beast that's made a name for itself over the centuries. A demonic hound known as the Black Shuck. Through the years, this beast has gotten many names in English folklore. It's been called the Black Shuck, Old Shuck, Trash, Striker, Hooter, Shug Monster, Padfoot,
galley trot, or simply shuck. Depending on where you live in England, you'll probably have a different name for this beast, but its most popular name is the black shuck. The term black shuck comes from the Anglo-Saxon word skuka, which means devil or demon. It often lurks in the darkness along the coastline and countryside of England in East Anglia. The history of this land dates back centuries, and the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of East Anglia was established in the 6th century. No one knows how long the black shuck has roamed this area, and it's commonly believed that this black dog is the ghostly remains of an ancient spirit. Those who have seen the beast claim that he's a large black hound, sometimes as large as a horse. It has shaggy fur, large red eyes, and sharp white teeth. Drool or foam can be seen coming out of its mouth. Sometimes the hound's eyes are burning or glowing with the intensity of fire. Some accounts even describe the dog as having 2 heads, or even not having a head at all. The beast is often seen coming out of the wilderness and occasionally walking along public footpaths. And even if you don't see the beast, it can be identified by its blood-curdling howls in the middle of the night. They say the sound is hard to describe, but once you hear it, you know that it's the black shuck. Besides its shrieking howl, the hound is known to be completely silent. It can move through the British countryside without making a sound. The soft pads on his paws make him completely silent. So even people who are well aware of their surroundings can become victims to the black shuck's attack. Some travelers might get excited to see the black shuck out on their hikes through the wilderness. But some believe that even just spotting the hound is an omen of bad luck, or even worse, death. If the black shuck doesn't kill you then, death might be coming for you soon after. Many also believe that the black shuck is a form of a hellhound. Hellhounds are mythological creatures that embody a guardian or a servant of the devil or the underworld. They're known all over the world, but they have different names. One of the best known examples is Cerberus from Greek mythology. This was a multi-headed dog that guarded the gates of the underworld and prevented the dead from leaving. He has 3 heads, a serpent tail, and several snakes that protrude from his body. But most hellhounds are commonly black, overgrown, supernaturally strong, and have red flaming eyes. Their descriptions depend on what part of the world that they're in. Some can even shapeshift into horrific creatures, like a priest's body with a dog's head, or a large dog that changes into a headless man on fire. Some have seen the black shuck with 1 flaming eye, like a cyclops, but the black shuck slightly changes with each story. And one of the oldest stories of the beast dates back hundreds of years. One hellhound in France was said to have materialized out of thin air in the middle of a church when the doors were shut. At that moment, the entire church was shrouded in darkness, and the beast walked up and down the pews like it was looking for someone specific. When the hound didn't find what it was looking for, it suddenly vanished. Stories like this are common with hellhounds. Witnesses often see the beast appear and vanish within a moment. They leave the victims with only a threat. But hundreds of different stories, names, and descriptions of the beast exist all over the world. One of the strangest things about black shuck is its interaction with humans. Its behavior can range from nice and pleasant to angry and aggressive depending on who crosses its path. Some think this might be because the black shuck represents many spirits in the wilderness, and each one has different interactions with strangers depending on who it is. Some see these hounds as guardians of the land, while others see it as a constant threat that terrorizes the people nearby. In Suffolk, the black shuck is seen as a guardian spirit that helps people when they are lost or in need. But in other areas, the beast is seen as an omen that brings misfortune to whoever sees it or hears it. But the beast doesn't necessarily attack their victims. Sometimes it waits for the person to get distracted so it could vanish into thin air, like a flame going out, or sink into the earth beneath its feet and return to hell. The earliest accounts of people who have come across the black shuck began in the British Isles. Some stories date all the way back to the 12th century, and some of the newest stories date up to the last 100 years. It's most likely that people still experience the black shuck today. They either keep their stories secret, fearing that death might take them soon, or they don't even realize that they've crossed paths with a hellhound. Most of the historical encounters are either random sightings or fatal encounters. And one of the first sightings goes back to the year 1127. The narrator says that no one should be surprised at the truth of what he's about to tell. He says it was even common knowledge that these beasts roamed the countryside. Traveling monks had arrived at Peterborough Abbey, and they had seen huge huntsmen dressed in black that rode on large horses and black he-goats through the woods. Hounds with jet black eyes could be seen running alongside them. They were seen in the deer park of Peterborough, and in the woods that stretched all the way to Stamford. In the night, the monks and abbey could hear the huntsmen sounding their horns and the dogs howling deep in the forest. And as time passed, they noticed that these strange beings mysteriously disappeared right around Easter. Another sighting happened around the same time, and it tells of a young servant boy who worked in Bungay Castle. This is an old castle built in 1100. It said that the beast appeared to the boy out of nowhere, and the beast put so much fear into the servant boy that he died of shock soon after. These early stories are short, but they've survived for almost 1,000 years, and they're still told to this very day. One of the most famous encounters occurred in 1577 in the village of Blythburgh. There's a parish church known as the Holy Trinity Church. This town is known as one of the earliest Christian sites in East Anglia. Deep roots of Christianity exist here, and the earliest church dates back to the year 654. The Holy Trinity Church was built sometime in the 1100s. It stands as a large stone structure with one large pillar towering over the front side. Decorative windows line the walls and wooden angels hang from the ceiling. Over the centuries, this church underwent a series of disasters, and the most dramatic one came on August 4th, 1577. A storm was passing through during a morning service. It was a storm the locals had never seen before. Thunder shook the walls when lightning struck the top of the church. During Mass, lightning kept pummeling the steeple, and the congregation thought that this was the end of days. They kneeled in their pews praying for God to save them. And right as one last clap of thunder startled the people inside, the front door swung open and a massive dog charged in. Since it made almost no noise when it ran, many did not notice the beast. Only a few people saw the beast charging up the aisle. It ran up the nave past several pews. A group of people dodged out of the way, and the hound eventually stopped when it found its victims. The beast's eyes glowed with fire as he pounced on top of a man kneeling deep in prayer. With one bite, he lashed onto the man's throat and twisted it. And with no hesitation, the beast then lunged toward a young boy nearby, and he killed the boy just as quickly as the man. Strangely, the two bodies of the victims remained in a kneeling position like they were in a state of prayer, but their throats were mangled, and blood showered their clothes. The congregation watched the horror unfold, but no one ran. They concentrated even harder on their prayers, hoping God would save them from the terror they had just witnessed. The storm still surged, and one last gust of wind forced the church steeple to collapse through the roof. The beast sensed danger as the roof began to cave in, so it charged towards the exit and bolted through the door. It left several scorch marks behind on the north entrance, which can still be seen at the church to this very day. Some call these marks the devil's fingerprints. Ironically, some believe that these scorch marks came from candles used during a ceremony to protect the church from curses. But either way, this was the moment the Black Shuck began making a name for itself in England. And a famous verse has immortalized the event. Quote, "All down the church, in midst of fire, the hellish monster flew, and passing onward to the choir, he many people slew." After terrorizing the Holy Trinity Church, the Black Shuck wasn't done with his streak of terror. On the same day, the thunderstorm had rolled over to St. Mary's Church in Bungay, which is about 12 miles away. The Black Hound appeared there too, and it attacked several of the congregation members inside. 2 of them died and another was injured. The surviving victim walked away with severe burns on his hands that many believe he had gotten from just touching the Black Shuck's fur. The Black Shuck made such an impression on the town of Bungay, they ended up adding the Black Shuck to their official coat of arms. And they even named their football team
the Black Dogs. For this area and the surrounding towns, the appearance of the Black Shuck began to increase over time, and his infamy grew. Right about now, seasonal excitement or dread is starting to settle in, especially for small businesses. It's not too late to get your holiday mailing and shipping under control with Stamps.com. Sign up now and you'll be printing your own postage in minutes. For more than 20 years, Stamps.com has been indispensable for over 1 million businesses. Get access to the USPS and UPS services you need to run your business right from your computer. No lines, no traffic, no hassle. Even save money with major discounts on USPS and UPS shipping rates, up to 86% off. I love Stamps.com. My business has been using it for years now. And the fact that I never have to go to the post office is absolutely amazing. Especially around the holidays, the line is out the door. You end up being there for over an hour. And then you end up paying way too much for shipping. Skip the line, save tons of money, and print your postage right from home 24/7 and schedule a pickup for your package. It's that simple, and you can spend more time doing the things you love, like spending time with your family and getting ready for the holidays. This holiday season, trade late nights for silent nights and get started with Stamps.com today. Sign up with promo code LIGHTSOUT for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone on the top of the page, and enter code LIGHTSOUT. With Stamps.com, you'll never have to go to the post office again. The legend of the Black Shuck was also cemented into history by the poet Sir Walter Scott. He once mentioned the beast in an old poem. It said, "For he was speechless, ghastly wan, like him of whom the story ran, who spoke the spectre, hound, and man." Since Sir Walter Scott had such an impact on European literature, this legend of the spectre hound spread even further by the 1800s. In 1890, a young boy ran home to his family. He burst through the front door out of breath and confused. His clothes were soaking wet, and he ran to warm himself by the fire. When they asked what had happened, he said he had swam out into the North Sea. Confused, his family asked why he would do something like that. He explained that a giant black dog with flaming eyes had chased him to the shore, and the only way to escape the beast was to swim out into the sea. So he swam as far as he could, but the hound paced back and forth across the shore waiting for him to return. The boy kept swimming. He swam out as far as he could, but his limbs grew weak and it was hard to breathe. He soon realized that if he stayed out there any longer, he would drown. But luckily, when he looked back at the shore again, the hound had disappeared. Another encounter tells of a midwife in the 1930s. She was on her way home from work heading towards Essex. She often rode her bike along the narrow winding pathways to get back to her home, when all of a sudden out of the forest came a large black dog, running full speed ahead. It was larger than any other dog she had ever seen. When she noticed the dog was heading straight toward her, she began pedaling as hard as she could. But the distance between them began closing in, and right as the black dog caught up to the back wheel of her bicycle, it snapped its jaws and suddenly vanished into thin air. Other encounters don't have specific dates, but their stories have been passed along for many, many years. One story takes place in Lyme Regis in West Dorset. Out near a family's old farmhouse, they once saw the Black Shuck prowling around the property at night. They had seen it come by several times, but it didn't do any harm. It kept to itself, sniffing the grass and circling the property. Until one day, the man who owned the farmhouse got extremely drunk. He became sick of the hound wandering around his property day after day. He went over to his fireplace and took out a metal poker. The pointed end had been sitting in the hot flame. So when he took it out of the fire, the end smoldered red hot. He then unlocked the front door and charged at the beast at the edge of his property. Once he got close enough, the Black Shuck dodged out of his attack and headed into the front door of the farmhouse. The man heard the hound climbing up his stairs and he chased after it. Once he got up to the second floor, he watched as the beast bolted up through the ceiling hatch and made its way into the attic. In a drunken stupor, he followed the dog up into the attic. But by then, the beast had mysteriously vanished. A few of the dog's hairs remained scattered around the attic, but all the man found was a pile of silver and gold stashed away. Supposedly, if you ever come across an old farmhouse in Lyme Regis, the beast can still be seen today, wandering around.
Some have seen it bolting across nearby streets or crossing pathways, but it's never attempted to enter the farmhouse again. Another story tells of a black dog out in the Isle of Man. The beast had been spotted near Peel Castle, an old castle originally constructed by Vikings. They built up wooden fortifications around old Celtic religious buildings and a cathedral. Hundreds of years later, the major walls were built of red sandstone, and they still stand today. But unlike the rest of the castle, the cathedral didn't stand the test of time. The roof is now completely missing, and all that's left are stone walls and windows. Beneath the cathedral ruins, there lies a crypt that runs 34 feet long. Tombs of dead bishops and monks still rest there. No one knows when the black shuck was first spotted there, but as the legend goes, anyone who sees the black shuck here will soon die. In the areas near Leeds, Pudsey, Bradford, Wakefield, and some of Staffordshire, the black shuck is better known as Padfoot. This is also the beast that inspired the nickname for Sirius Black in the Harry Potter series. Padfoot is similar to the black shuck in many ways. He's large with black fur. He has huge glowing red eyes, and many believe he has a connection with the devil. He also has a connection with electrical storms, crossroads, barrows, and places of execution, as well as ancient pathways. Some say this beast can even turn invisible, but you can just barely hear its soft footsteps if you listen closely. If you ever find yourself walking down an empty path in the middle of a forest and you hear soft footsteps of a dog, Padfoot might appear in front of you. In one story, a villager was caught off guard by the beast appearing in front of him on a narrow path. He tried to beat the hound with his walking stick, but when he tried to make contact with the beast, the walking stick swung through the creature like it was made of air. This would terrify anyone, so the man ran home. Not long after this encounter with the beast, he came down with a severe illness and died, and many believe this was Padfoot's revenge on the man. In northern English folklore, the monstrous black dog is known as Barghest. The name is thought to come from the term town ghost or bear ghost. One famous case reported that this beast was often seen by a remote gorge named Trawler's Gill in Yorkshire. As the story goes, a man ventured up a limestone hill nearby because he wanted to see if he could summon the beast in an act of ritual magic. The man's friends and family had seen him leave the town and head towards Trawler's Gill, but he never returned. A day later, they found a trail of blood that led to his lifeless body out near the gorge. His chest had been shredded apart by something with claws and sharp teeth. The wounds even cut down to the bones of his rib cage. These black dogs of England are also known to protect burial chambers of awful people who have been put to rest. In the 1600s, there was a man by the name of Richard Cabot. He was a squire who lived on the southeastern edge of Dartmoor, and he was known by the locals as Dirty Dick. He was an avid hunter, and the townspeople described him as a monstrously evil man. He gained a notorious reputation, and supposedly he sold his soul to the devil. There were also rumors that spread that he had murdered his wife Elizabeth inside of a church. Many believed that he had killed his wife as a sacrificial killing to the devil, so he could gain immortality. But he never achieved immortality since he died on July 5th, 1677. His body was then placed inside a tomb in the village of Buckfastleigh, and it's still there to this day. On the night when they buried him, they saw a phantom pack of hounds that gathered near his tomb and began to howl. From that day on, locals saw Richard's ghost return to the world of the living on the anniversary of his death. He would then lead the pack of phantom dogs across the moor and take them hunting. And when they weren't out hunting, they could be found roaming around his tomb, howling and shrieking in the night. The locals tried to finally lay his soul to rest by constructing a large building around his burial site, and another huge stone slab was placed on top of his tomb. But the hounds can still be seen and heard, howling in the night despite all of this. This isn't the only place of death where ghostly hounds protect the land of the dead and awful men. In 1751, within the parish of Tring, an older woman named Ruth Osborne was suspected of witchcraft. And in those days, they used the infamous water test, where they would dunk a suspected witch into a body of water repeatedly until they drowned or confessed to being a witch. If they confessed, then they were then executed or burned at the stake. In this case, the woman didn't confess. A local chimney sweep by the name of Thomas Colley was the man who had first accused Ruth of being a witch. He then gathered up a mob of people, charged into a local workhouse, and seized Ruth Osborne and her husband. After they beat her, they dragged Ruth through the mud to the nearest body of water and dragged her through it. Thomas then grabbed a large stick and forced her body down into the water until she drowned. By then, the trial and execution of witches had been repealed, almost 20 years earlier. So the local authorities then took Thomas Colley and hanged him by the neck. To set an example for what happens to witch hunters, the authorities then displayed his dead body for all to see. After his body began to decompose, they eventually took him and buried him. But it was at this spot where a black dog with chains would later be seen. The village schoolmaster had just returned home from abroad when he had heard what had happened to Ruth and Thomas. The schoolmaster was returning home late one night in a carriage. When they approached the location where they had hanged Thomas's body, the schoolmaster and the driver noticed a small fire along a ditch nearby. The driver of the carriage pulled it to a stop, and both men saw the fire explode with a bright flash. Out of the flames came a giant dog with long ears and eyes of fire, and they watched as the dog seemed to smile at the men before disappearing like a smoldering flame. Places that have traumatic histories like this are known to attract the Black Shuck. And like the gallows, prisons have also been a hotspot for sightings. Newgate Prison in London has had Black Shuck sightings for the last 400 years. The dog is usually seen around places where they had carried out executions, and the first Black Shuck sighting in Newgate Prison dates back to 1596. A local scholar had been accused of witchcraft and sent to prison, and as he awaited trial, they threw him into a cell with several other inmates. The cell was dark and damp. The scholar could see that these other men hadn't washed themselves or been fed in days. They looked gaunt and sick, and they eyed him like a fresh meal. They eventually teamed up and beat the scholar to death, and then ate him. After this happened, the Black Shuck appeared in the prison hallway just outside their cell. The inmates became so terrified, they waited for the chance to assault the prison guards, steal the keys, and escape the prison. Even though they escaped prison, they sure couldn't escape the wrath of the Black Shuck. The beast eventually found and hunted down each of the men that had escaped, and the beast proceeded to kill every single one of them. Since then, the prison has been demolished, but the dog has been known to prowl around where the execution area once was. This episode of Lights Out is also brought to you by PDS Debt. How many of you wish there was a better solution to paying off your debt? PDS Debt has customized 0% interest options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. With inflation on the rise and gas prices hitting an all-time high, now is the time to get serious about a better plan to pay off your debt. PDS Debt is giving my qualified listeners a free debt savings analysis just for completing the 30-second online debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/lightsout. You will receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. If you're making payments on your debt and your balances aren't going down, this program is for you. PDS Debt rolls all your payments into one low 0% interest monthly payment. Everyone with over $10,000 or more in debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit accepted. Save thousands in interest and fees, and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. I've done this very thing before in the past to get rid of my debt, and I gotta say, it really is the most efficient way to get your debt taken care of and start experiencing financial freedom. PDS Debt is offering free debt analysis to our listeners just for completing the quick and easy debt assessment at www.pdsdebt.com/lightsout. That's pdsdebt.com/lightsout. Take back your financial freedom today by visiting pdsdebt.com/lightsout. So luckily, not every sighting of the Black Shuck has to do with death, evil spirits, and demonic conjuring. Another story from the Isle of Man mentions a guardian black dog that prevented the deaths of several sailors. There was a fishing boat waiting in Peel Harbor, and several fishermen were aboard, but they were waiting for their skipper to command the crew on a night of fishing. They ended up waiting several hours. Eventually, the sun rose and the skipper never showed up. In the early morning, the men watched as black clouds rolled in and a violent storm came through the harbor. Lightning and thunder rumbled, and the waves grew 10 to 20 feet tall. If the men had sailed out to sea, their small fishing boat would have capsized and they would have all drowned. When the skipper finally got to the dock and found his crew, he explained why he didn't make it in time. He said he had left his house in the night and headed towards the harbor, but he heard what sounded like a giant metal chain dragging across the street. And that's when in front of him, a giant black dog blocked his path. He wore a large collar, and attached to the collar was a broken metal chain that hung from his neck and dragged across the ground. The dog growled and foamed at the mouth, and its eyes turned red. The man tried to take a different path through a different alley, but every way he turned, he could hear the chain dragging across the street, and the black dog always appeared in front of him. The skipper took this as a sign to go back inside his home. He thought the dog would eventually move on, but whenever he looked out the window, he saw the giant dog waiting for him. So the man decided to stay in for the night, even though he knew his sailors were waiting for him. And luckily by the morning the dog was gone, and the violent storm had rolled through. The skipper had first seen the giant black dog as an omen. But when the storm cleared and he found his men safe in the harbor, he realized that the black dog had actually saved their lives. If he had met up with his men and taken off for his fishing trip that night, the storm would have most definitely killed them all. In Jersey, near the coast of northwest France, they know this specific dog as the Black Dog of Bouilly Bay. There's a tiny harbor on the north coast, and the town sits beside green cliffs with standing shelves that descend into dark blue waters. Here, many believe that if they see a large black dog with a chain hanging from its neck, a violent storm isn't far off. Others around Britain have also seen the black dog as a sign of protection. Out in the countryside of Somerset County, they see the black shuck as a sign of good fortune. If children see a large black dog while they're playing out in the rolling hills, they believe they're being protected from danger. Another story mentions a man in the 1900s walking through a dark forest path in the evening. While he was walking, a giant dog appeared at his side. It was about half the size of a calf. The man thought it was strange, but the dog seemed friendly enough. He walked beside him in silence until he made it through the forest, and then this dog vanished into the darkness. Later in the night, the man made the trip back through the woods to head home, and the black dog reappeared by his side. And again, he followed beside him until he reached the edge of the forest. At first, this seemed pretty insignificant. The man thought the dog just wanted some company as they walked through the forest, or maybe the dog was lost. It wasn't until years later when the truth was finally revealed. 2 local prisoners had asked for a priest so they could confess their sins, and during their confessions, the men mentioned one night a few years back. They were hidden in the forest, and they planned on murdering and robbing a man who walked in the woods. They picked him out because it was dark and he was alone and no one else was around. But suddenly, the 2 men watched as a massive black dog appeared by the man's side. They realized it was too dangerous to attack the man with a giant beast nearby, so they waited in the forest, hoping the man would come back through alone. The man did return later in the night, but once again the large dog was by his side, so the 2 men decided not to attack him. The man would never know how the black shuck protected him that night. Of course, it could have all been a coincidence, but the appearance of the dog seemed intentional, especially since the dog showed up again when the man returned to the forest. Most of these encounters with the black shuck have been passed down through generations, and many of these stories are hundreds of years old. In the last century, sightings of the black shuck have been rare, but first-hand encounters still happen. One encounter happened to a World War II survivor when she was a young girl. She had encountered the black shuck one summer evening. Her parents had sent her to bed, but she wasn't tired. The late summer sun was still up, and like any kid, she didn't want to go to bed. But she knew she couldn't leave her room or her parents would yell at her. So she sat at the edge of her bed, playing with the brass ornamental bedposts. She stared out the window and watched the sunset, when all of a sudden, she noticed a strange scratching noise on the opposite side of the room. As she looked over, a giant dog appeared by the fireplace and walked toward the bed. It almost looked like the dog had emerged from the fire itself. On all fours, it stood about 4 feet high. It walked around the edge of the bed and sat between the young girl and her bedroom window. It sat there for a moment before walking back around the bed towards the bedroom door, and as it paced across the floor, it swung its head toward the young girl and stared directly at her. She vividly remembered that its eyes were giant red orbs that began to glow from the inside, like a red light bulb that has just been turned on. The young girl was terrified, but she stayed in her place on the bed. As this dog stared at her, its mouth opened and it began panting heavily. The girl could feel the heat from its mouth. It was like a hot gust of wind with each breath. As it turned and headed to the door, the dog then evaporated into thin air, and the young girl sat there in shock. And she was too scared to crawl underneath the covers of her bed, so she just sat there for a while. She thought she might have been dreaming, but she could hear her mother and a guest sitting outside the bedroom window in the garden talking to each other. And she could hear the bell ringing from the local fish cart that traveled through the village. Her surroundings were all too real for this to be a dream, and this memory would stick with her forever, even through her adulthood during the terrors of World War II. Hundreds of other accounts of Black Shuck encounters exist. Some are more verified than others. They cover single-person experiences with the beast and sightings from large groups of people. A UK historian named Ivan Bunn once recounted a sighting of the hound in 1893. In Rockland, Norfolk, one night a man and his friend were in a car driving down the street when suddenly, right in front of them, a massive beast stood in the middle of the road. The friend in the passenger seat screamed and told the driver to swerve, but the driver pushed on, straight ahead. He knew that swerving was more dangerous than a collision with animals on the road, but the driver didn't realize that this wasn't no ordinary animal. As the front of the car smashed into the beast, the air surrounding it exploded with fire, and a horrible stench of sulfur filled the air. After the impact, the car spun into the side of the road, and the entire front of the car was completely smashed to pieces. When the friend looked over at the driver, his body was mangled and his skin was burned severely. He had died almost instantly. And the dog was nowhere to be found. Besides first-hand encounters, many claim the beast isn't real because there isn't much evidence, especially physical evidence. But that changed a few years ago. The only physical evidence of the Black Shuck has been a mysterious grave uncovered in Suffolk. In May of 2014, archaeologists uncovered the skeleton of a 7-foot-long dog, and they believed that it weighed over 200 pounds. Its body was unearthed in the remains of ancient Leiston Abbey. This site is only a few miles from the two churches where the Black Shuck was seen during the thunderstorm in August of 1577. The remains were found in an unmarked grave and it was buried only 20 inches deep. Some of the pottery fragments that were found nearby dated back to the 1500s, and many believe this might just be the remains of the notorious Black Shuck. But like a game of telephone, the legend of the beast has changed depending on location and time. Many of its traits have stayed the same over the centuries. Whether these encounters are simply real dogs wandering the British countryside or spirits that have manifested into the real world, that's for you to decide. The legend of the Black Shuck lives on, and with this many stories through the years, many believe there has been some level of truth to the existence of the Black Shuck, the notorious demonic dog from the pits of hell. So does the Black Shuck exist? If you live in the UK, have you ever seen the Black Shuck? Or maybe you've heard stories from friends and family about their own encounters with this demonic hound. I would love to know. I think the idea of cryptids is a very interesting one, and one that I don't discount entirely. I do believe it is very possible that there are spirits or interdimensional beings that are able to manifest themselves into various different creatures and animals here in our reality. So I do think it is possible that these spectral creatures really do exist. I think it's interesting that there are so many sightings over such a long period of time as well. And what's interesting is that, as far as I know, I've never seen a wolf, a coyote, or any other dog, for that matter, that has had glowing red eyes. And if in fact people are seeing this hound with glowing red eyes like fire, I think that's a hard observation to get wrong. So maybe people really are encountering this spectral hellhound in the wild. Is the Black Shuck really a guardian? Or is it there to simply inflict terror on its victims? I guess we'll never know. That is where the Lights Out journey for 2022 ends. Thank you so much for joining me for this episode of Lights Out. Please let me know your thoughts on the Black Shuck or your stories of your encounters below. There's one thing you can do for me that really helps me out and helps the show, and that's just making sure you're following the show on Spotify. It takes 2 seconds, doesn't cost you anything. Also, if you wouldn't mind heading over to Apple Podcasts, hitting subscribe there, and subscribing to our YouTube channel, I would greatly appreciate it. But Lights Out will be off for a week, and then I'll be returning with Austin here in the new year. Have a safe, very fun-filled, spooky new year. I'll see you soon. Until then, Lights Out. Everybody.
Light out. Everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Lights Out podcast. I'm your host, Josh, and joined in the studio is my new co-host, Austin. Welcome back, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So today, we are diving into some of the most haunted places in Mexico. And these stories are dark and brutal, to say the least. And you can definitely see why these places have now become paranormal hotspots and just haunted in general. Mexico is one of those places that I've always enjoyed visiting. It's a beautiful country. The people are some of the best salt of the earth people I've ever met. Have you been to Mexico?
I've never been. Always
Really?
wanted to go, yeah.
Really? It's really one of my favorite places, honestly. And it's devastating to see the violence that they are dealing with right now. I don't know if you saw, but actually just this past week, El Chapo's son, Ovidio Guzman, was actually arrested by Mexican authorities for the second time. He was actually arrested in 2019, and the Sinaloa cartel, I think there was another cartel group, actually went and tried to bust him out of jail. And the violence got so bad in 2019 that the government actually ended up releasing him back. Just releasing him because the cartel is just threatening like an all-out war. And so they released him, but this time under the new president of Mexico, they are actually trying to extradite him to the US.
Yeah.
Which this is interesting. I didn't even know this till recently, but El Chapo, so his father, is actually imprisoned in Florence, Colorado, in the Supermax prison. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah, so Florence is like down. If you go south to Colorado Springs and then kind of go into the mountains a little bit, it's called the Alcatraz of the Rockies.
Wow.
Maybe we can do an episode about it. I'm sure there's some crazy stories out there.
Let's go interview him.
I know. Let's take a little road trip out there. But yeah, they're trying. It's the most secure prison, I believe, in the entire United States. And his father's there, so they're trying to get his son there too, because right now, in the city of, I'm probably not going to pronounce this right, which today we're covering a lot of different places in Mexico, and my Spanish is not the greatest, so bear with me. But in the city of Culiacan, it's probably not how you pronounce it, but it's an all-out war. Like, there's footage coming out of there, and it's absolutely insane. There's just cartel trucks going down the highway. They're fighting with the Mexican army, and it's just all-out war there. There was a video of a Aeromexico plane landing, and it was being shot at by cartel members with like 50 caliber guns.
It's insane.
And passengers are like on the floor of the plane. So it's all out chaos there. And if you live there, I feel for you. I mean, I don't even know what you even do in that situation. And just the whole cartel situation in general is a really tough one, because what's crazy is that a lot of the cartel groups have American weapons.
Yep.
So it's like, clearly America has some part in arming the cartels, and just the whole war on drugs is a whole another issue. But I just wanted to bring that up because that was going on right now, and it'll be interesting to see if they're actually able to get El Chapo's son out of Mexico before the cartel gets to him. But today we're going to be covering some of the most haunted places in Mexico, and really going into the stories behind these places and why they are now considered haunted.
So before we get into that, I just want to thank our sponsors for today. We've got Talkspace, Every Plate, and Care of. But let's just go ahead and dive into our first location. And you can't talk about haunted places in Mexico without talking about the island of Dolls. So the island of Dolls is actually an island located in the channels of Xochimilco. The island itself is actually called a chinampa.
Yeah, so these are small rectangular plots of land. I didn't really know about these until I researched this particular island. They're used to grow crops on shallow lake beds.
Yeah, I was looking at some video footage of the island of Dolls, and it looks like a lot of people get around on boats because of these shallow lakes.
As far as I know, that's the only way to access the island is through a boat.
Wow.
Yeah. And this was a technique used in Mesoamerica, especially in the Valley of Mexico. They're usually built in swamplands, and a bunch of these little islands are found in the waters surrounding Xochimilco. It's a common place for these islands. It's spooky because it's often in really humid regions, and so a lot of fog rolls through these islands.
Oh, man.
And a lot of the times the islands look like they float above the fog, so the locals call them the floating gardens, which sounds pretty
The floating
fantastical.
haunted gardens. I mean, the place looks like a horror movie set.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, there's just all these deformed dolls and decaying dolls hanging from the trees. Yeah, it's a major tourist location, as you can imagine. But I was like, man, I wonder what that must be like at night
Terrifying.
when the fog sets in, or like, you know, early morning, and you can't really see anything. You're just kind of like roaming around in there, and then all of a sudden these dolls just pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, or imagine being on a boat and the fog rolls in. You can't see anything.
So in the early 1900s, the small island was originally owned by a man named Don Julian Santana Barrera. And Santana would often head over to the nearby barrio to sell his vegetables after he'd go get a drink of pulque, which is a traditional Mexican alcoholic beverage made from the fermented sap from the agave plant. He would get drunk and begin preaching the Bible to everyone nearby. He had deeply rooted superstitions about the supernatural and the cursed lands that he thought surrounded him. Eventually, though, he got so annoying that they actually banned him from the barrio. According to legend, Santana was on his island when he heard the cry of a young girl. Her voice screamed out, "I want my doll." And as he raced through the forest, he eventually found the young girl's dead body on the bank. She was covered in mud and her legs were wrapped in green lilies. She'd actually drowned after being entangled by the lilies in the canal. Next to her body laid a doll, and for whatever reason, Santana decided to take the doll. The girl's body was eventually laid to rest, but every time Santana traveled by the bank where he found her body, he claimed to hear the young girl whispering, "I want my doll." So he retrieved the doll he had originally taken from the girl, and he hung it up on one of the nearby trees, and he hoped that this would finally allow her to rest in peace. But now every time he went outside, a new doll apparently hung from one of the trees. Day after day, new dolls began to appear, until eventually they covered the entire island. Many believe that the dolls had been placed there by spirits. Others think the locals added the dolls over time. A few think it might be a mix of both. Either way, all the different kinds hang from trees and walls, and some even hang upside down. Their eyelids are milky, and their clothes are covered in dirt. Some are even headless, and others look like they could be voodoo dolls with pins sticking in them. Later, one of the locals found Santana's body washed up on the island. He had actually drowned in the exact same spot that the girl had drowned years before. So many ended up believing that the girl's spirit somehow caused his death. And to this day, she still haunts the island. In 1987, an eco-tourist rescue was made, and they found that the island was completely covered in water lily. This was the same plant that had entangled the young girl and drowned her, and now it completely covered the island along with the dolls. Back in 1943, this island had gained local fame, but now after Santana's death, the island had become a tourist hotspot. Hundreds of terrifying dolls now cover the island, and many of the visitors claim that they've seen the eyes of the dolls shifting or following them. The only way to access this island is by taking a long boat ride. It actually takes about an hour, and the tour travels through a museum, the canal, and a local lagoon. On the island, there's actually a small museum where you can find the first doll that Santana hung up. Some visitors place offerings around the dolls, hoping for miracles and blessings. Others bring a new set of clothes for the dolls and maintain that the place is a form of worship. Many believe there's a strong paranormal presence
and even skeptics have claimed to feel something off while walking through the rows of hanging dolls. I know for me, the only thing I'd be looking at is a doll's eyes.
Oh man, yeah. Supposedly a lot of people see them move and twitch and turn around and stuff.
And a lot of people even claim hearing the young girl that drowned, hear whispers and voices. And I mean, so I know there's been a number of like paranormal investigators that have gone to the island and conducted investigations. And from what I've seen, it looks like they've definitely have encountered some strange activity there, especially, the dismembered voices and things like that. I mean, it's truly a spooky place. I
wonder,
can see why it's
I always
haunted.
think, why is the first impulse, hey, I found the body of a young girl, let's take her doll away from her? I always think that was like, wow, good move, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, he was a religious man, a Christian man, so he probably didn't think anything of it at the time. He's
True.
just thinking, we need to lay this girl to rest, and what am I do? Just leave the doll there on the bank, and
Right, yeah.
Maybe he thought it was some way to pay tribute to her. But I think what's interesting is oftentimes objects that are associated with those that pass, the residual energy from, the spirit or soul of that little girl becomes trapped in that doll. And a lot of times when a death is on the tragic side, a lot of times, there's, a part of it that is left behind. And a lot of times it ends up in that object that person was really attached to. And so when you look at haunted objects just in general, you find that most of the times that the human had major attachment to it while they were alive, and it was near them when they passed, and therefore part of their souls potentially trapped with it. Yeah, or it's like a residual energy from that human left in the doll. And so I wonder if some of those dolls are from other children who maybe passed early on, and they bring them there because that's just something that they do. I mean, that's just, I don't know that that's true or not, but it's an interesting thought. Or it's just kind of become this hot spot, and it's a tourist place, so people just bring them to kind of add to the collection there. But it's a pretty interesting one.
Even just as like a community project, it's pretty impressive.
I mean, there's a lot on there. It's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of dolls on this island. It's
what it reminded me of? This is a little bit from home, because I'm from Detroit. It's called the Heidelberg Project. I don't know if you've ever heard of this.
It sounds familiar, yeah.
So it's this art project. These dolls remind me of it because there's actually a fair amount of dolls there. But this guy back in the 80s wanted to make this neighborhood more safe. So he thought, the only way I can really make this safe, since it's not being patrolled by cops as much, it's kind of way out here, is I'm going to make this entire block an art project.
Oh, interesting.
Just to get eyes on the block.
Oh, that's smart.
It brings all these people by. It's this art project. And yeah, you'll find weird stuff like dolls and stuff hanging, and shoes hanging from houses, and just bikes upside down, and power lines, and like, yeah, you should check it out.
Weird,
Heidelberg Project. But this kind of reminded me of that. And it's still in existence today. You can still go by and check it out.
That's interesting. That actually makes a lot of sense, though. If there's enough people, and especially people that aren't local to that area coming in, that kind of forces the cops to have to go out there and
you got eyes
monitor
on
what's
the
going
place.
on. Yeah, it's actually really smart.
Yeah.
But the Island of Dolls might be the most famous haunted place in Mexico, but it's definitely not even close to the most disturbing. The place with a tragic and strange past is the house of Claudia Mijangos. Claudia was born May 25th, 1956 in the seaside town of Mazatlan. The town is a popular tourist town, and it sits on the Pacific coast. But Claudia was the youngest of 7 children in a family of 4 girls and 3 boys. Her mother, Maria, was known as an aggressive and abusive woman. She was also extremely religious, which I don't know how the two of those make sense together. But her father, Antonio, on the other hand, was a sensitive man. He mostly kept to his work and never stood up to his wife. Even though Claudia's home life with her mother was problematic, she grew up as a socially friendly girl. She was popular but didn't always do well in school. She had also once won a local beauty contest in her hometown. But as she got a bit older, she began studying for a career in commerce in high school, and after graduating when she was 19, she met a man named Alfredo Gutierrez. He worked for a local bank and had plenty of money to raise a future family. They married 2 years later and ended up having 3 children together. After the death of her parents, Claudia also inherited a good amount of money. So she and her family moved to Querétaro City. While there, they enrolled their 3 children in a private Catholic school, and Claudia worked there as a catechism, ethics, and religion teacher. The city was rapidly growing, and they were happy that they had found a new home there. But soon, their happiness began to fade. In the late 1980s, Claudia and her husband began developing marital problems. According to relatives and friends, it was around this time when Claudia began to show signs of emotional instability. To try and solve their problems, the couple attended marriage counseling with Dr. Jamie Flores, who had a TV series on Discovery Channel Mexico. Unfortunately, these counseling sessions really didn't do much for their marriage. And after several sessions, the doctor determined that there was a never-ending power struggle between the two of them, and there was no way to fix it. Not long after, Claudia became obsessed with one of the other teachers at the Catholic school, Father Ramon. This was also around the same time that she began experiencing extreme hallucinations of angels and demons. She was 33 years old when she began having these severe psychotic attacks, and every time she witnessed an angel or a demon, she was left psychologically tormented. And it became clear to Claudia and Alfredo that their marriage wasn't going to work out, so they got separated in 1989. This was the same year that she started hearing strange voices and having visions, but she kept this to herself. She didn't want to tell Alfredo anything. Whenever she brought up her psychological problems before, he just called her crazy. After a few weeks of being separated, on April 23, 1989, Alfredo picked their kids up from a school fair and brought them back to Claudia's house. Alfredo still loved his wife and he wanted to make everything better. So when he dropped the kids off, he tried to reconcile with her. He had heard that Claudia had started having an affair with Father Ramon, so he asked her if it was true. The accusation triggered an intense argument. Alfredo told her that he wanted to get back together, but Claudia confirmed that she was indeed having an affair with Father Ramon, and she was in love with him. What Alfredo didn't know was that Father Ramon had decided to end the relationship with Claudia a few weeks earlier, and Claudia hadn't taken it well. She was in denial about the breakup, and she began stalking Father Ramon. She also began hearing voices of angels telling her that her and Father Ramon had to be together, and she never lost hope of being with him. During the argument with her ex-husband, Claudia told Alfredo she would never get back together with him. And before he left, Claudia threatened her ex-husband, saying that he would be sorry. Alfredo stormed out of the door, and Claudia slammed it shut behind him and locked it. She then went upstairs to find her children in the bedrooms. They were awake and disturbed by the argument that they had just heard, but Claudia tucked them into bed and then went to sleep. A few hours later, in the early morning hours of April 24th, 1989, Claudia awoke to loud voices. These voices told her that her hometown had completely disappeared. The place she had grown up was now just a spirit. She listened to the voices for a while, trying to figure out if they were real or not, and eventually she got out of bed around 4 a.m. The voices were still loud inside her head, so she then went over to the telephone and called her friend, Veronica Vasquez. When Veronica answered the phone, she could tell that Claudia was frantic, so she tried to calm her down. Veronica promised she would come over to her house a little bit later to help her out, but in the meantime, she told Claudia to try to go back to bed and get some rest. Claudia didn't take her advice. Instead, she got dressed and went to the kitchen, where she picked up 3 large knives. Her children were still fast asleep in their bedrooms upstairs. First, Claudia decided to go into the bedroom of 6-year-old Alfredo, her youngest child. She leaned against the child's bed, and as he slowly opened his eyes, she grabbed his left hand. And in a frenzy, she took one of the kitchen knives and began slashing Alfredo's wrist. She slashed it so many times that she completely amputated her son's hand. Alfredo screamed in pain and fear while he clutched his arm. His screaming woke up Claudia's 11-year-old daughter, Claudia Maria. Claudia then grabbed Alfredo's right hand and tried cutting it off. Her daughter then appeared in the doorway, begging her mother to stop. Alfredo again tried to resist her attacks, but Claudia began stabbing him in the chest, eventually killing him. She then grabbed one of the other 3 kitchen knives and rushed over to Claudia Maria, stabbing her 6 times in the chest. Her daughter managed to escape the room and begged her mother for mercy as she ran down the stairs. Her clothes were covered in blood. One of the stab wounds had actually punctured one of her lungs, but she was still able to scream. Her screams were so loud that they woke up the neighbors. They got out of bed and looked to see what was going on, but never went over to the house. Claudia then took out a 3rd kitchen knife from the set She approached her 9-year-old daughter, Anna Bellin, and stabbed her directly in the heart. After stabbing each of her children, Claudia ran down the stairs searching for her oldest daughter. She found Claudia Maria passed out on the dining room floor, lying face up. Claudia then took the knife and stabbed her daughter one more time to make sure she was dead.
My
She
God.
dragged her back upstairs and placed her lifeless body in the master bedroom. She then dragged the bodies of her 2 other children and placed them together on her king-size bed so that they were all laying there together. Then she covered them with an orange duvet. She took the 3 kitchen knives and rinsed off 2 of them. She then took the 3rd knife, though, and placed the blade to her skin. And over the next few minutes, she cut her own wrists and chest, trying to kill herself. Later that morning, her friend Veronica actually ended up coming over to the house, just like she had promised. She knocked on the door and waited a moment. For a while, she heard nothing. She wasn't sure if anyone would ever answer the door, but eventually the door swung open, and Claudia stood there in her dress covered in blood, and she had this cold, blank stare on her face. At first thought, Veronica thought Claudia might have been attacked by someone, and when she asked Claudia what had happened, she didn't say anything. So Veronica entered the house and ran upstairs, and there in the master bedroom she found the 3 children laying dead. Can't even imagine walking up and seeing this scene. But Veronica immediately bolted out of the house and found the nearest phone and called the police. Meanwhile, Claudia slowly walked back upstairs, entered the master bedroom, and laid down with her children. And when police arrived, they noticed the house looked like a setting for a horror movie. The dining room, stairs, hallway, and bedrooms were absolutely covered in bloodstains.
So yeah, I actually had to look this up with how much blood was in the house, and it was a lot. They said about 10 liters of blood was found throughout the house, which is roughly 2 adult humans, and this was just from children.
That's
So,
crazy.
yeah, it was everywhere.
When the police arrived, they went upstairs to the master bedroom, and that's where they found Claudia still lying next to her children. Her eyes were half open, staring at the ceiling, and the police thought she was dead. When they pressed their fingers to her neck, they felt a shallow pulse. They quickly transported her to a nearby hospital where she was treated for her wounds. In the corner of the master bedroom, police spotted 2 clean kitchen knives resting on a chair. One was a 13-inch blade and the other was 16 inches. Both were steel with brown wooden handles and they had been rinsed clean. The 3rd knife, which was 12 inches long, was found in the daughter's bedroom. It sat on the carpet covered in blood. Later in the hospital, Claudia eventually regained consciousness. Standing over her was an agent from the public prosecutor's office, and he questioned her right as she woke up. In a daze, Claudia told him she loved her children very much and they were very good children. At this point, she had been sedated with drugs and handcuffed to the hospital bed, so they decided to wait a few days for her to give her first statement. 3 days later, on April 27th, 1989, at 11:30 a.m., she blamed Father Ramon, who she supposedly loved. She told investigators that Father Ramon had been speaking to her telepathically. She said both he and her ex-husband had put her under so much pressure she lost all control. She also claimed that a demonic entity had possessed her and forced her to kill her children. Later, though, she changed her statement and said that she couldn't remember anything at all. All she could remember was that her friend Veronica knocked on the door and woke her up that morning, and everything else was a blur. The more she talked with the investigators, she spoke as if her children were still alive. She was delirious during the interrogation, and she said her children were still sleeping, and she had to get home to make them breakfast before they went to school. And once the local newspapers got wind of the story, they nicknamed Claudia the hyena of Querétaro. Mexican authorities had her examined by psychiatrists and neurologists. They went through a thorough psychiatric mental, medical, and physical evaluation. And after the tests were over, they reported that she had been suffering from schizoaffective disorder. This disorder gave Claudia abnormal thought processes and deregulated emotions. They also diagnosed her with temporal lobe epilepsy, a chronic disorder of the nervous system. It was determined that at the time of the tragedy, Claudia was in the middle of a psychotic episode. After the results came to light, the criminal procedures were suspended. Legal teams decided that Claudia should receive a 30-year sentence in an institution. They incarcerated her on September 19, 1991, in the psychiatric annex in the Women's Center for Social Readaptation, a maximum security prison south of Mexico City. As for the house where this awful crime occurred, it actually still stands on Hacienda Vigil Street. No one has lived there since Claudia killed her children, and graffiti now covers the walls and the windows are broken. Early on, the house was used for satanic rituals, but eventually the house was completely walled up. Visitors have claimed that they have seen small children at the second-story windows or have heard children screaming inside. Supposedly, the property has been sold several times, but no one's actually moved in. Neighbors have requested for the city to demolish the house, but it still stands, and it's become a local tourist attraction, especially for paranormal enthusiasts. Paranormal investigators have visited the house through the years, and some have seen a girl in the kitchen with bloody pajamas. Another story tells of a neighborhood kid playing outside when he accidentally kicked his ball into the house, and apparently when he went to retrieve the ball, he saw the same girl wearing bloody pajamas. Visitors have also felt vibrations and seen mysterious apparitions moving inside, and some have even seen shadows in the shape of children. On April 24, 2019, Claudia's 30-year sentence ended. She was 63 years old when she was released. And today, Claudia's whereabouts are unknown. And the fact that she got out of prison is crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
Considering, I mean, I get the mental health issues, and I guess
Right.
that's the debate is, you know, somebody, but even then, I mean, if she's mentally ill to the point where she's doing things like that, I mean,
Yeah, can you ever truly like recover? And
right, is she going to be able to be okay out in society? Is she going to be I mean, she's probably going to still be a threat out there.
I mean, yeah, she's only 63 years old, which is not that old.
No. Yeah. I mean, that's a absolutely tragic story. It's poor kids.
I can't imagine any stories involving like killing children, but also someone killing their own children is just reprehensible.
Familial homicide, I believe is the term for it. It's, anytime that happens, I just can't even imagine. I mean, now that I'm a parent, I'm just like, it just makes no sense. But I guess when you're dealing with severe mental illness, I have no idea what that's like. So, but still, it's just like, was this preventable?
Right.
I mean, it's difficult because, you know, somebody with a severe mental illness like that, I don't know how you even prevent something like this happening, but
Yeah, and she even said like she was kind of scared to tell her own husband about it because he had dismissed her before.
right, just saying
and-
you're crazy. Yeah. Man, that's a horrific one. Getting the help you need doesn't need to be a challenge. Talkspace is so convenient and accessible that you can get mental health care with or without insurance to fit your needs. It's important to prioritize your mental health and wellness every day, because when you work on yourself, you'll start to see and feel positive changes in all areas of your life. The long-term effects of therapy can give you the tools to deal with the challenges as they arise, strengthen your relationships, and give you a more optimistic outlook on life. There's no better time than to invest in yourself right now. I'm a big fan of Talkspace for therapy. I highly recommend it. You can sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. You can text, video, or send voice messages to your licensed therapist, so it's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions from the comfort of your home. So Talkspace eliminates that need of having to drive to a local office and work around that therapist's schedule. Instead, Talkspace works with your schedule, and it allows you to really find the right therapist for you, which is the most important thing. Talkspace has thousands of licensed therapists with years of experience in over 40 specialties, including depression, anxiety, substance abuse, trauma, anger management, relationship issues, food and eating, and so much more. And what's great is that Talkspace is a network with most major insurers, so insured members on average pay a $20 copay or less. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $100 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com and use code LIGHTS. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com and use the code LIGHTS to get $100 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's LIGHTS at Talkspace.com. Mexico's history won't quickly forget Claudia's horrific crimes, the same way we won't forget the gruesome acts of violence from ages ago. The history of Mexico runs deep. Its lands have seen civilizations come and go, and the violent rituals of ancient Aztecs won't soon be forgotten. In Mexico City, the ruins of a temple lie in the heart of the city. This is known as Templo Mayor, the main temple of Tenochtitlan.
Yeah, this was a temple that was actually rediscovered in the 20th century. And I think its construction first began sometime after 1325. It's not much today. It's pretty much all rubble and has
Yeah.
been flattened. But
Eroded over time.
after it was built, it was massive, and it dominated the center of the ancient city. It was about 1,200 feet long on each side, and it had 2 sets of stairs that reached the summit that was about 180 feet in the air.
So it's almost like a pyramid shape in a way.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. I know the Aztecs, it's interesting because the whole pyramid building, in ancient civilizations wasn't just, a lot of people think of just ancient Egypt of where pyramids exist, but the Aztecs and other ancient cultures, I mean, obviously it's not to a sharp point,
Right.
but the steps all leading up to a summit. I mean, when you look at it, a picture of what it may have looked like back then, it does kind of have like a pyramid shape to it.
Yeah, and they're almost even, in my opinion, they're even more impressive because you could actually walk to the top, whereas the pyramids weren't really necessarily meant to be.
Right.
You
There's
weren't
chambers
supposed to go.
inside, but you didn't actually go to the summit of the pyramid yet.
Exactly. So yeah, this thing was huge, and the main structure they think was rebuilt about several times by different rulers. It was eventually destroyed by the Spanish in 1521, but we later found the remnants of it.
Interesting. Yeah, of course, when the Spanish came, they're like, we were going to wipe all,
All trace.
of these ancient cultures and their practices and, bring Christianity to the people. But that's a topic for another day. But as the years passed, more of the temple was uncovered. In 1978, a total excavation began after electric company workers accidentally drilled into a prehistoric stone disc nearly 10 feet long and 1 foot thick. That is huge. 10 foot long, 1 foot thick. The
Massive.
fact that they were able to do this is still mind-blowing to this day. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a total mystery. It's like, if you look at like the tools that they had, I mean, the tools are pretty primitive. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not dealing with power tools or, diamond bits and things like that are able to easily carve through stone, which even to this day, you need some powerful equipment to create a
Chisel
disc
it.
like that.
Yeah. And the fact that it survived this long is a testament to the quality of work, right?
Seriously. I know. I'm like, God, would our buildings even survive that long for hundreds and hundreds of years? Like,
Right.
it's truly incredible. But as they uncovered the disc, they found that it was chiseled with artwork, and etched into the stone was the body of a woman dismembered into small pieces. And not just any woman, but the daughter of an Aztec goddess. And her dismemberment reminds us of the horrors of Aztec sacrifice. Ritual sacrifice, self-mutilation, and blood sacrifices were at the absolute core of everything they believed in. As they believed that they owed a debt to the gods, and in order to pay these debts, they'd have to give blood, or else the sun wouldn't rise. They also believed that the sacrificing of deities at the beginning of time led to the creation of the universe. Other gods actually sacrificed themselves in fire to give life to the sun. And one of the most important gods to them was the god of sun and war. If you're watching this episode, I'm going to go ahead and put the name on the screen because I'm not even try to pronounce it. Some of these Aztec names are just absolutely brutal to pronounce. But they believed that this god demanded blood from them, and some of the offerings found at Templo Mayor were stone carvings carved into dolls or necklaces. But another common offering was the act of auto-sacrifice. This was a ritual conducted in private and a personal act of communicating with gods. What they would do is they would take obsidian blades, agave needles, or bone spikes, and then they would puncture different areas of their body like the earlobe, lips, tongue, chest, or calves. And this would become a daily ritual, and they would offer their blood to the gods. They also sacrificed animals in private and public ceremonies. Quail was often used, but they also used dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer. But what really brought the community together was human sacrifice. In a great ceremony, they would often execute prisoners of war in public. The high priest would sometimes stab the victim in the chest with its sacred dagger and actually dig out their heart. Experts believe there was somewhere between 1,000 to 25,000 human sacrifices a year due to the need to sacrifice humans. When in battle, they would only wound the opponent so that they could actually capture them alive and then bring them back to use as a future sacrifice. When they would sacrifice someone, they would dress them up in a costume of the gods, and the people would praise them and treat them like celebrities as they took them to the sacrificial spot at the top of the temple. After removing their heart, the high priest would then raise up the still pulsing organ for everyone to see. Blood would shoot out of it as it took its last pumps. Then he would place the heart inside of a stone vase,
At that point, they either cooked it and ate it, or it was eaten raw by the high priest. The body parts were often consumed by the ruling class so they could please the gods even further. After that, the body was then beheaded and dismembered, and then they would throw the pieces down the steps of the temple. Many of these types of sacrifices occurred at Templo Mayor. It once stood as an impressive period with two shrines at the top. One shrine was dedicated to the god of rain, and the other was for the god of sun and war. Countless human sacrifices occurred at the summit. The heads of those who were sacrificed were then put on skull racks at the base of the temple. While most of the sacrifices were prisoners of war or slaves, some of them were children. They believed that the tears of children were linked to the god of rain, and this absolutely brutal tradition went on for hundreds of years. Until 1519, the Spanish invaded the Aztec Empire, and they wreaked havoc and spread smallpox disease across Aztec land until the entire civilization crumbled only 2 years later.
If the violence wasn't brutal enough, smallpox is even more brutal. It's a terrible disease, and it had at the time, it was about a 30% mortality rate. It killed countless of indigenous people in North America when the Europeans came over across the ocean, and the symptoms included you get a cold, muscle pain, headaches, fatigue. The worst part is that after a few weeks, the patient would get these small bumps all over their body. A lot of people, if you've seen pictures of it or something, a lot of people think it's like, oh, that's terrible because it's just on their skin. But these bumps were actually inside of the patient's mouth, covering their tongue, inside their throat. And they would eventually grow, these bumps, they would grow and rupture. And then it would release the virus into the saliva, and that's how it passed to other people.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty brutal. Luckily, it's been eradicated with the help of vaccines today.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we all get smallpox vaccines.
Yeah, and I looked up to what eradication actually means, because it's like, well, how do we actually know if it's actually gone? And I think it's something like, if we don't have a patient discovered or reported within a few years, we've
consider it
successfully
eradicated.
Yeah. So it has been eradicated. But yeah, this was what the Spanish brought over to the Americas, and it ended up killing many Aztecs. And that's
just from the
outside
spread of disease.
Yeah.
Outside of the Spanish,
the already violent war.
Conquistadors like slaughtering the indigenous people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're saying between 8,000 and 10,000 unarmed Aztec nobles were slaughtered during a sacred ceremony near Templo Mayor.
So they basically took their own temple and then started slaughtering their own people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just obviously in total disrespect of what they were doing. Wow. It's just crazy because it's like, oh, we're coming in, we're going to take your land, we're going to, convert you to our religion. But in the meantime, we're going to full out genocide on you in the meantime.
Yeah, we're going to spread the word of God and love, and then we're just going to...
But then we're going to make an example out of all of the Aztec nobles.
Oh, yeah.
In retaliation, though, 8 Spaniards were actually sacrificed on top of the temple, and their bodies were kicked down the stairs and their heads were tossed back at the other Spaniards. But the city ended up falling to the Spanish in 1521, and they ordered the temples to be stripped clean of all the precious gold and artwork that could be found. And today, only the ruins remain, and these grounds are open to the public. According to legend, its brutal history is now connected to many restless spirits, as you can probably imagine. Some believe these spirits and energies that are found here are vengeful in nature. Hundreds of thousands of people have died at this temple, and the ground is forever soaked in blood. Today, officials and visitors to the ruins have reported disembodied voices. Cries and screams have been heard emanating from hollow chambers. Some have even experienced phantom aromas of blood, smoke, and rotting flesh. Others have seen shadowy figures that stalk the living visitors. And apparently some of these shadowy figures are even dressed in old Spanish garb. Paranormal investigators have visited the ruins over the years and taken readings with EMF meters and have reported high levels, which is electromagnetic frequency, I believe. So it's measuring the electromagnetic energy in the area, and it's believed that when the levels are high, that's when you start seeing paranormal activity start to emanate, like glowing orbs or strange mists in the background of photographs, apparitions, things like that. Museum employees have experienced objects moving on their own, like ancient tools mysteriously disappearing. They've also seen doors opening and closing on their own, or alarms being tripped when nothing is there. Many have described a sensation of even being watched, followed, or even grabbed by something invisible, and visitors have even experienced physical pains, like sharp pains in their chest that grow worse the longer they stay near the ruins. I mean, the paranormal activity here makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
Just the amount of bloodshed and hate and anger that happened over the years in this location.
Yeah, and the fact that it was like a spiritual place
exactly.
too, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, I think that definitely has something to do with it. You know, just the violence and the bloodshed. The Aztec ruins are, when I was in Mexico, I think I've been, you know, to some of the cenotes, which are like the underground pools.
Beautiful.
Really
yeah.
cool.
We covered that in
Oh yeah,
Planet Sleep.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Planet Sleep. Good days.
Yeah.
Good times. But in the cenotes, they would also go down and do ceremonies. And I went into a cenote, and there were some Aztec descendants that were doing some type of ritual down there, and they had candles. And I just remember going down there, and just the energy was so heavy in there. And I don't know necessarily if they did any sort of like, human sacrifice. I believe they've done animal sacrifices down there. There's definitely something very spiritual about, you know, that place, and just these indigenous cultures were just so in tune with spirituality and just, you know, whatever the life force is. I mean, just across the world. I mean, I've sat with the Aboriginal in Australia before, and just being in their presence, they're just something special about it, and they're tapped into something that the rest of us have been, you know, disconnected from.
Yeah.
So,
And I know a lot of those temples were built specifically above the cenotes, where
Yeah,
that was
right.
their access to water, which is crazy to think that they knew that.
how did they know it was under
Yeah.
there? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's like a lot of these are way far down underground, like 20, 30 feet underground. So the fact, and again, some of them are open, like just
Yeah,
open
holes in the
holes
top.
in the ground. Like
Mhm.
there's areas of Mexico where they're all over the place. You just stumble upon it, and like you got to be careful, because you just like walk and fall into.
Yeah. Other temples were like they would build them in equilateral distance between multiple cenotes.
yeah.
So that's how well they knew the
There's
land
tunnels that
too.
connect them. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's really incredible. In 2023, instead of a long list of resolutions that just overwhelm, try focusing on a few key things that will allow you to feel more balanced, confident, and energetic. And with Care of, you get a routine of products and digital tools to help you feel better than ever. Care of is a subscription service that ships high-quality personalized vitamins, supplements, and powders conveniently to your door every month. What I like about Care of is that they take the guesswork out of finding the right supplements and vitamins for you. If you go to a vitamin shop, you start looking around, you have no idea where to start. But with Care of's short, in-depth quiz, they ask you questions about your lifestyle and health goals, and then they come back with personalized doctor-backed recommendations. So they take that guesswork out of the equation for you. And then from there, you can decide if you want to go with all of the personalized recommendations, or you can pick and choose what you want. Each shipment comes with a customized pamphlet that shows you exactly what's in your individual daily packs and why it was recommended specifically for you and your health goals. I think the best thing about Care of is it eliminates the need to have all these different bottles of vitamins and supplements, because it's very easy to end up with like 20. What's great is that they ship you a box, and all of your vitamins for your daily dosage come in these little compostable packs. And it's great, especially for traveling, because you can just throw those packs in your bag and you've got everything you need each day. I know for me, I've been using Care of actually for I think a year or two now, and I've definitely seen improvements in my health, and just I feel better overall. So right now you can get 50% off your first Care of order if you go to takecareof.com and enter code LIGHTSOUT50. Again, you can get 50% off your first Care of order. Just go to takecareof.com and enter code LIGHTSOUT50. But even though human sacrifice became more and more rare after the fall of the Aztec Empire, some have still participated in the ritual behind closed doors. In the case of Tadeo Mejia, he began searching down a dark path in which he would never return. The beginning of this story dates back to the 18th century. A nobleman of San Clemente ordered the construction of a mansion for his daughter in Guanajuato. It was later turned into a post office in the 19th century until a mining engineer named Tadeo purchased the property for him and his wife. According to one story, the couple lived in the house for less than a year before tragedy struck. The employees of the mine where Tadeo worked supposedly weren't getting paid, and so they actually accused Tadeo of pocketing the money. In truth, the mine was suffering from an economic crisis, so their payments were late. But the miners had been convinced that Tadeo was stealing from them. So they ended up breaking into his house, hunting down his wife Costanza, and stabbing her in the neck. And after watching his wife die, this triggered a psychotic episode. After this happened, in desperation, Tadeo ended up reaching out to a local witch, also known as a bruja. And she showed him strange dark magic rituals that included human sacrifices of young men and women. She promised him that he could bring his wife back to life through rituals of human sacrifice. So between 1890 and 1900, Tadeo kidnapped and sacrificed an unknown number of men and women in his home. It didn't matter if his victims were men or women. As long as they were alive and breathing, he took them into his house, performed a dark ritual, and slaughtered them. Several bones and human ashes belonging to a handful of different victims were later found in the basement. Several books on black magic rituals were also found inside. And while he faced trial for his crimes, he would never make it to prison. Tadeo ended up shooting himself in the head before the end of his trial. The house where he killed countless people still stands today, but it was converted into a museum in 2010, and it's now known as the House of Laments. It's said you can still hear the agonizing screams of the victims inside the house. Others have heard the footsteps of women in high heels. And cold spots can be felt in several different locations. Some say that Tadeo's ghost also roams the house, and his spirit is forever trapped inside. Since he has never paid for his crimes while alive, this might be his penance and death. The museum can be toured for a few dollars, and it's sort of a haunted house attraction now with costumes and special effects. But many believe that if you look past the theatrics, the true paranormal horrors can still be found. Which I don't know how I feel about turning in a place of literal human sacrifices into a haunted attraction.
Yeah,
I mean,
seems in poor taste, right?
yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. Also, I'm more of a skeptic on the paranormal stuff, but I will say if there is something that would be horror related that I would it would make sense in the realm of spirituality is that someone is sentenced to, like, their spirit cannot flee from this realm.
Can't like fully cross over and, rest in peace.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Until they're
just thinking about being in a place forever is terrifying.
I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something to that, because there's so many cases and instances of situations where individuals who have done horrific and brutal crimes in locations, oftentimes apparitions of that person, or outlines of figures of that person are still there and seen.
Yeah.
And I know there's been paranormal investigators that have done investigations, and I'm forgetting the name of the technology that this one company has, but they're able to through photographs are able to actually capture like images of the spirits.
Really?
Yeah, like I'm forgetting the actual name of it. Steve Shippey is his name, is the name of the paranormal investigator. He did an investigation of a house, and we'll have to cover it on here at some point. But there's this technology, there's a software that's able to analyze photographs, and through this software, it was actually able to capture and create a physical image of the spirit, and it ended up being this old man that was like decaying and stuff, but it was actually the man that had died in the house or had done something in the house.
It's crazy.
And so it's like, when I see that, I'm like, well, obviously there's a skeptical side of me that's like, that's just like AI or something creating an image, but the image was so close to what the guy looked like while he was living, but he just looked like old and like he was rotting basically.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was really mind-blowing. I'll have to figure out what that was and cover it here on the show at some point. But
yeah, definitely, that sounds interesting.
I mean, after looking at so much paranormal cases and stories, I've become a real believer in there is something to all this. Like, this isn't just all bullshit. It's not all made up. It's not just fairy tales. There's something real about this. And I guess it really depends on, how spiritual you are and what your personal beliefs are. But I do believe that there is another realm within our realm. And if you think about it, like there's we are only able to see a fraction of what's actually all around us. We only can, we can't see ultraviolet and all these other lights, light forms and
the energy. You can't see the atoms around you. You can't. There's so much you can't see with the human eyes, but that doesn't mean that's not there.
Right.
And so I feel that there is like a spiritual realm around us. It's just we can't see with our physical eyes. But you know, when you pass, you know, a part of you may stay in this realm. Maybe it's for a short period of time until eventually you move on, or in this situation where you've done something horrific on this planet that maybe, you know, part of the way it works is, you know, you have to pay your dues. You know, nobody leaves the planet without, you know, paying for the things that you've done. And depending on the level of things that you've done, maybe, you know, there's something to, you know, before you can actually cross over and to whatever's next, you're forced to stick around and wait it out.
Yeah.
You know, like for those that die before going to prison, like he died before ever going to prison, maybe that's why he ended up staying here versus those that pay their time and then move on, or, you know, you're able to work through it. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to.
As a skeptic, I don't lean hard either way, but I would say, yeah, if anything, it's since this guy had killed so many people and never really saw prison time, it's also just a way of getting some level of closure, especially for the victims and the victims' families. It's like, if this guy just got away with it, we'd like to think that hopefully his spirit is now imprisoned in this realm, you know, something like that.
Yeah, because that's always like the debate, right? Especially with the death penalty, is like, is it better to kill that person or do a similar thing to them that they did to their victims? Is that justice, or is it justice to let them rot in a prison cell for years and years and years, you know? And so it's kind of like, it, you know, even if they do exit, you know, the planet through death early on, does that mean that's the end and they move on to whatever's next, or, you know, restart? Or, you know, is there a form of justice on the other side, a process before your soul can move on? Or, you know, and again, it comes back to what you believe. And if you believe in souls and spirits and things like that, or, you know, if you don't believe in anything, then I guess it doesn't matter. But I know for me personally, I think it's far more complicated than what we can even possibly comprehend. I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, you know, you go over here and there's, you know, somebody judges you, or, you know, it's as simple as what our little monkey minds can think of. But I think there is some form of justice. I think there is justice throughout the universe. I think there's life and death throughout the universe. I mean, everything starts from nothing and becomes something and then dies. Even stars die. Everything dies. So there is this circle of life throughout the universe, and I think there's something to that. I don't think it's just like you live in nothing.
Yeah, you think there's some order within
there is
chaos,
order. Yeah, I think there is order to the universe. I think the universe has given us that much, that, you know, there's order amongst the cosmos. And so at the highest level of, you know, living organisms, and there, you know, there's a lot of debate that the cosmos is conscious, and, you know, the earth is conscious, the sun is conscious, all these cosmic entities are conscious, much like we are. I mean, we come from the earth, if you think about it, so why wouldn't the earth be conscious?
Right. Yeah.
We're all, you know, we all return to the earth, and the earth creates us.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's a beautiful way of looking at the world.
I mean,
I'm kind of on the other end,
yeah,
to be honest.
okay.
I think everything's kind of just, we come from chaos and we live in it, and we try to forge our own path through the chaos. It can still be beautiful in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I mean,
even
either
if there's
way.
not this sense of justice, cosmic justice, or order. I think we kind of make our own.
So we're in control at the end of the day. Like, we create our own destiny. I'm getting really, really deep into this, but it's, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to just think about, especially when talking about the paranormal. I think there's just so much more to it than just, I think the way that we approach the paranormal is so simple. And I think that's why a lot of people are skeptic, is like the way that we're comprehending it is just doesn't make a lot of sense to the average person, because we're not thinking beyond what we're actually experiencing and thinking, and we don't know. That's the thing too, is we don't know what's actually causing this to happen.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree with you on that for sure. As the paranormal is way beyond, if it does exist, if there are like spirits or entities or energies that we can't see, we most likely cannot comprehend it fully.
what's your thoughts on like higher EMF
readings in these locations. Like electromagnetic energy levels are much higher in places where paranormal activity is witnessed.
That's I know
experienced.
I've heard.
All right. Appreciate you watching. I was muted. All right. Appreciate you watching. More streaming Destiny later on today, and more Lights Out podcast later on today.